Chapter 433. The Immortal's cave that Li Qingshan had opened up was neither elegant nor magnificent. It only had one word: large. In the spacious belly of the mountain, Li Qingshan took out the monster core of the strange clam. This monster core was also of the water attribute, so the power it contained was the best tonic for him. He opened his mouth and swallowed the monster core. A huge amount of energy was released from his body. Although it was not a self-explosion, the power was enough to take the life of an ordinary cultivator. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, but he felt like he could no longer suppress it any longer. His body immediately changed, rapidly growing taller and larger, turning into his original form as a demon. An enormous amount of demonic qi penetrated the mountain peak and shot up to the sky. The Eight Gates Golden Lock formation immediately activated and locked this qi. If this was in the 100 schools of thought, this would inevitably reveal his tracks. Here, however, there was no need to worry about this. The spirit turtle's demon core shone brightly, spinning as it revolved. It pressed down with all its might, absorbing the demon core bit by bit. Only then did Li Qingshan's figure gradually return to normal. Seeing that Li Qingshan was fine, and sat down cross-legged at the side and summoned out the corpse soldiers. She activated the blood flame of corpse incineration and the pale flame of bone smelting, and refined a corpse in an instant. 10 days later, a skull prayer bead was forged. The 14 little skeleton devils were jumping around as if they were welcoming their new companions. Li Qingshan's cultivation had reached the most critical juncture. During the 3 years of secluded cultivation, he had been constantly practicing the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, never stopping. Originally, he thought he could easily break through to the 4th layer of the spirit turtle with the water element demon core, but just now, he discovered it would not be that easy. Even if he completely digested the demonic core, he still needed a little more. This was the essence of a demon general that had been condensed for thousands of years. As his cultivation increased, the spirit turtle's demon core's demand for resources became more and more startling. If he just sat there and absorbed the spiritual qi of the world, who knew how many years it would take before it was enough? Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that when he killed the strange centipede, he had also obtained some low-quality monster cores, which were basically water-type. He took it out and swallowed it, making up for the last bit. In the Sword Collection Palace, the white-haired divining elder, sitting cross-legged in front of the 9 provinces map, the Tianji sword rested horizontally on his knees. It spun endlessly. While Fu Qingjin was investigating, Elder Diviner did not stop tracking. The Sumeru ring was equivalent to a miniature world of its own. Apart from the owner, no one would be able to detect the situation inside, much less sense the aura of the flying dragon sword. Elder Divining pondered for a moment, then once again set his sights on the soaring dragon Elder's Sumeru ring. It was difficult for the people of this world to find out what was happening in other worlds, but the door would always remain in this world, until it was destroyed. Although it would not emit any aura, it was a trajectory that could be vaguely grasped. A couple of years ago, Elder Destiny tried the same thing. As a result, he suffered a counterforce and was injured severely. What hurt him wasn't Oxen himself, but Oxen's spirit power, which was left in Ji Hao's ring. If it were not for this spirit power, the Sword Collection Palace would have found Li Qingshan with the divination of the heavenly secrets a long time ago and cut him to pieces. Li Qingshan thought Oxen had already left, but little did he know that in these past few years, Oxen's power had always been protecting him. But at this moment the spirit power vanished. Li Qingshan was like a child who had lost his final layer of protection. Not only did he have to survive in this world alone, but he also had to face powerful enemies that he struggled to face right now. Rise! Elder Destiny's hands were like a lotus, extending and moving with unbelievable dexterity. The sword of heavenly secrets thrummed and rose up, pointing downwards and hovering above his head. One with the sword. The sword of heavenly secrets fell down, stabbing into Elder Destiny's forehead and merging with it. Elder Destiny's pitch-black pupils conjured a taiji diagram of yin and yang, constantly spinning as he gazed at the 9 provinces map. At that moment his gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains and rivers, gazing over the entire Clear River Prefecture. He wanted to find the tiny Sumeru ring within these 1,500 kilometers of rivers and mountains. He did not need to investigate, he did not need to analyze, he did not need to ask, he did not need to think. He directly asked fate itself, begging the heavens for an answer. After wandering around the river of fate for who knows how long, the corner of Elder Destiny's lips suddenly curled into a sliver of joy. He had finally found it. It was like a ray of sunlight in the darkness. Now all he needed to do was follow this ray of sunlight and trace it back to its source. This also made Elder Destiny completely stop worrying. The last time he divined, the disaster of destruction had appeared with this ray of sunlight. In his days it seemed to be a back. It did not give off any hostility, nor did it purposefully attack him. However, this was the most terrifying part, as just the existence itself was enough to make his divination completely collapse. If it were not for the fact that he had become one with the sword, allowing the sword of heavenly secrets to absorb most of the damage, his sea of consciousness would have almost suffered a destructive blow. He felt like a flying insect that had accidentally flown into the crater of a volcano. The volcano erupted on its own, completely unaware of the existence of the flying insect. However, just a tiny wisp of smoke was enough to kill the flying insect. Elder Destiny followed that beam of sunlight. Abruptly, he sensed a disturbance. He was surprised for a second, but soon he calmed down. It seemed like the other party also knew divination, but just now, the other party's strength was still below his. Little Anne, who was refining the skull prayer beads, felt his heart skip a beat. He frowned slightly and used the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Elder Destiny immediately felt the interference intensify. The ray of sunlight twisted, and the path it pursued became unpredictable. Battles between practitioners of divination like this were even more profound and mysterious than any other form of battle. Elder Destiny smiled. Confident, he nullified Little Anne's interference one by one, advancing towards his target firmly. Li Qingshan had no idea that Little Anne beside him was currently engaged in a battle like this with Elder Destiny thousands of kilometers away. All he did was quietly comprehend the changes in the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, until his mind reached absolute tranquility. Within the spirit turtle's demon core that resembled a turtle shell. Vaguely, there seemed to be something brewing within the tortoise shell, stirring restlessly. It was as if the primal chaos had just been born. The tortoise shell suddenly shook, and a pair of eyes lit up deep and wise. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, which flickered with a clear blue light. In that moment, he felt like he had been enlightened, as mortals would say. Many matters that had been difficult to understand suddenly became clear. The entire world became clear. Having broken through to the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, the profound glyphs on the spirit turtle's demon core became even clearer. An invisible power radiated from his body, reaching deep into the vast river of destiny and stirring up ripples. Elder Destiny opened his eyes in surprise. Just when the answer was about to appear, the ray of sunlight vanished completely, as if it had been obscured by a dark cloud. It was nowhere to be found anymore. "You finally awakened." Little Anne exhaled deeply. "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan scratched his head. Although he was not particularly good at using the spirit turtle's ability of divination, hiding and fending off attacks were the instincts of the spirit turtle. From the perspective of the divination of heavenly secrets, what he hid was not just him, but his entire fate, in particular the existences closely connected to him. "Didn't you sense it? Someone's using divination to find us, or should I say, find it." Little Anne looked at the Sumeru ring in his hand. Hearing what Little Anne said, Li Qingshan returned to his senses. He frowned and said, "Earlier I felt like someone was spying on me, which made me feel bad, so I hid. Why would I think of that?" And brought his palms together and smiled. The Buddhist scriptures say that there are 20 moments in a snap of a finger, and 20 thoughts in a moment. That's just one of your thoughts, so you obviously wouldn't notice it normally. Li Qingshan flicked his finger and smiled. So there are 400 thoughts in there. They're probably the so-called subconscious. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Even the person in question had no idea that they had thought that before. After reaching the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, not only did Li Qingshan's demon qi increase drastically, but his thoughts became even more meticulous as well, reaching an unprecedented level. Li Qingshan paced around. He even understood the protection from Oxen's soul sense, which made him feel very touched. Brother Ox must have calculated his cultivation accurately. Even if he could not foresee everything after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, he would not fall prey to a method like this. He had basically resolved one of his worries. He smiled. As for what he was going to do next, he already had an idea. The Sword Collection Palace definitely had a way to find the Soaring Dragon Sword's location, which was why Fu Qingjin had asked like that. If he wanted to retrieve the items in the Simmerer Ring or even make the Soaring Dragon Sword his own, he needed a suitable place that could avoid the Sword Collection Palace's detection, while weakening the Soaring Dragon Sword's resistance. A place like that was actually not difficult to find. It was right below Li Qingshan's feet. He kept going down, venturing even deeper underground and using the underground magnetic field. Little Anne, what do you think? Li Qingshan shared his thoughts with Little Anne. Smart, Little Anne praised sincerely. Li Qingshan laughed aloud before sighing emotionally. His fate had been led underground once again, but he was in no hurry to set off. He could not let the North Moon appear too soon. After saying a few words to Little Anne and seeing her success, Li Qingshan calmed down and took out the illusory water sword of invisibility to begin refining it. Paired with the glazed mirror of invisibility, it was a match made in heaven. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Autumn passed and winter came. Snow sealed off the mountains. The crystal resin cauldron was opened once more. Wuxia rubbed her neck and stood up. She took out the refined pills from the crystal resin cauldron and stored them into bottles. Looking through them, she saw that there were still quite a lot of spiritual herbs left behind by Li Qingshan. I wonder how that guy is doing. He left me to toil here alone. I'll go out and take a breather. Just as she was thinking about this, someone activated the spirit design. Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the cave. Wuxia opened the door. Wuxia activated the spirit design and opened the door to the cave abode. She scolded him. Don't shout and shout in the future. What if I'm refining pills and you get distracted? You'll pay me or you'll pay me. I know you're not refining pills. How's it going? Li Qingshan walked in, minding his own business. How did you know? I guessed. Li Qingshan smiled. This was not a lie. He had not deliberately divined anything. He just thought of Wuxia and had a thought. That guy might have gotten bored with refining pills and came here. If you think this site is good, please remember to help me promote it. This site. Chapter 434. Why don't you come to my dwelling and take a look around? Where is it? Li Qingshan extended his hand, and the wisps of cloud condensed into a cloud bridge, crossing the gorge and extending into the distance. Wuxia followed the winding cloud bridge and circled around a mountain in front of her. After walking a short distance, she arrived in front of Li Qingshan's dwelling. She saw the words Qingzhao's home and seemed to be in thought. She stroked her hair. So close? Don't tell me you're plotting something against me. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just protecting my pills and the alchemist. In other words, you were cultivating in the dwelling that day? Fu Qingjin crossed his legs and crossed his arms, gazing at the master of the vermilion clothes sect before him with a smile. The master of the vermilion clothes sect seemed rather uneasy. Fellow Fu, why are you asking this? I obviously cultivated in the sect. Fu Qingjin took out a curved, long horn from behind him. It flickered with light. Have you heard of the Xieji before, fellow? It's said to be a divine beast that can distinguish between loyalty and treachery. So that's right. This is the Xieji's horn. I hope you can tell me the truth, as this is very important. Fu Qingjin fiddled around with the green ruin sword carelessly. The master of the vermilion clothes sect's expression twisted. This was his secret. He definitely could not tell anyone about it. However, he glanced at the green ruin sword before glancing at the Xieji's horn. After a very long internal struggle, he finally said, "Fine then. I'll tell you. I went underground that day." "All right, I understand." Fu Qingjin turned around and stood up. He investigated all the mainframe cultivators in the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. He obtained a preliminary result. Some of them were personally questioned by him, while others had clear alibis. However, there were also a few Foundation establishment cultivators who refused to cooperate. They all belonged to the 100 schools of thought. In the end, there were a total of 7 suspects. The prime suspect, Li Qingshan, the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect, felt like he had been pardoned. He let out a long sigh. As it seemed, Fu Qingjin had not come to investigate that matter. You're going to trade with the night roamers, right? Fu Qingjin's words made the Vermilion Clothes sect master's heart skip a beat. Contact envoy, let me explain. Colluding with the mutants and colluding with the enemy. It was a big taboo in the Demon Slayer. That's right. 3 years ago. Your disciple who killed a Hawkwolf guard is still around, right? Don't let him wander around. We might need him soon. After saying that, Fu Qingjin turned into a green light and flew away. The Vermilion Robe sect master was stunned. Fu Qingjin left the Vermilion Clothes sect and flew into the sky. He did not go to find the suspects one by one and interrogate them. Instead, he chose a direction. He flew towards the direction of the vast mountains. Those directly related to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. The Dark Queen's cat demon and Gu Yenying. The Sword Collection Palace would not be able to investigate either one of them, but there would definitely be witnesses in the depths of the Boundless Mountains. That was because the witnesses were definitely demons. Due to the restrictions of the Alliance, the Sword Collection Palace struggled to investigate. Coupled with the Divining Elder's warning, they stopped. But now, the alliance within the Clear River Prefecture had been nullified, and the Divining Elder had confirmed that the power that did not belong here no longer interfered. They could finally carry out the investigation boldly. They would definitely be able to get to the bottom of the Soaring Dragon Elder's death by tackling these two aspects at the same time. Arriving at the edge of the Boundless Mountains, he saw that a city had already sprung up in the huge crater left behind by the destruction of the Green Vine Mountain. It was enveloped by formations, and many human cultivators moved about. It was even more bustling than the town of Flowing Clouds in the past. After the alliance was nullified, many human cultivators chose to enter the Boundless Mountains instead of the underground. Killing demons was also the same, but clearly it was more reassuring to do it on the surface. And the sunlit Boundless Mountains were even more abundant in spiritual herbs. Then Fu Qingjin looked towards the east. Millipede had blown up his demon core, leaving behind a pit there as well. On the surface it seemed barren. But Fu Qingjin knew that a city of night roamers had sprung up beneath the rock and soil. It was rumored that the night roamers there did not attack humans. Instead, they remained neutral. According to the information Fu Qingjin had received, the supreme rulers of the city were a pair of night roamer sisters. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect should have been dealing with them. This was not a coincidence. Compared to risking their lives in battles to the death, obtaining the rare resources underground through trade was much more appealing. The rise of the Green Vine Mountains Heavenly Pit Market had a lot to do with their attitude. Who knew how many resources were traded through these two cities? With Li Qingshan's throne as the center, the web-like tunnels became smooth and clean under the efforts of the night roamer craftsmen. They were like underground corridors. Her slender fingertips brushed past the smooth walls. As Yi Liusu walked through them, she felt a deep sense of pride. This was the result of her 3 years of hard work. Yi Liubo followed beside her, fiddling around with a set of formation banners. Sister, I never thought the humans would actually be willing to sell us formations like this. They seem to be members of some demon slayer. Isn't that our great enemy underground? It's not like we're demons, so why can't we? The black gold ore is extremely useful for forging artifacts. The demon slayer doesn't have the ability to build underground mines either, so they obviously have to rely on us. As they said that, the two of them arrived in a cavern. This was a newly built village of night roamers. Every single night roamer bowed deeply when they saw Yi Liusu. This was not only out of fear towards power, but also out of respect towards Yi Liusu herself. Outside Li Qingshan's territory, the night roamers' internal strife did not stop. Instead, it intensified, extending from underground to the surface. As they followed Ma and Spider Queen's orders and assassinated human cultivators, they also became prey for each other. Under Yi Liusu's rule, Li Qingshan's will was carried out here. All internal strife ceased, becoming a unique land of peace. Many night roamers who had grown tired of fighting or were powerless to fight all gathered here, willing to become Sir North Moon's servants. It was equivalent to breaking free from the control of other clans. When Li Qingshan was in secluded cultivation, his servants had already expanded to 5 digits. Yiliosu smiled. She had proven that night roamers did not have to kill one another to survive. They could also enjoy their lives in peace and happiness. Liubwa set up the formation. Yi Liubwa cast down the formation, and a semicircular glow enveloped the cavern. Yiliosu nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, even if they were attacked by ignorant human cultivators, they would have time to provide reinforcements. Just when is master emerging from secluded cultivation? Yi Liubwa kicked a rock beside her foot. Don't worry. He'll wake up sooner or later. Yiliosu's eyes flickered. When he woke up, she wanted to personally thank him and tell him, "You're right. I'm special." The rock flew into the darkness, but there was no sound of collision. Yiliosu's expression changed. "Be careful, Liubwa." The rock shot back with 10 times the speed, but it smashed into the barrier of light created by the formation. Strong stone emerged from the darkness and roared out, "Where's the North Moon?" Chapter 435. Strong Stone's bulky body constantly radiated with a vicious, forceful aura. 3 years of battle had completely unleashed his nature, and his strength had increased drastically too. His shining eyes were completely condensed from killing intent and battle intent. He grinned viciously, revealing his ghastly white teeth as if he wanted to feast on someone. "Everyone retreat." Yiliosu spread her arms like she was protecting a calf and ordered loudly. However, it was already too late. The formation was actually unable to stop the wondrous power of the Rock of Slaughter. The eyes of half the village's night roamers reddened as they lunged towards their companions. Yi Liubwa waved her hand, and the bright yellow satin that Li Qingshan had bestowed upon her enveloped the night roamers, pulling them away from Strong Stone. "Sir Strong Stone, please withdraw your power. This is Sir North Moon's territory." Yiliosu clasped her hands. Strong Stone gave her more of a headache than any human cultivator. "Don't you have ears? That's exactly what I've come for. It's his." Strong Stone swaggered over, but he was blocked by the formation. "Sir North Moon is currently in secluded cultivation. He probably can't see you. Is he bold enough to disobey Ma and Spider Queen's orders?" A handsome, rosy-cheeked man in a cloak strode over from behind Strong Stone. He seemed to move slowly and leisurely, but he arrived before him in the blink of an eye. As he opened his mouth, he revealed 2 sharp fangs. "Sir Bloodshadow." Yiliosu sensed that something was amiss. She said with difficulty, "If I wanted to pass on Ma and Spider Queen's orders, why would the 2 of you need to come together? Yiliosu, your actions the past few years have left Ma and Spider Queen very dissatisfied. Not only do you avoid battle, but you're even bold enough to trade with humans. If it weren't for that bastard North Moon's contribution, I would have come and killed you a long time ago." Bloodshadow's demon chi filled the cavern. Just the pressure from his demon chi was enough to make the formation tremble. Over the past 3 years, he had devoured an unknown amount of fresh blood, and his strength had also increased by a level. We are not avoiding the battle passively. Instead, he was accumulating strength. Yiliosu's explanation was powerless. "This is the gadget you got from the humans?" Strong Stone knocked on the screen in front of him. Suddenly enraged, he punched the light screen. The entire cavern trembled and swayed, and stalagmites fell from the ceiling. The light screen of the formation was instantly filled with cracks. "Lord Strongstone, please calm down." Yiliosu hurriedly put away the array. Not to mention that this array couldn't stop them even if it could. How could she dare to fight against these 2 great demons? After 3 years of hard work, she once thought that she was strong enough. She even thought that there was nothing wrong with Li Qingshan going into seclusion, and that she could do whatever she wanted. But at this moment she realized how weak she was. If Strong Stone and Bloodshadow worked together, they could destroy everything they had spent 3 years to build in a single moment, just like how they destroyed human cities. "I don't care if you're avoiding the battle passively or gathering your strength. I only need to tell you that Ma and Spider Queen's patience is limited." Bloodshadow sneered. Strong Stone grinned viciously. The humiliation of losing to the North Moon in the past. It was time for payback. The 2 demons rampaged about, alarming all the night roamers. The personal guards led by Yi Liusu all rushed over. They looked at one another, but they were afraid to stop them. The two demons arrived at the central cavern where Li Qingshan resided. Because they were afraid to disturb Li Qingshan, only this place remained the same as it was 3 years ago. In the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan's mirror clone sat on a stone pedestal, while Millipede coiled around him, breathing in and out spiritual qi. He had recovered a lot of his strength and he was much larger than before. He saw Strong Stone stride over and lunge over, spitting out a pink mist. Strong Stone suddenly grew taller, turning into a huge stone giant and crushing Millipede beneath his feet. Then he immediately recovered his original appearance, transforming at will. He went up and grabbed Li Qingshan by the neck. "Wake up, Master!" Yi Liubu's cry reached Li Qingshan's ears from a great distance away. Li Qingshan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His scarlet, ruby-like eyes shone. "It's you?" Blood Shadow said from the side. "Where's your true body?" "Ma'am, Spider Queen wants to see you." "We want to see you too. We've come to settle our old debts." "Let go of your foot." Li Qingshan saw Millipede struggle beneath Strong Stone's feet, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Are you angry? Then hurry up and come. I'm already itching to fight you. If you come too slowly, all of your servants will die." Blood Shadow waved his hand, and a night roamer guard began to twitch. Scarlet blood squeezed out of every single pore on his body desperately, flying into Blood Shadow's hand. He extended his tongue and licked it. Ripples of light radiated from Li Qingshan's body. Every single night roamer in the area felt a sense of tranquility arise spontaneously. The light flowed along Strong Stone's arm and into his body. Strong Stone suddenly felt his raging battle intent and killing intent suddenly settle down. Surprised, he took a step back and let go of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's figure flickered, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. He stood in the center of the ripples, but he also seemed like a reflection in the ripples. Only his demon chi constantly rose up. The reflection in the mirror, the reflection in the water. When the mirror shattered, the water stirred, but the reflection remained the same. Since the original body had changed, the mirror image would move too. This was another layer of comprehension that Li Qingshan had gained about this innate ability after reaching the 4th layer of the spirit turtle and condensing the essence of the spirit turtle. His mirror clone would no longer vanish from the depletion of demon chi. As long as he used this ability again, he would be able to make his mirror clone return to its original state, like calming down the ripples and allowing the moon to be reflected once more. At this moment, the mirror avatar was like he had used the moon's mirror again. As his main body became stronger, the mirror avatar's demonic aura also increased greatly. Originally, the moon's mirror could only reflect 30% of his strength, but now it had reached 40%. Immediately, the strength of Li Qingshan's mirror clone multiplied. "And I had thought it was something impressive, but it turns out that's all there is to it." Blood Shadow sneered. Even though his demon chi had multiplied, there was still a huge disparity between him and the two powerful demons that had increased in strength. Blood Shadow curled his finger at Li Qingshan, and all of Li Qingshan's chi and blood immediately surged as if they were about to burst out of his body. He only uttered a single word, "Suppress." His chi and blood immediately settled down. Blood Shadow's face twisted viciously, and his fangs protruded. He grabbed at the air with his right hand and pulled hard. He refused to believe that he could not even deal with the North Moon's clone after 3 years of cultivation. Countless hexagonal, faint blue screens of light emerged from Li Qingshan's body, spinning in a dazzling manner and reflecting everyone's faces. In the end, they settled down and formed a thin screen of light, completely isolating Blood Shadow's ability to control blood. This was still the innate ability he had grasped first, the spirit turtle's profound shell. However, after Li Qingshan broke through to the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, especially after obtaining the complete cultivation method from his sea of consciousness, his understanding of the spirit turtle had reached a whole new level. Most of the spirituality of the spirit turtle lay in its shell. Hidden within the shell was a world of its own. No matter how the world changed and how the world changed, it remained unfazed. Whether it was the mysteries of the heavenly secrets or the wonders of techniques, out of all the techniques in the world, what could bypass the spirit turtle's shell and affect it? In the moment the spirit turtle opened its eyes, Li Qingshan's barrier had surpassed Blood Shadow's control. It did not even have much to do with the amount of demon chi anymore. Blood Shadow was surprised. His ability was actually useless. You're trying to act mysterious. Eat my punch. Strong Stone recovered his battle intent in killing nature, throwing out a punch. He had no doubt that the fragile screen of light would shatter under his fist. In a head-on clash like this, there were no tricks to be used. The faint blue screen of light from the spirit turtle's profound shell was as smooth as a mirror. Strong Stone could clearly see himself lunging towards him, but he did not take it to heart. It was just a reflection. With a single thought, his fist landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, colliding with the fist in the mirror without the slightest difference. Strong Boulder's face was filled with shock, as he could clearly sense a tangible power radiate from his own mirror image. Just happened to block his fist. Although it was slightly weaker than his own strength, it had nullified most of the force of his punch. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow looked at each other in shock. The strength and abilities they were most confident in were actually useless before the North Moon. Most importantly, the one before them was not the North Moon's original body. It was just a clone. Just what had he cultivated in the past 3 years? You can't even deal with my clone, yet you're actually talking nonsense about wanting my original body to come. Alright then. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for what you've done just now. Seeing how Blood Shadow and Strong Stone were about to strike again, Li Qingshan dismissed the spirit turtle's profound shell with a wave of his hand. He just sat down and crossed his legs. Actually, he had already come up with a rough idea for this move just now during his 3 years of secluded cultivation. However, he had only been able to use it recently. The two abilities of the spirit turtle were closely related in the first place. In particular, the water mirror's image had many aspects worth ruminating over. It was definitely not as simple as a clone technique. However, this move required tremendous mental and physical effort, so he could not use it casually right now. As a result, he did not give them the opportunity to continue attacking after establishing his might. Blood Shadow was surprised and doubtful. Suddenly, he was no longer as confident in his 3 years of cultivation. As for what Li Qingshan had said, he no longer dared to ignore it. He could not exactly say that he regretted killing the Night Roamer guard. He just felt slightly uneasy. Alright. I'd like to see just how powerful your original body is. Strong Stone's fighting spirit was roused even more. He felt like he could not waste his strength on his clone, so he sat down before Li Qingshan, eyeing him covetously. Seeing how Li Qingshan had subdued the 2 demon generals with just his clone, the eyes of the Night Roamer princesses all flickered. This was the person they had sworn loyalty to. Although this loyalty did not come from the bottom of their hearts and was only for the benefit of their respective clans, they could not help but feel awed by the strength he had demonstrated at a time like this. Master! The Night Roamers cheered and lunged over, throwing themselves into Li Qingshan's arms and kissing him fiercely. Yi Liusu let out a sigh of relief. Apart from relief, there was also a hint of peace. From what Blood Shadow had said just now, she had already understood that everything she had built up over the past 3 years had already reached a juncture of life and death. As long as Helicoverpa Rosa gave the order, everything would be annihilated. I won't run away from my responsibilities, but this is already something I can't bear. Master, please return. Chapter 436. In the gloomy tunnel, a few Night Roamer guards patrolled the area. With their identities, they had no right to take part in the chaos that was happening in the center of the cavern. Suddenly, a figure swept past with a fierce gust of wind. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow raised their heads. A tremendous demon chi rapidly approached them, which surprised them slightly. It had only been 3 years, yet his demon chi had actually grown so much. Yi Liusu's expression changed. He's here. The wings of wind no longer resembled wings anymore. Instead, they seemed more like 2 spurting whirlwinds, pushing Li Qingshan forward rapidly. The cavern rapidly rose and fell in a rhythmic manner. If it was in the past, he would probably be unable to control himself while flying underground at this speed, and he'd collide headfirst with the rock wall. But now, his mind was at the microscopic level, and his control of demonic chi had reached the pinnacle, causing his speed to become faster and faster instead. In the blink of an eye, his field of vision widened. Yi Liusu and the other night roamers, as well as the two demon generals, Strong Stone and Blood Shadow, had all appeared before him. Their expressions differed. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He did not slow down at all, swooping down like a hawk on the hunt. Strong Stone suddenly stood up and threw a punch. It turned into the size of a stone pillar and pierced the air with a thunderous rumble. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and clenched his fist. Blood Shadow flashed to his side and swiped over viciously with his claws. Li Qingshan did not panic at all despite being attacked by two demon generals at the same time. He turned his gaze and looked at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow met the clear, tranquil eyes and felt like he had been seen through. Before he could even respond, he felt his wrist tighten. As if he had been expecting this, Li Qingshan casually grabbed Blood Shadow's wrist and pulled him forward. Strong Stone's huge fist landed on Blood Shadow as hard as it could, and Blood Shadow coughed up a mouthful of blood violently. It was as if he had taken the initiative to deliver himself to Li Qingshan as a meat shield. With a flap of his wings, Li Qingshan's speed didn't slow down at all. He leaned to the side and swept past Strong Stone's pillar-like arm. Then he opened his fingers and grabbed Strong Stone's head and flew away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Liusu felt that it was too much for her eyes to take in, and she was dazed for a moment. The two enemies who had forced her into a corner were easily taken away by him. A violent tremor came from the distant underground. At this moment, Li Qingshan's doppelganger, who was left in the cave, said, "I'm going to the underground to meet the Spider Queen. Yi Liusu, tell me, what happened in the past 3 years?" When his mind reached the microscopic level, he could experience the life and death of a single thought within the 400 thoughts in a snap of the fingers. Multitasking was no longer a problem. Right now, he could control both his main body and his clone at the same time, and they did not interfere with each other. With Yi Liusu and Yi Liobua in the lead, the night roamers stood behind them. They said loudly, "Greetings, Master." Yi Liusu began to tell him everything that had happened in the past 3 years, including her trade with the humans. Li Qingshan listened quietly and smiled. "You sure are capable." "It's all because of Master's inspiration," said Yi Liusu. She had done this precisely because Li Qingshan had initiated the trade between the resources of the humans and the underground world. Have the clans offered up spiritual herbs on time? Li Qingshan did not mind what Yi Liusu had done. Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. Who didn't want to live a better life? Apart from spiritual herbs, none of the other resources could be directly converted into his cultivation. If he sold them on the surface, it would easily raise suspicion. The losses outweighed the gains. Seeing how Li Qingshan did not pursue the matter, Yi Liusu eased up inside and immediately offered up 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. His eyes lit up and he smiled. Ruexian is going to be busy now. Even deeper underground. Li Qingshan had grabbed Strong Stone. He threw a furious punch at Blood Shadow. "Piss off. This is my battle." With a spurt, Blood Shadow was forcefully smashed to pieces, turning into droplets of blood. They twisted in the air and turned into a blood-red whip, lashing against Strong Stone viciously. Rock powder scattered, leaving behind a deep white mark. Strong Stone became even more furious, turning around and charging towards his old enemy. Li Qingshan just abandoned them, continuing towards Cobweb City. Blood Shadow and Strong Stone exchanged glances before lunging towards Li Qingshan together. The three demons basically constantly moved downwards as they fought. The collision of three powerful demon chi shook up the underground. Helicoverpa Rosa emerged from Cobweb City afterwards and arrived on the platform. She gazed over with a frown. Li Qingshan shook his arms, and the spirit turtle's profound shell suddenly expanded. He pushed Blood Shadow and Strong Stone aside and landed on the platform with a flap of his wings. He arrived behind Helicoverpa Rosa. "Mom, Spider Queen, I've returned." Strong Stone and Blood Shadow followed closely behind. Under Spider Queen's coercion, they dared not act rashly. Helicoverpa Rosa studied Li Qingshan afterwards. "Your demon chi really has grown by quite a lot. If I hadn't sent Strong Stone and Blood Shadow to invite you, would you have remained in secluded cultivation the entire time?" "Of course not," Spider Queen said coldly. "Do you know what the night roamers under your command have been doing over the past few years?" Blood Shadow said. That's colluding with the enemy. Please punish those night roamers, Ma am Spider Queen, and strip Li Qingshan of his authority over the night roamers. I just found out. Just a few transactions. Is that considered colluding with the enemy? Li Qingshan understood Helicoverpa Rose's cruel and mean nature very well. She absolutely detested peaceful coexistence like this. His past contributions were nothing in her eyes. Once he disliked her, she would never show any mercy. Since you've already ended your secluded cultivation, I look forward to your next performance. Helicoverpa Rosa stared at Li Qingshan threateningly with a vicious gaze before turning around and making her way into the hall. Her long dress trailed behind her. My patience is limited. Don't disappoint me. Yes, I understand. I understand. Li Qingshan lowered his head and said softly, as long as you understand. In Blood Shadow and Strong Stone's eyes, this was obviously a sign of weakness under Spider Queen's pressure. After clashing just now, they had also discovered that Li Qingshan was not ridiculously powerful. His demon chi was still below theirs. If they actually began fighting, the outcome would be unknown. Making them pay was just an empty threat. However, they failed to notice that between Li Qingshan's drooping scarlet hair, his clear eyes flickered with light. There was not much sharp killing intent. He was calm and confident. The path he walked had never required him to associate with anyone in the first place. He only needed to follow his heart, do whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. At the same time, Li Qingshan's mirror clone said, Liobua, gather all the matriarchs for a meeting. Yes, master. Everyone else is dismissed. Liusu, you stay behind. Li Qingshan patted Milliped's head. Aren't you injured? Millipede shook his head and tail to express that he was fine. Li Qingshan smiled. That's good. He thought inside, don't worry. I'll help you recover your strength very soon. All you need is a suitable demon core for you. Yi Liusu said. May I ask what orders master has for me? It's just us, so there's no need to be so polite. Come take a seat. Li Qingshan patted the stone table beside him. Yi Liusu hesitated before sitting down gently. She said apologetically, Did I cause you to be scolded by Spider Queen? How did you know? Forget it. It's not because of you. You've already done very well. Li Qingshan stared ahead. Their clash of ideals definitely did not stem from the night roamers. He did not fear challenges. He even enjoyed fighting, but he did not want to lose himself in the endless slaughter like the tiger demon. Thank you. Yi Liusu's heart softened. She stared at his handsome, flawless face quietly. It was just like how Liusu had described it. It was extremely enchanting. Liusu, Spider Queen has already passed an order. The days of peace are coming to an end. We must take part in the war. Yi Liusu had already anticipated this outcome, but she still could not help but sigh gently. Once they lost their neutrality, the trade would be impossible, and who knew how many night roamers would be sacrificed. Li Qingshan changed the topic. Oh right, how's the promotion of your ideals going? Many people agree with me, but they're all regular night roamers. They're powerless to protect themselves, while the powerful ones turn their noses up at me, saying I'm indulging in fantasy. Yi Liusu rallied with vigor, but she also felt rather helpless. When she thought about how they were about to be sucked into the war, she felt even more gloomy. After so many years, it's not easy to change our habits. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder comfortingly before saying, Humans have a saying called, without destruction, there can be no construction. This might be an opportunity. An opportunity? An opportunity to eliminate the divisions between clans and rule over all night roamers. Growing up underground, Yi Liusu was eccentric, but she was no stranger to these schemes and schemes under the influence of what she saw and heard. Her mother, Yi Mingzhu, had discussed this with her countless times. Even if the weak shout themselves hoarse, no one will care. The gentle words of the strong can penetrate deep into people's hearts. Li Qingshan smiled. I understand. Yi Liusu's gaze became determined. As long as you understand. Li Qingshan smiled. No one liked being someone else's servant or a clown for others to entertain themselves. Li Qingshan hated it even more. Of course, with his current strength, he was still not strong enough to openly confront the Spider Queen, but he was not someone who could be manipulated by her. There would be a day when the Spider Queen would discover that all of her loyal subordinates were dead, only leaving behind a group of disloyal night roamers. When that day came, if she wanted to play her perverted game, she would have to personally take part. Were demon commanders unkillable? Li Qingshan refused to believe it. At the same time, Li Qingshan's original body ventured even deeper underground. The temperature became colder and colder, where droplets of water turned to ice. He personally witnessed an underground river flow towards freezing. However, after crossing a certain depth, the temperature began to warm up, constantly rising until it became scorching hot, enough to melt metal. The underground rivers gradually decreased, while the fire-red rivers of lava gradually increased, surging about recklessly. In his senses, the auras of living beings became fewer and fewer, almost to the point of non-existence. It had become a truly deathly silent world. Li Qingshan stopped and gasped a few times. He felt a discomfort similar to altitude sickness, so he was forced to use the spirit turtle's profound shell to advance. Even to cultivators, this was a forbidden zone. However, a smile appeared on his face instead. This was because he could clearly feel that the interference from the underground magnetic field was gradually intensifying. He could not even cast the simplest spell. Only the innate supernatural powers of the demons could barely be of use, but they were also beginning to be affected. Li Qingshan took out the Sumeru ring and gritted his teeth. He continued onwards. He wanted to go a little deeper to ensure that nothing would go wrong. In the boundless mountains on Black Rat Mountain, a large rat ran back to the cave and reported, Great King, there's a human outside." The Rat King twiddled his whiskers. "Oh, I'll go take a look. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 437. Fu Qingjin erased his presence and strolled through the mountains slowly. The north wind swept up the snowflakes, making his blue robes flutter. The snow turned the mountains into a boundless world covered in silver. He let out a puff of white air, and the corner of his lips curled slightly. He seemed less dejected and dispirited, more calm and tranquil. If he could cast aside everything and find a bosom friend to wander through these empty mountains, would that not be better than fighting in the mortal world? Everything would return to dust, so why not have nothing in the first place? Suddenly he felt demon chi approach. A rat crawled out of its nest in the snow. When it saw Fu Qingjin, it did not attack immediately. Instead, it called out loudly, "The Rat King has arrived." Ouch! Then 16 rats standing on 2 legs, carrying a throne-like palanquin, broke out of the snow and ran over the messenger rat. A shifty-eyed fatty with a golden crown sat on the throne. He pointed at Fu Qingjin and barked, "Human, who are you? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Tell me the truth." Even with how knowledgeable Fu Qingjin was, he was stunned by this scene. He could not help but laugh. "I am Fu Qingjin. I've come to ask the Great King something. Please tell me the truth, Great King. I might spare your life if you do." The second sentence was spoken a moment later. In the Green Ruins illusion, the crown fell to the ground. The Rat King knelt below the steps and begged for mercy. "Spare me, great immortal. I will definitely tell you everything I know." Fu Qingjin stood on the steps with his hands behind his back, holding the Xieji horn in his hand. "A few years ago, did a cat demon pass through your territory?" The Rat King's eyes swiveled around. "I think so and I don't think so." The Xieji horn was unable to tell the truth from the ambiguous answer. Fu Qingjin picked up the Green Ruined sword again. Having been taught a few lessons, the Rat King told him everything that had happened that day. He no longer dared to hide anything. Fu Qingjin asked, "Did that demon really have 2 horns on its head? Scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, ox hooves and a tiger tail?" Yes. Fu Qingjin glanced at the unmoving Xieji's horn. He let out a long sigh. "So that's how it is. North Moon, you've always been a part of this. Your Majesty. Your Majesty." After an unknown period of time, the Rat King slowly raised his head amidst the cries of the rat bearers. He found himself in a world of ice and snow again, and Fu Qingjin had already disappeared. Heaving a sigh of relief, he plopped down on the ground. When he saw his crown, he hurriedly pounced on it and wiped it clean. A streak of green light descended from the sky and flashed past the Rat King's eyes. When the Rat King saw that the crown in his hand had already been split in half, he screamed in fear and fled into the cave. The 16 palanquin bearers followed closely behind, leaving the palanquin behind. After a while, the messenger mouse lifted the palanquin and fled into the cave. Li Qingshan's face was flushed by the lava. He was standing on a lava lake. Everywhere was a sea of fiery red. There were no sturdy rocks here. They were like balls of charcoal, emitting a dazzling red light as they slowly melted into the lava lake. If he went any further, he would probably reach the earth's lungs. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was here. Not to mention normal spirit artifacts, even the 100 treasures pouch, which was different in nature from normal spirit artifacts, could not be used here. Only this Sumeru ring was not affected. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He suddenly felt like he was the hobbit in the movies who brought the Lord of the Rings to Volcano Apocalypse. In a trance, the word movie had become an extremely unfamiliar word. His previous life was getting further and further away. However, everything that was happening to him now was even more magnificent than in the movies. Li Qingshan slowly put the Sumeru ring on his finger. Just as he was about to activate it, his gaze suddenly focused. He took out the Sumeru ring and hid it. He tilted his ear and listened. He felt a wave of life coming from a faraway place. It couldn't be. There were actually living beings here. And this so-called faraway place wasn't above, nor was it somewhere parallel to them. Instead, it was even deeper, buried deep within the earth's lungs. Together with the earth's lungs, it slowly inhaled and exhaled in an extremely peaceful manner. Li Qingshan was shocked. Even he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he dared to go any deeper. Unless he cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, that didn't mean he could roam freely in the earth's lungs. At that depth, the interference from the magnetic field was even more severe. It was as if order had been broken and chaos had returned. Even his innate mystiques could not be used freely. Not to mention, there was also the terrifying fire poison and the legendary earth bubble in the earth's lungs. No demon general could withstand the power of the earth bubble's explosion head-on. In any case, something that could go so deep into the earth's lungs was definitely not a good person. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly retreated. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan immediately turned around and saw Helicoverpa Rosa standing nearby, her bright red dress trailing behind her. She cast a questioning gaze at him. After confirming that the Sumeru ring had been properly hidden, Li Qingshan bowed. "I'm here to cultivate." "Cultivate? You're not a water-type cultivator. Why are you here to cultivate?" Helicoverpa Rosa's questioning voice was sharp and incisive. There was even a threat of murderous intent quietly surging, wrapping around Li Qingshan like spider silk. A drop of sweat rolled down Li Qingshan's forehead. His mind raced. Was it because he had touched Spider Queen's nerves, or because of this strange movement? No, it must have something to do with the presence in the earth's lungs. This was right below the Spider Queen's territory. Since he could sense the presence, how could the Spider Queen not sense it? This was probably one of the Spider Queen's great secrets. He had accidentally stumbled upon it, which might have already made her grow even more suspicious, making her consider silencing him. The Spirit Turtle's demon core gave off a warning that sounded like a siren, telling Li Qingshan just how dangerous his current environment was. He cursed inside. What did the Spirit Turtle suppressing the seas mean? Why didn't she warn him earlier? However, he also understood that the Earth's lungs and the magnetic field had interfered with the power of the Spirit Turtle's demon core. If this were any other place, Li Qingshan would have some confidence in protecting himself even if he fell out with her. But here, he was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Li Qingshan smiled. "I want to dual cultivate fire and water, which is why I've come. I hope Ma Spider Queen doesn't mind." "Oh." Helicoverpa Rosa made her way over slowly and grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist before wrapping her arms around his waist. "That does make me rather curious. The yin, yang, and 5 elements of demons were predetermined by the heavens. Normally, there would only be one." What Li Qingshan had said made her even more doubtful. Helicoverpa Rosa's beautiful face was only inches away, and her slender, curvy body pressed against his. From Li Qingshan's angle, He could even see the deep gully between her snow-white breasts. If they were on the banks of a lake with lush trees and clear water, accompanied by a beauty who whispered softly to him, just how pleasant would that be? However, the reality of the situation was blackish-red rocks, a lake of magma, and the vicious Spider Queen, whose voice sounded like a curse. Li Qingshan was pressed to the side by her, and below him was the churning magma. As long as he did not give her a satisfactory answer, she would mercilessly push him into the lake of magma, and not even his bones would remain. If Spider Queen is willing, I can demonstrate it. After breaking free from Helicoverpa rosa, Li Qingshan leapt to the center of the lake in a single step. Satisfy my curiosity, North Moon. Helicoverpa rosa crossed her arms and smiled. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. No problem. However, he thought inside, Phoenix, oh Phoenix, you have to try a little harder this time. Ever since he obtained the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva, Li Qingshan had never given up on comprehending it, but he always ended up in failure. The main reason for that was the existence of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Even though it was a symbol of peace and forbearance, as the ultimate spirit of water, how could it tolerate the existence of a pure spirit of fire? However, when Li Qingshan looked around, he thought of something. If he stayed here, perhaps he really might be able to practice the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Sparks rose up and vanished from the lake of magma, like the dance of fire elves. This place could not tolerate the existence of the spirit of water at all. The power of the spirit turtle's demon core had been suppressed to the limit. Perhaps this was an opportunity instead. The demon chi all over his body swelled up, surging with waves of fire. Li Qingshan's figure rapidly grew until he returned to his original form, turning into a colossal figure over 30 meters tall. He stood in the lake of magma like a black stone pillar propping up the cavern. Although his original form would be slightly less nimble, it was the strongest form of a demon. This is the first time I've seen your original form, so you're a descendant. No wonder, Helicoverpa rosa murmured from behind. Only the descendants of demons above Demon General could be referred to as descendants. They were not regular wild beasts the moment they were born. Instead, they possessed great strength similar to exotic beasts. However, very few demon generals were willing to do something like this, as it would result in a loss of power. In particular, the mother's side would remain in a state of weakness for a long period of time. However, this did dispel some of Spider Queen's suspicions. His cultivation speed was so fast that it barely made sense. Otherwise, he must have received assistance from other sources. As for Li Qingshan's ox horns and tiger tail, it made Helicoverpa rosa nod her head slightly. If it was a fusion of two races and two bloodlines, it would make sense for him to practice two elements at the same time. Though, I recall that the second energy you control apart from water is wind. Mom, Spider Queen, you'll understand if you keep watching. With that, Li Qingshan no longer paid any attention to Spider Queen. He allowed the lava to swallow him bit by bit. Waves of burning pain assaulted him as the violent fire poison invaded his body. Not only did he not circulate his demon chi to resist it, but he even withdrew all of his demon chi into the spirit turtle's demon core. He even guided the surging fire spirits into his body, and began practicing the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Immediately, Li Qingshan's eyes lit up like charcoal, burning brightly. At the same time, a sense of nobility rose up from his body. It was like a phoenix cherishing its feathers, proud and aloof. Helicoverpa rosa furrowed her brows slightly and watched on silently. He really did seem to be controlling the fire spirits. Although Li Qingshan's entire body was in burning pain, his joy overwhelmed all of the pain, as sure enough, practicing the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva here was much smoother. The rampaging fire spirits gathered together under his will, turning into a roaring fireball that constantly revolved. The fireball was not perfectly round. Instead, it was larger on one end and smaller on the other, shaped like a chicken. This was the Phoenix's embryo. Chapter 438. The lingering flames licked at Li Qingshan's body like black iron thrown into a furnace, about to be refined into steel and cast into a sword. His crimson eyes flickered like stars, and his crimson hair fluttered like flames. Half of Li Qingshan's body was submerged. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. stirring up huge waves in the lava lake. Dark red, crimson, bright red, and golden lava of various colors were stirred into a ball, filling the entire cavern with billowing white smoke. The rolling flames crashed into the dim curtain of light behind Helicoverpa, shattering into pieces. Her countenance flickered between bright and dark. What was she thinking? Li Qingshan returned to his normal size. He spread his arms and laid down in the lake of magma, bobbing up and down. His burns rapidly recovered, and the violent fire poison settled down too. In his body, a phoenix's embryo that resembled a face had finally condensed. When he raised his hand, balls of flames automatically gathered in his palm, ready for his use. Was this the first level of the phoenix? Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. No, he was still lacking something. This was just a trick. If he couldn't merge fire and water, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the true Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. However, it was already a considerable improvement. He could be considered to have found the door. He was about to get up when a divine sense pierced through the lava, his body and his consciousness. Li Qingshan saw the surging lava and the violent explosions of the earth bubble. Amidst the surging lava, there was a golden infant sleeping quietly. Could this be Helicoverpa's son? Li Qingshan found this absurd thought laughable. Even if this was Helicoverpa's body, she couldn't live peacefully in the depths of the earth. The infant suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he had been seen through. Before he could even think about it carefully, a strand of spider silk shot over, wrapping around him a few times and directly dragging Li Qingshan out of the lake of fire. What did you see? Helicoverpa asked from behind. I didn't anything, a baby. Who was he? Or should I say, what is it? Li Qingshan asked halfway through his sentence. It was a blessing, not a curse. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Instead of letting the Spider Queen's suspicion change, it's better to just get to the bottom of things. If they turned hostile. He threw out the phoenix egg that he had just condensed and blew her up into a mess, seizing the opportunity to slip away. You really saw it. Helicoverpa's expression changed. She tried to grab Li Qingshan but missed. Li Qingshan flashed 100 steps away. It's not me who wants to see him. It's him who wants to see me. What did he say to you? Helicoverpa's face revealed a trace of nervousness. She placed her hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and clenched it tightly. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. The demon commander was indeed not to be trifled with. I only looked. I didn't say anything. Helicoverpa's expression fluctuated. Sometimes it was fierce, sometimes it was peaceful. Li Qingshan had already prepared the phoenix egg and was ready to go. In the end, Helicoverpa's killing intent faded. According to what she saw just now, it seemed that Li Qingshan really did accidentally barge into this place for the sake of cultivation. As long as he was not instructed by someone or had some ulterior motive, she was not willing to kill a general at this time. Don't mention this to anyone. If even the slightest hint of it gets out, I'll kill you. I'll. Helicoverpa tilted her head and lightly kissed Li Qingshan's cheek. The tip of her scarlet tongue flitted across Li Qingshan's face. A strange feeling of excitement welled up in his heart. But Li Qingshan knew that this was not a declaration of love, but a threat. Or perhaps it was all the same to her. Binding, raping, and then killing were her natural hobbies. I almost can't help but leak this news right now. Li Qingshan smiled as he wrapped his arm around Helicoverpa's waist. He felt the thrill of playing with fire. Helicoverpa laughed loudly. Her laughter was shrill, like the trembling of a spider's web. There was a strange and pleasing feeling to it. Li Qingshan suppressed the doubts in his heart. He did not dare to activate the Sumeru ring here. As he left, Li Qingshan glanced back at the magma lake of fire. But what was it? In the depths of the earth, the infant closed his eyes again. In that instant he seemed to see the phoenix. But this was just an illusion. That undying bird had long since flown away from this world. Another 1,000 years had passed. Black Dragon, I feel that your era is about to end. Arriving in the depths of Cobweb City, Li Qingshan bade farewell to Helicoverpa. Although he had failed to activate the Sumeru ring, he had managed to catch a glimpse of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, so it had not been a wasted trip. But as he traveled further away from the earth, the spirit turtle's demon core immediately unleashed its full power again. He was forced to completely withdraw the power of the phoenix's embryo, but he could not help but feel like it was foreign. This was not something that could be rushed, so Li Qingshan just set it aside and focused on his clone. There was already a special discussion hall in the territory. In the center was a long, exquisitely carved table, with 6 seats placed to the left and right. The 6 matriarchs were all present, standing on the 2 sides. Hanging chandeliers illuminated their various expressions. One of them had changed her appearance. This was a very natural process for the night roamers, and there was no need for them to ask about the fate of the previous matriarch. Li Qingshan made his way to the end of the table. Yi Liubo pulled out a chair for him and he sat down slowly. The 6 matriarchs stood up together. "Greetings, Sir North Moon. Congratulations on emerging, sir." Li Qingshan had played it down. He had dealt with the provocations of the 2 demon generals with his clone, so he obviously could not hide it from them who were well informed. None of them dared to slight this rising star of the demon race. "Sit down." Li Qingshan yawned and leaned on the armrest with his hand to lean on his cheek. "Since I've emerged, I should exercise a little, just in case Ma M Spider Queen thinks I'm not doing my job properly. Do you have any suggestions? Bring me a map." Yi Mingzhu clapped her hands, and the guard took out a mental map, unfurling it on the table. "This is the map we obtained from the humans." Afterwards, she pointed at a point on the map. "There's a human city here. Sir, you can treat it as a greeting gift for Ma M Spider Queen." Bang! Li Qingshan slammed the table and stood up. "Do you think Ma M Spider Queen will be satisfied with a mere mortal city?" "Yes." Yi Mingzhu brushed her hand across the map, and several dozen specks lit up. "This is the location of the human sects we've discovered. However, they're all protected by formations, and there's also the mechanical cannons of the School of Moism. They're all tough foes that won't be easy to deal with. And once they're attacked, reinforcements from other sects will arrive very soon." Li Qingshan smiled. "That's good news." He casually pointed at a spot nearby. "This is the place. I request that everyone here participate in this battle. Sir, we still have to manage our clans. This isn't appropriate. We can send our clansmen to assist you." Other than Yi Mingzhu, the 6 matriarchs immediately objected. Who would be willing to leave their lair and go to the surface? They weren't afraid of the human cultivators being powerful, but they were afraid that the elders of their clans would take the opportunity to usurp their position. "If anyone is unwilling to participate, you can leave now." Li Qingshan interrupted them. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the killing intent of the tiger demon surged. "This sight. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 439. None of the 6 matriarchs dared to say no. "Since Lord Northmoon has decided so, we are willing to follow his lead." Li Qingshan smiled. "Very well, I will give you 2 hours to gather your subordinates. Of course, as long as they are above the tribulation transcendence stage. It will be dark soon." The sky gradually darkened, but the Clear River Prefecture was still brightly lit. Above the Hawkwolf Guard, Wang Pushi stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the city that was strewn with sparks. As the capital city under strict protection from cultivators, the Clear River Prefecture was probably the only city that had not been invaded by demons. A ray of green light flew over and made a turn before descending from the sky. Fu Qingjin landed lightly on the rooftop with a person in his hand. Who is this person? The culprit who caused the conflict 3 years ago is now handed over to Commander Wang to deal with. This is my sincerity. Fu Qingjin tossed the person in his hand in front of Wang Pushi. The disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect who had massacred so many people in the past cried out in terror, "Senior Fu, Lord Fu. I am the Demon Slayer's disciple. I am the Demon Slayer's disciple, you can't do this." Wang Pushi stepped on his throat and asked, "What do you want?" "Unite," Fu Qingjin said. "For the past 3 years, the demons have been wreaking havoc. Tens of thousands of people have suffered and countless people have died. But because of our conflicts, we have not been able to work together. Instead, we have been holding each other back. I think it's time to resolve our conflicts, unite, and put an end to the demons. Settle it? How do we settle it? Wang Puxi frowned. What arrogance! Gather all the cultivators and launch a counterattack. Slay the demons. Fu Qingjin waved his hand in high spirits. He was full of convincing confidence. No matter how depressed he was normally, as long as he was willing, he seemed to be born with the charisma of a monarch. Wang Puxi pondered and said, "This isn't something I can decide alone. I'll have to discuss it with the other patriarchs. Right now, I'm just communicating with them. Commander Wang, please contact them on my behalf. In 5 days, I'll invite all the Foundation establishment cultivators to a banquet upstairs for an alliance meeting. I will explain my ideas to them." Fu Qingjin cupped his hands and left. The suspect with the Sumeru ring arrived and used the situation to threaten them. With the help of the Xieji's horn, he would be able to expose himself. After the meeting, the first battle was to attack the North Moon's territory and force it to reveal the truth. This was the second battle. A huge net that Fu Qingjin had personally weaved and planned directly enveloped Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was at a loss. Even if he knew it would be useless. This was not some crafty plot, but an upright strategy. Fu Qingjin was not only doing this for the Soaring Dragon Elder's matter, but he was also gathering his forces to fight a demon. This was the third reason. The moon rose above the trees. It illuminated the deep and secluded valley. In the valley there was a continuous stretch of buildings. The buildings stood in great numbers, and the eaves were arched. The main color was vermilion. It was a majestic aura that no human being could possess. An invisible spell formation enveloped everything, blocking all outsiders outside. Among the many buildings, the most special were the numerous turrets. They were the crystallization of the Mahist's engineering skills. Li Qingshan had personally experienced their power. If anyone wanted to attack the formation, they would first have to endure their bombardment. Easy to defend and difficult to attack, it was heavily guarded. This was where the Vermilion Clothes sect was located. Li Qingshan only understood what Yi Mingzhu meant when she said they would be tough after seeing it with his own eyes. Although the formation in front of him could not compare to the duality formation of Minute, without the soaring dragon ship, it would not be so easy to break. On the hillside outside the valley, black figures stood silently in the forest. The one in the lead was obviously Li Qingshan. He rubbed his chin in thought. Behind him were the 10 personal guards, the 6 matriarchs, and many powerful night roamers. In order to prevent a fire from breaking out while he was away, the matriarchs had basically made ample preparations. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by their tremendous presence. Afterwards, he smiled and thought to himself, forcefully capturing them as able-bodied men really was the right choice. Do you have any plans to take down the Vermilion Clothes sect? Li Qingshan asked with demon chi. However, in his opinion, with the formation here, there was nothing he could do apart from forceful attacks. Unfortunately, the thing night roamers were least skilled at was forceful attacks. Encircling them and attacking reinforcements was a good choice, but it all depended on whether the others were willing to fall for it or not. However, Yi Liusu said, "I have a plan that can ensure we take down the Vermilion Clothes sect unscathed." "Oh, let's hear it." "In my opinion, the formation isn't invulnerable. As long as we unleash the innate talent of the night roamers and use phantom roaming, we can pass through the formation and assassinate the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect. These turrets and even the formation will be ours." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. If that really was the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. All he had to do was slaughter his way through the sects one by one. The losses would be minimal, while the benefits would be the greatest. A matriarch questioned, "But only those who have undergone the second heavenly tribulation can use phantom roaming." Once night roamers underwent the second heavenly tribulation, they could reach the realm of phantom roaming. Not only could their bodies pass through all visible or invisible barriers, but their weapons could also pierce the protective techniques or arcane artifacts of the enemy. They could basically go anywhere and pierce through everything, turning into the most terrifying assassins. Yi Mingzhu smiled. It's indeed impossible with just the strength of a single person, but with so many people here, as long as we work together, we can temporarily open up a path of phantom roaming. Sending 1 or 2 people in is still possible. Work together. The matriarchs looked at one another. That thought had never existed in their heads. Apart from Helicoverpa, no one could order them to work together. But now they had Li Qingshan. He smiled. That's a good idea. Let's begin. But who was going in? Isolated and without any support, once the assassination failed, they would be trapped. They would be in the most disadvantageous situation possible. Just the sight of the turrets was chilling. Yiliosu walked out silently. Yiliobo followed behind her with a smile. Me too. Under the lead of the 6 matriarchs, all the powerful night roamers gathered their strength, forming a hazy smoke-like cluster of deep darkness. Even at a time like this, their power was silent and withdrawn, without giving off a sliver of their aura. Yiliosu and Yiliobo were waiting for that fleeting opportunity. The 6 matriarchs suddenly struck together, and the cluster of deep darkness shot towards the vermilion clothes sect below. Sure enough, it passed through the formation silently, like a path of darkness. Yiliosu and Yiliobo unleashed night roaming at the same time, leaping into the path of darkness. The master of the vermilion clothes sect paced around the room alone, carefully considering everything that had happened recently. He could not help but sigh inside when he recalled the resentful gaze of the disciple Fu Qingjin had taken away as a bargaining chip. However, he did not feel like he had done anything wrong. The survival of the fittest had always been common sense in this world. It was your fortune that the sect was willing to protect you in the past. It's your fate that they won't protect you now. What's there to be resentful about? Compared to that, it was even more of a pity that he could no longer trade with the underground world. A ruminating expression appeared on his face. Looking at Fu Qingjin's recent actions, he was clearly going to take action soon. Compared to trading with those strange other folk, using the blade in his hand to kill and steal was more in line with the principles of the Vermilion Clothes sect. The moonlight cast a figure on the wall. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect suddenly looked back, only to see Yiliosu wielding a curved blade, standing silently under the moonlight. Why are you here? What answered him was a smear of resplendent silver light. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect bellowed out. The blood-red blade on his waist moved like a dragon, dyeing the entire room red. It was unstoppable. Suddenly, a swathe of yellow embroidery enveloped his face. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect's vision darkened, and he heard a strange whistle. He felt his back ache, and a dark dagger stabbed into his back. The blood-red blade swung back, and Yiliobo retreated gracefully. The curved blade in Yiliosu's hand drew a profound arc. It was untraceable, sweeping towards his throat. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect was filled with surprise and fury. Red light surged from him, forcing the curved blade and dagger away. He was like a god in vermilion clothes wielding a blade, staring at Yiliosu murderously. How did you get in here? The formation still maintained its function, showing no signs of being touched at all. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Everything that had happened tonight was strange. He had to ask the demon slayer for reinforcements immediately. Suddenly, he felt a numbness spread from his back. The dagger was poisoned, and it was extremely terrifying poison. Over the past few millennia, the night roamers' alchemy techniques had all been developed in this direction, but it was not without some results. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could not ignore it. In the blink of an eye, the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect's face turned green. Yiliosu and Yiliobo circled around the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect like they were dancing gracefully. They turned into 2 black ghosts and merged into the night silently. All that was left was the bright yellow embroidery, drifting about and reflecting the moonlight. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect's eyes narrowed. He felt like death was pressing towards him. The disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect who heard the disturbance rushed over from all directions, but they were unable to make him feel at ease at all. He only felt colder and colder. Attack with the turrets? Ask the demon slayer for reinforcements? With a thought, the bright yellow embroidery suddenly expanded to 10 times its original size, enveloping the surroundings. Shatter! The blood-red blade in the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect's hand swelled up. With a single move, bloody battles, the blade aura rained down like a storm. As soon as the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect arrived outside, they saw streaks of blood-red light cut the buildings and courtyards to pieces. One of the disciples who had moved a little faster was sucked into the blade aura, immediately being torn to pieces and reduced to a pile of flesh on the ground. It frightened the other disciples into retreating. The bright yellow embroidery rippled. It was as flexible as water, completely unscathed, but it was unable to fall down either. It hovered in the air like a yellow cloud, obscuring the moon. The curved blade and dagger flashed like a crescent moon, like a meteor. They crisscrossed and vanished in a flash. Time passed by slowly. There was a rumble of buildings collapsing and a hubbub of voices in the valley. "Prepare to attack and support them," said Li Qingshan sternly. Their chances of victory were extremely high, but he still had to consider the worst-case scenario. They were his most important confidants among the night roamers. He could not allow anything to happen to them. Yi Mingzhu said, "It's just the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect, a Foundation establishment cultivator. They definitely won't disappoint Sir North Moon." As she said that, the formation vanished. Chapter 440. The blade aura dispersed. The ground within a range of several hundred meters had been sliced to pieces. Not a single blade of grass could survive. Only the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect stood tall with the blood-red blade in his hand, like a god. A bloody gash had appeared on his throat. Blood flowed out from his chest, soaking his vermilion clothes. The color was indeed dark. The bright yellow embroidery drifted through the air, covering his regretful face before collapsing on the ground loudly. The life force of Foundation establishment cultivators was not as great as demon generals, but physical injuries were no longer so important to them who were one with the world. Otherwise, Yi Liubua's first strike would have been a lethal wound. However, the damage from the poison was omnidirectional. Foundation establishment cultivators could not completely detach themselves from their bodies either. The Vermilion Clothes sect was one of the more skilled sects in battle. The strength of the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect stood out even in the Clear River Prefecture. If they fought openly, even a handful of Yi Liusu would not necessarily be able to take him down in a short amount of time. However, assassinations had always been about catching the enemy off guard and defeating the enemy stronger than them. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect had let his guard down due to the formation, allowing him to suffer a lethal strike from Yi Liubua. The moment he was poisoned, victory was already decided. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua appeared. They knelt on one knee and panted slightly. Every single one of them was covered in several dozen horrific wounds. The desperate strike from the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect was truly startling, and the blade in his hand was anything but ordinary. It's other folk. Kill them. They killed the sect master. How did they get in here? Why didn't the formation give off any warnings? Under the cries of the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua looked at one another and smiled. They arrived beside the corpse of the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect like no one else was around and began searching through it. A 10th layer chi practitioner disciple lunged over with a swing of his blade. With a flash of the curved blade, it cut him in half. Even though they were injured, they had undergone the heavenly tribulation, so they could not be threatened by these regular disciples. Seeing this, the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect retreated hesitantly, fleeing in all directions. Yi Liusu had already found the formation disk and stopped the formation. Dark shadows appeared one after another. It flew into the Vermilion Clothes sect and followed every Vermilion Clothes sect disciple like a shadow. Several miserable cries rang out. The valley quickly quieted down. The turrets remained silent. Yi Liubua held the control mechanism in her hands and disassembled them one by one. He put it into his 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and took off with a trajectory, landing on a turret and observing the entire valley. All of the night roamers returned to him, offering up the 100 treasures pouches they had obtained. None of them were bold enough to keep it to themselves. The 100 treasures pouches of chi practitioners were not enough for them to take on such a risk. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and accepted all the 100 treasures pouches. Finally, he took the 100 treasures pouch from the Vermilion Clothes sect from Yi Liusu's hands. He smiled and said, "You guys have the greatest merit in this battle. When this matter is over, I will naturally reward you according to your contributions." He also said to the other night roamers, I'm only keeping the spoils of the battle with me for now. Once we return underground, I'll reward the clans according to their contributions." Yi Mingzhu immediately said, "Lord Northmoon is wise. We will definitely unite as one and pledge our loyalty to you, sir." The other matriarchs secretly cursed Yi Mingzhu for being a shameless bootlicker, but they dared not fall behind either. They were just afraid that they would end up losing out when the spoils of the battle were distributed. "As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't overcome." Yi Liusu's heart surged. This was the first time she had become a foundation establishment cultivator. There was actually an incomparably relaxed feeling. However, she knew that if it were not for Li Qingshan's leadership, it would have been impossible for her to be so relaxed. The other night roamers were rather perplexed too. At the very least, they believed in everything Yi Liusu had done. As Yi Liusu promoted his idea of unity, Yi Liubo moved over and wrapped her arms around his waist. She passed the blood-red blade from the master of the vermilion clothes sect into his hands and bit his ear. She said softly, "You can treat it as a gift from me to master, all right? Oh no, even you're mine. How are your wounds?" Li Qingshan lifted the blood-red blade and could not help but praise, "What a fine blade." The blood-red blade was extremely sharp. It had already surpassed the boundaries of regular spiritual artifacts. The blade was a keepsake passed down through the generations of the vermilion clothes sect master. It had been refined through countless generations. It did not possess the ingenious transformations of regular arcane artifacts, but it was much more practical to Li Qingshan. If he could refine the blade, he would not suffer too much of a loss even if he faced Fu Qingjin's green ruined sword. "It's just a small wound. I'll be fine after some rest. It won't leave behind any scars. The blade chi is just a little troublesome. You only said it was yours, so why didn't you take it?" Yi Liubo grumbled. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. He pressed his hand against her back and purged the blade chi. He smiled. "Stop acting like a spoiled child." He raised his hand. "Mingzhu, bring me a map. Where's the nearest sect?" The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars filled the sky. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and flew low over the wilderness. The dark shadows on the ground followed him silently. Wherever he went, there was only a gust of night wind. Very soon, a mountain appeared on the horizon. Li Qingshan folded his wings and flew off in a hurry. That was his next target. The night roamers became more and more familiar with working together. Towards the end, there were even 4 people sent into the formations, while most foundation establishment cultivators in regular sects would only be 1 or 2. They carried out assassinations with a crushing advantage. They were basically invincible. They did not even have the opportunity to call for help. The only time they failed was when the formation of the Red Cloud sect was rather special. It enveloped a radius of several dozen kilometers, preventing them from using phantom roaming. They had to choose their next target. Just like that, in a single night, Li Qingshan annihilated 4 sects with his people and killed 3 foundation establishment cultivators. They benefited greatly. Yi Mingzhu unfurled the map. "Sir, it's getting late. Our next target is here." "What sect is this?" "The Bronze Cauldron sect. They're renowned for forging artifacts. They should be very easy to deal with." On a nameless peak, Fu Qingjin sat with his legs crossed, breathing in and out the spiritual qi of the world. He had already cast down the net. All he had to do was wait for the right time to pull it in and end this lengthy journey. He would take her back to the Sword Collection Palace. After experiencing the changes of the past 3 years and witnessing the various horrors caused by demons, she must have understood the importance of strength. She would no longer be naive. Although he did not wish for her to endure such pain, this was a necessary step. At this moment, the Demon Slayer's tablet on his waist suddenly flickered. Fu Qingjin's eyes narrowed. "It's the Bronze Cauldron sect's distress signal." Green light shot into the air, and Fu Qingjin arrived at Bronze Cauldron Mountain on his sword. Looking down, he could not help but be surprised even with his mental fortitude. The once prosperous Bronze Cauldron sect had basically been reduced to ruins. It was like a colossal beast had run over it. There was not a single complete structure left. All that was left was a huge cauldron, standing alone in the ruins. Just what had happened? Fu Qingjin flew over to the cauldron. Sect Master Chen, are you in there? Sect Master Chen's frantic voice rang out from the cauldron. Be careful, fellow Fu. An hour ago, Li Qingshan had launched a surprise attack on the Bronze Cauldron sect with the night roamers. His phantom roaming technique had worked once again. When the formations had been destroyed from the inside, the machine turrets continued to function, shooting out beams of light and forcing a few night roamer assassins into hiding. Li Qingshan flew up and reverted to his original form mid-air, falling down loudly. Beams of light shot over. The spirit turtle's profound shell constantly disassembled and reassembled, blocking the attacks. Boom! With a great rumble, a shockwave swept out from the hooves, ripping apart all the structures including the machine turrets and sending them flying into the air. The disciples of the Bronze Cauldron sect standing on the ground all exploded as a mass of flesh and blood. Bronze Cauldron Mountain trembled and cracked. It was close to collapsing. This natural disaster left all the night roamers dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Cauldron sect had been reduced to ruins. If Li Qingshan wanted to massacre an entire city, he would definitely be more efficient than Strong Stone and Blood Shadow. After the aftershocks subsided, the night roamer who had been ordered to carry out the assassination approached him. He raised his head and reported, "Sir, there's a problem." Li Qingshan gazed down and had noticed the source of the problem a long time ago. Even his shockwave seemed to be unable to destroy the only intact bronze cauldron in the ruins so easily. He's hiding in there. There's nothing we can do. As soon as the night roamer assassins began their assassination, the sect master of the Bronze Cauldron sect immediately summoned the huge cauldron and hid in there. Can we use phantom roaming? Li Qingshan patted the bronze cauldron, which produced a clang. The bronze cauldron was actually an extremely rare arcane artifact. It was the treasure of the Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It was extremely sturdy and stable. It was no wonder that even the night roamer assassins were helpless against it. Yi Mingzhu said, "Probably, but it'll probably be extremely disadvantageous for us if we enter his cauldron." "If that's the case, then let's just wait for him to come out," said Li Qingshan. An arcane artifact cauldron for forging artifacts was extremely rare. Since he had come across it, how could he let it go so easily? At most he would just drag it back forcefully. He refused to believe that a mere cauldron could rival his strength. Yi Mingzhu said, "It's almost dawn now. He's probably already sent out a call for help." Although the sunlight's influence on night roamers at their level was extremely weak, it would still be quite a problem if the influence accumulated bit by bit. In particular, it would not be as easy to open up a path of phantom roaming. "All right then. Retreat." Li Qingshan immediately changed his mind. He turned around and left, shooting a glance at Yi Liusu. The group retreated to the bottom of the mountain. Yi Liusu ordered everyone to set up an ambush on the spot. She also took out the machine cannons they had seized along the way, and prepared to carry out Li Qingshan's original plan, which was to surround them and attack reinforcements. The blood-red blade reflected Li Qingshan's face. "Retreat? How's that possible? I haven't even had my fill yet. Since a sneak attack doesn't work, then we'll set up an ambush. If that doesn't work, then we'll launch a forceful attack. I want to use this momentum to deal a heavy blow to the demon slayer, Fu Qingjin." When a streak of green light descended from the sky, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. He never thought it would be this big fish right from the start. He currently had the blood-red blade in hand, his many subordinates by his side, and countless cannons at the ready. If he grasped this opportunity well, he might be able to kill Fu Qingjin here, and end their conflict prematurely. Li Qingshan leapt up from the forest and swung his blade at Fu Qingjin. Fire! Right now it was the darkest moment before dawn. In that moment, thousands of streaks of light illuminated the night sky, weaving into a net of light. Fu Qingjin looked back in surprise. All he saw was the streaks of light shooting through the air in a slight arc. As he cast down a net for Li Qingshan, he never thought he would charge into Li Qingshan's net first. P.S. I've been adjusting my schedule recently, so I definitely can't stay up late anymore. It's good for the body to sleep early and wake up early, though I keep feeling a little sleepy. To be continued. Chapter 441. The cauldron-shaped bronze cauldron mountain shone with dazzling light, like a volcano erupting violently. The ruins turned to dust in the light before flying into the sky. All traces of human activity were wiped away in that instant, condensing into a layer of crystal. Li Qingshan cast his gaze at the rolling dust. Fu Qingjin had not managed to escape in time. The green ruined sword pointed at the sky, standing before Fu Qingjin. One side of his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, while the other side turned into specks of light that scattered and condensed. In the final moment, he had unleashed the green ruin's illusion. Even when he was struck by the light, he only scattered into specks of light. Keep firing! Li Qingshan swung his blade and roared. No matter how powerful the green ruined sword was, its power was not endless. It seemed invincible only because it had not been forced to the limit. He wanted to test the limits of the green ruined sword, and not waste this heaven-sent opportunity. The light fell like rain, pouring onto the top of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The rumbling shook through the surroundings as the mountain was shaved off layer by layer. Fu Qingjin's body constantly dispersed and condensed. His expression remained the same the entire time. This continued for 15 minutes. Fu Qingjin frowned, and the green ruined sword in his hand thrummed gently. He had never thought he would end up in such a predicament due to a moment of carelessness. North Moon, I've underestimated you. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto the green ruined sword. The sword shone with green light, and he became one with it, turning into a streak of green light that rushed into the sky. Now! Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Having been charging up for a very long time, he suddenly unfurled his wings of wind and swung out with the blood-red blade, forcefully severing the green light. Fu Qingjin smiled instead of becoming angry. The green ruined sword rippled with rings of green light. The abandoned palace and city. It unfurled in the air. In a daze, Li Qingshan fell into the green ruin's illusion again. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo walked through the air, following closely behind. They were ready to swing their weapons at Fu Qingjin, but they missed. They directly passed through the green light and looked back in shock. The green ruin's illusion was like a mirage in the sky, visible but unreachable. Fu Qingjin said faintly, "Even if there are 10,000 people, only one can face me in the end. Are you ready, North Moon?" At this moment, many Foundation establishment cultivators arrived and saw the tragic state of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Looking at the illusory realm in the sky, he didn't know what to do. Yi Liubo shouted, "Quick, open up the netherworld path." Although he had never clashed with Fu Qingjin before, this liaison of the Sword Collection Palace was renowned underground. He had clashed with Strong Stone and Blood Shadow several times, and he had gained the upper hand every single time. Although he had failed to kill the two demons, he had forced them back underground every single time, and they would even be slightly injured. "There's no need." Li Qingshan stared at Fu Qingjin and said indifferently. The green ruin's illusion was different from formations. It was completely under Fu Qingjin's control. Even if they forced their way in, they would be expelled. From now on, Yi Liusu will be in command. Kill and injure the Demon Slayer cultivators as much as possible. Yes, Liusu. Yi Liusu leapt towards the Foundation establishment cultivators, who had come to provide assistance. The other night roamers followed close behind. She had already merged with the darkness in the air, vanishing. The Foundation establishment cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They had never seen so many tribulation-level night roamer assassins appear together. Mountainous Sword Qi. A middle-aged cultivator in Taoist robes drew his sword from its sheath. It turned into numerous blurs, wrapping around him like a mountain of swords. If he were up against a few night roamers, this move would be enough to defend himself. Night roamers were not skilled in direct attacks, but right now, he was up against several dozen of the strongest night roamer assassins. Clang! 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 A series of weapons collided. The night roamer assassins flashed like ghosts, forcefully pushing back the mountainous sword Qi. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. He took out a handful of thunderbolt seeds from his 100 treasures pouch and scattered them. With a series of rumbles, he cut off the night roamer's attacks. He rode his sword away in a hurry. Yi Liubo snorted coldly, abandoning her sword and wielding a bow. She drew it to a full crescent, and a black arrow had already condensed between her 2 fingers. Behind her, over a dozen night roamer assassins did the same. Among night roamers, archery was something they had to learn since they were young. A black rain of arrows pierced through the smoke from the explosions, leaving behind black trajectories silently. The middle-aged cultivator called out to the backs of the other Foundation establishment cultivators, "Save me, fellow cultivator." The other Foundation establishment cultivators fled into the distance without even looking back, thinking that it was better for them to die than for themselves. They had not lost their minds when they risked their lives against several dozen night roamers undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The middle-aged cultivator blocked a few arrows with all his might. His Taoist robes fluttered. It was actually an extremely rare supreme-grade protective spiritual artifact, which helped him block 7 or 8 arrows. If it were a one-on-one battle, he would basically be undefeatable, but faced with an absolute disparity in numbers, the Taoist robes did not have the time to recover at all. The rain of arrows tore through it in a single moment, turning the middle-aged cultivator into a hornet's nest as he fell out of the sky. As for his fellow Taoists, they could not escape easily either. The 6 matriarchs went to block their way. Speed was their advantage, and there were not many opportunities for them to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator so easily. "Do you think you can disturb my mind like this?" Fu Qingjin said as he constantly used the Green Ruins illusion to recover the power he had lost just now. "I've never thought about disturbing your mind. How about it? You didn't expect this, did you?" Li Qingshan laid out his hands, actually not taking the initiative to attack. Instead, he began chatting with Fu Qingjin with great interest. He had never been one to waste his breath. He deeply detested the foolishness of talking nonsense and putting on an act even when he possessed an absolute advantage, only for his opponent to turn the tables on him. It was the exact opposite. After witnessing Fu Qingjin's speed just now, he understood he had no so-called advantage. Even if he threw his life on the line against Fu Qingjin right now, Fu Qingjin was bent on fleeing, he still would not be able to stop him. At their realm of cultivation, this was most situations in one-on-one situations. Victory was easy but life or death was difficult. However, to Li Qingshan, winning a single battle was completely meaningless. As a result, he purposefully gave Li Qingshan the hope that Qingjin would kill him just to keep him here. His helper was already on the way. When he saw Fu Qingjin, Li Qingshan understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the demon slayer. His doppelganger began to take action underground. The helper he was looking for was not little Anne. In the underground cavern, Blood Shadow looked coldly at Li Qingshan. "You dare come to my territory? Fu Qingjin is at Bronze Cauldron Mountain, facing off against my main body. If you want revenge, come," Li Qingshan said. Only with Blood Shadow's uncanny speed could he catch up to Fu Qingjin and end his life. "Are you serious?" Blood Shadow's expression changed. His hatred for Li Qingshan was no less than his hatred for Fu Qingjin. Both of them had humiliated him in the past. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Li Qingshan turned around and left. Blood Shadow arrived before him in a flash. "Where are you going?" "I'm obviously going to find Strong Stone and Dragon's Nail. Oh right, and Ma am Spider Queen as well. I want to tell her that a good opportunity for a counterattack has come." Li Qingshan made his way around Blood Shadow and flew off. He did not know any battle tactics or strategy. He just suddenly discovered he had a good hand, so he wanted to win it all. War was not a game that could be won through schemes and schemes. So-called strategic planning was nowhere near as profound as described in novels. It was always filled with variables. A single coincidence could change the course of the war. What truly determined victory was still the strength of both sides. At the very least, at this moment the United Night Roamers were even more powerful than the disloyal Demon Slayer. It only took Fu Qingjin a moment to understand all of this. He even managed to guess some of Li Qingshan's intentions. However, he remained as calm as still water. Instead he smiled. "I know what you're thinking, but even if the Blood Demon and the Rock Demon come together, you won't be able to kill me. I might as well try." Li Qingshan sat down on the moss-covered steps. "I hope your subordinates are as tough as you. You're just arrogant because of a sword." Deep underground, Strong Stone smiled viciously. "You want me to assist you?" "No. I'd advise you to take this opportunity to attack the other sections. Now is the best opportunity. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Strong stone was unable to keep up with the speed of Fu Qingjin's flying sword, and the power of the stone of slaughter probably would not be of much use either. However, there was nothing better than taking down a sect by force. Fu Qingjin was right. He was not confident he could kill them right from the beginning, but he could at least destroy the demon slayer. A gentleman's life is not different, and he's good at faking things. Do you think you're just relying on yourself? Fu Qingjin said slowly. He arrived on the broken wall to Li Qingshan's right and sat down. He smiled. A group of foundation establishment cultivators aren't as important as you imagine them to be. Compared to them, I still care more about you. In just a few short years, you've gone from a demonic beast to such a level. That's just shocking. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and smiled. They're very important to me. Without these battles and so many spoils of war, he would not be where he was right now. Is it because of the pill that the cat demon gave you? No, it's nowhere near enough. You must have had other fortuitous encounters, Fu Qingjin muttered to himself. Of course I'm blessed. Li Qingshan gazed down unconcernedly. The foundation establishment cultivators were like deer surrounded by a pack of wolves. They gradually gave in and another one died. Oh right, do you know who killed the soaring dragon elder? Fu Qingjin suddenly asked. He held the Xieji's horn in his sleeve. He had stayed here precisely to get to the bottom of this. To the sword collection palace, this was the most important. Just now, he had only said so much to prepare for this question. He wanted to catch them off guard. The enemy obviously would not tell him the truth, but with the Xieji's horn, he believed he could get to the bottom of it. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but he thought of something and shut his mouth. He even closed his eyes. He could not afford to be careless when speaking to someone like that. A green light flickered through Fu Qingjin's eyes. He smiled. All right, I think I understand now. You're actually not someone who's good at hiding things. That person is the source of all your power, right? Li Qingshan snapped open his eyes. What's that in your hand? Chapter 442. Li Qingshan swung his right hand, and the wall shattered loudly. Fu Qingjin turned into specks of green light and flew around Li Qingshan, condensing into Fu Qingjin's face. He said, You think you're already powerful enough, but you're actually alone and without help. Fu Qingjin, you sure like to talk nonsense. How can the strong and the weak, life and death be determined by your mouth? Speak with your sword. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He swung the blood-red blade about, striking every speck of green light with great precision. The green light split into two again, becoming even more chaotic. The light from the blade followed it like a shadow, striking it at the same time. The green light split into four again, and the light from the blade split as well. The light from the blade burst out wildly, but Li Qingshan's eyes remained calm, shining with a faint blue light. Time seemed to be being pulled, becoming extremely slow. The trajectory of every speck of green light became extremely clear. Clang! With a metallic clang, the green ruined sword condensed from the specks of green light collided with the blood-red blade. Fu Qingjin flew backwards, slightly surprised. He finally lost his composure. The realm of intricacy. Fu Qingjin's strength did not come from the green ruined sword alone. It also came from the Sword Collection Palace's deep heritage and the elite education it provided to the disciples carefully selected. If the 100 schools of thought and small sects were akin to regular schools, then the Sword Collection Palace was akin to training for geniuses. In regular schools, students who could memorize the formulas and use them flexibly could be considered good students. The latter, on the other hand, had to understand the formulas themselves under the guidance of a teacher to be considered qualified. At the same level of cultivation, their strength was completely different. Even if Fu Qingjin only wielded a regular spiritual sword, it would be very difficult for regular foundation establishment cultivators to defeat him. The realm of intricacy. Is that what you call it? After reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan could experience life and death with a single thought. He could experience endless, profound changes in extreme stillness. If he used it on the spirit turtle's demon core, He would be able to detect danger with even greater sensitivity. If he used it on the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would be able to reflect an enemy's attack. Just now, he used it on his blade style to force back Fu Qingjin. He couldn't tell if it was talent or something else. Today, finally, Fu Qingjin gave an explanation. I have to admit that you are indeed an enemy that can threaten me. Towards such an enemy, I usually show some respect. However, this is not your fortune. Fu Qingjin's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and the fingers of his left hand formed a sword. The green ruined sword in his right hand pointed backwards. Li Qingshan slashed down with his saber, and the blood-red saber aura that resembled a waterfall was deflected. Blood splattered everywhere. The green ruin's illusory realm was dyed red. The green ruin's tribulation. Wan Jiansheng. Fu Qingjin chanted in a low voice and stabbed out with his sword. The green radiance and the saber aura clashed fiercely. The green radiance flashed and pierced through the saber aura, heading straight for Li Qingshan's forehead. Li Qingshan tilted his head and dodged it. He took a step forward and was about to land on the ground. Suddenly, a green ruined sword rushed into the air. He turned around. He leaned back and the sword light brushed past his face. Before his feet had even landed on the ground, streaks of green light burst out of the earth. Each sword was faster than the last. Li Qingshan's footsteps changed gracefully, weaving through the light like a vicious tiger through the jungle. He strode forward steadily, his gaze fixed on Fu Qingjin the entire time. The light became even denser. He casually swung the blood-red blade, carving out a path in the jungle. He mocked loudly, "Is this my misfortune? Then I sure am lucky." Fu Qingjin smiled. The show has only just begun. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the sky. The green ruined swords flew into the air one by one, hovering there. They turned around together and pointed their tips at Li Qingshan, turning into a rain of swords. They thrummed as they descended rapidly. Li Qingshan frowned. He turned around quickly and swung the blood-red blade around like a wheel, knocking away the rain of swords. The intense sounds of metal colliding rang out without end. However, the rain of swords seemed endless. With Li Qingshan at the center, countless green ruined swords lined up neatly in a sword formation, flying over from every angle and direction. Even when they were knocked away, they would only adjust their direction and rearrange themselves. Fu Qingjin only smiled faintly. Li Qingshan's figure was gradually swallowed by the green ruined swords. The roar of the tiger demon pierced through the clouds. The sword formation paused, and Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and broke out of the formation. He arrived above Fu Qingjin in a flash and swung down. Before the blade could land, Fu Qingjin turned into green light and dispersed, merging with the green ruined swords. The countless green ruined swords gathered into a long dragon, flickering with green light as it lunged over. With the green light imbued in the swords, even with the blood-red blade in hand, Li Qingshan struggled to injure him. In the green ruins illusion, Fu Qingjin's power could be replenished endlessly, while Li Qingshan's connection with the spiritual qi of the world was completely cut off. Every bit of demon qi he used would be a bit less. Fu Qingjin was in an undefeatable position right from the beginning, which was why he could converse with Li Qingshan so easily, like a hunter looking at prey in a trap. As for Li Qingshan, he was unable to even use his innate ability of the strength of the earth. He really did seem like he had fallen into a trap. In the face of danger, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly cleared up. The blood-red blade that he relied on to clash with the green ruined swords drooped down, as if he had given up on clashing with Fu Qingjin. It was an ordinary punch, and with every inch it moved forward, it seemed to have to pause for a moment and grow a bit larger. At first glance, it seemed to have a kind of sluggish feeling. Fu Qingjin smiled inside. He was using his body to face the green ruined swords. Was this the final frenzied struggle of a cornered beast? The moment the fist and the swords collided, something unexpected happened. The green ruined swords shattered one by one. Before the tips of the swords could even touch Li Qingshan's fist, they were shattered and destroyed by an invisible force. The moment the swords shattered, even the green light that resided within them was extinguished bit by bit. Cracks spread rapidly, and everywhere they passed, The broken walls collapsed and shattered into pieces of green light. The rumble reached hundreds of kilometers away. It was even louder than the tiger demon's furious roar, as if an invisible bell had been struck. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. He had never used his most destructive power, the power of tremors, precisely for this opportunity. With his realm of intricacy, he layered the power of tremors on top of each other. Even a mountain could collapse. Li Qingshan completely destroyed the sword dragon in a single stroke. In a single moment, all the swords were destroyed, revealing the original form of the Green Ruin's sword. Li Qingshan sneered and converted all of his demon chi into the power of tremors, pouring it into the Green Ruin's sword viciously. The Green Ruin's sword thrummed and flew back into Fu Qingjin's hand. His tattered, green robes were in tatters, no longer graceful at all. His face was completely drained of blood. He was heavily injured. In the Green Ruin's illusion, he had dispersed his original body into specks of green light to avoid damage, which instead allowed Li Qingshan's power of tremors to unleash its full potential. However, the damage the Green Ruin's sword suffered directly reached his mind, which made him extremely surprised and furious. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is this power?" "Ask the King of Hell." Li Qingshan lunged over and turned into his original form over 30 meters tall. He had a head of bronze and a forehead of steel with sharp teeth and claws. He was like a black demonic tiger roaring madly. The tiger's tail swept up the blood-red blade, turning into a blurry blood shadow and swinging it towards Fu Qingjin's waist. The tiger's claws lunged out, ready to be unleashed with the power of tremors. His entire body was a weapon for killing. "Wretched demon!" Fu Qingjin bellowed out, and the surrounding ruins twisted into green light. The entire Green Ruin's illusion turned into a sea of sword chi, surging towards Li Qingshan and surrounding him. Chapter 443. The battle on the ground had ended a long time ago. The Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to provide support had all died. When the other Foundation establishment cultivators of the Demon Slayer saw this, none of them dared to get any closer. They flew in the air and watched from afar. At this moment the east was beginning to glow. The night roamers no longer dared to disperse. They only stood below Bronze Cauldron Mountain, gazing at the battle in the Green Ruin's illusion in the sky. The surroundings seemed to have become a stage. Everyone else hid below the stage, acting as spectators. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin stood in the center of the stage, drawing over everyone's gazes. Their victory would determine the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, as well as the fates of countless people. There were even a few spectators who hid in the darkness, silently hiding their existences as they watched on with their own thoughts. The Green Ruin's illusion had turned into a sea of sword chi, reaching everywhere and enveloping Li Qingshan. Yi Liubu's heart suddenly leapt into her throat. She murmured to herself, "Master is undefeatable." Yi Liusu patted her shoulder. "You're right. Believe in him." Li Qingshan's tiger tail swept around the blood-red blade, conjuring up layers of blood-red light that clashed with the sword chi and melted it away. He swung his fists and stamped his feet like a demon, bombarding the space there and creating cracks. Tremors surged out in all directions, destroying the layers of sword chi. With a wild roar, the sound waves pierced through the sea of sword chi, revealing the dark blue sky of dawn. However, before he could even admire it, he suddenly shuddered. A piercing killing intent assaulted him from behind. Fu Qingjin leapt out of the sea of sword chi, stepping on the green ripples. The Green Ruin's sword was like a green bolt of lightning that pierced through the night. The sea of sword chi dispersed with the strike, all gathering on the sword as it tore through the air. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell gathered into a mirror wall, clearly reflecting Fu Qingjin's figure. Fu Qingjin was not as slow-witted as Strong Stone, so he immediately sensed it. The figure in the mirror actually possessed the same bearing as him. Fu Qingjin's gaze turned cold. "No matter what kind of mystical ability you have, I won't be able to defeat you. How could it block the edge of the Green Ruin's sword?" Break. The tips of the swords met, and ripples spread out on the surface of the mirror. The Fu Qingjin in the mirror also distorted and disappeared. With a kacha sound, cracks extended and the mirror shattered with a loud bang. Fu Qingjin's face was devoid of any joy, and his heart sank. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, revealing his fangs. His blood saber spat out 100-foot-long saber energy and slashed at Fu Qingjin. Die! Even with Li Qingshan's meticulous mental control over the spirit turtle's profound shell, it still struggled to block the full-powered thrust of a powerful treasure like the Green Ruined Sword. However, it was enough. Fu Qingjin's sure-kill sword was thwarted, and his sword aura and sword intent were no longer as sharp as before. In a battle between experts, there was only a thin line. Dang! With the clang of metal, the 3-meter-long blade fell from the sky. Li Qingshan's attack failed to land on Fu Qingjin, landing on the Green Ruined Sword. At the very last moment, Fu Qingjin merged with the sword, hiding in the Green Ruined Sword and surviving, but he was rather heavily injured. Li Qingshan cursed him for being shameless and bellowed out, "Stop him!" Little did he know that his abilities were also extremely shameless in Fu Qingjin's eyes. The night roamers did not respond slowly. Before he could even give the order, he had already taken off, but the Green Ruined Sword was even faster. With a twist and turn in the air, it passed through the layers of night roamers like a bolt of lightning, flying off towards the southeast. Their strength was slightly weaker. If it were not for an assassination or an ambush, it would be very difficult for them to stop the escape of experts with their advantage in numbers alone. Li Qingshan cursed, "Blood Shadow, you fucking watched enough already." With a cold snort, Blood Shadow shot off. With his speed, he would have arrived a long time ago. However, he was only too eager for Li Qingshan to be finished off by Fu Qingjin so that he could reap the benefits. Why would he work with Li Qingshan? Now that he saw an opportunity, he refused to let Fu Qingjin go just like that. With a flash, Blood Shadow intercepted the Green Ruined Sword. The cloak on his back unfurled, turning into a blood-red screen that enveloped the Green Ruined Sword. There was nothing the Green Ruined Sword could not pierce, but against the blood-red light, it faltered. It darted left and right, searching for an opening. Fu Qingjin had clashed with Blood Shadow several times, so he understood that the screen of blood could corrupt weapons. Regular spiritual artifacts would lose all of their spirituality the moment they came into contact with it, reduced to a piece of ordinary metal. It was more terrifying than any damage. If it were in the past, Fu Qingjin would not have cared. With the protection of the sword chi and light, he could just go back and refine it for a few days at most. However, the Green Ruined Sword had been damaged time and time again today. The sword chi and light had already dimmed to the limit. Now that it was covered by the tainted blood, it would truly be gone. Fu Qingjin, to think you'd have such a day. Blood Shadow snickered sinisterly and pulled back the screen of blood. Fu Qingjin had already become a sitting duck, forced to reveal himself. Now that he was in dire straits, he instead recovered his composure and flew towards Blood Shadow. Why would Blood Shadow be afraid of an injured Fu Qingjin? He smiled viciously in response. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill his enemy and take revenge. Li Qingshan reverted to his original form and lunged down with his wings of wind. He could not let Blood Shadow get away with Fu Qingjin 100 treasures pouch. At this moment, a sense of danger filled his head. He forcefully came to a halt and flew backwards. Blood Shadow was confused. He approached Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin held a scarlet talisman in his hand in his sleeve, and the inscriptions on it suddenly lit up. The light illuminated the surroundings. A streak of scorching white lightning as thick as a water tank coiled around for several hundred meters, like a dragon. Immediately, the vicious smile on Blood Shadow's face turned into fear. By the time he returned to his senses, the lightning dragon had already pierced his chest. Fu Qingjin brushed past Blood Shadow. He did not even waste the slightest bit of strength to swing his sword. Only after what seemed like a very long time did a rumble of thunder appear out of nowhere, shaking up the surroundings. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Not only was it a scarlet talisman, but it was probably a mid or even high-grade one. If Fu Qingjin had used it right from the beginning, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. His joy of victory vanished, replaced by caution. In the end, he had still underestimated the Sword Collection Palace. Fu Qingjin broke free, but he did not flee. He stood in the air, but his face was filled with indescribable sorrow. There was even a hint of vexation on his face. After witnessing the power of the lightning dragon talisman, no one dared to approach him carelessly anymore. A while later, Fu Qingjin did something that no one had expected. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in the distance. North Moon, I apologize to you for my underestimation of you in the past. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. Are you begging for mercy? Fu Qingjin said, no, this is a challenge. Then take out your talisman and fight me for another 300 rounds. Li Qingshan was fearless. His blood was boiling. Fu Qingjin said, as a sword cultivator, you're not allowed to use external objects unless you're on the verge of death. This is an unwritten rule of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and sneered. Then doesn't that rule mean that it's useless to you? Stop putting on an act. Feel free to use whatever you've got. If it's not enough, I can get the Sword Collection Palace to give it to you. I, Fu Qingjin, swear that I will not use any external objects, nor will I rely on anyone else. I will use this sword to defeat you. Fu Qingjin raised his sword high into the air as his green robes fluttered. At that moment, his dispiritedness, indifference, and dejection had all vanished. He had recovered the bearing of a swordsman. Chapter 444. Li Qingshan's pride was roused. He stopped smiling and said loudly, pass down my orders. From today onwards, no one is to interfere when I fight with this person. Fu Qingjin, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time, a third time, until I kill you. He spread his fingers and clenched them tightly. I will personally shatter your pride. Fu Qingjin's eyes flashed. He gazed at Li Qingshan deeply. You really don't seem like a demon. What a pity. With that, he fused with his sword and flew off. Li Qingshan watched the green light fly off into the distance. He did not waste any effort to chase after it. A golden line lit up in the east, dyeing the clouds and illuminating the surroundings. The bright moon remained in the west, hanging above Li Qingshan's head. The cultivators watching from afar saw this and murmured, Moon Devil. After the terror of the Blood Demon and Rock Demon, he made a name for himself in a single battle after 3 years of silence. He became the Moon Devil with even greater strength than the two before him, casting a shadow over the hearts of all cultivators. The night roamers also bowed their heads in submission to the figure in the sky. The matriarchs offered up the 100 treasures pouches they had obtained obediently. Yiliosu went up, Master. Next Li Qingshan glanced around and flew down. He stepped on the bronze cauldron that wanted to slip away silently before raising his hand. Mingzhu, bring me the map. As the sun rose in the east, the bright moon gradually faded away. But so what if it was daybreak? His greatest threat right now, Fu Qingjin, was heavily injured and powerless to fight anymore. It was the perfect time to defeat the demon slayer. North Moon, you tricked me. A vicious voice rang out from the forest. Bloodshadow's face paled and twisted. No, his entire body twisted to fill the hole in his chest. After being struck by the destructive lightning dragon head-on, a portion of his body was directly vaporized, resulting in irreparable damage. The 3 years of blood-sucking cultivation had basically been destroyed. Li Qingshan mocked, so you're not dead yet. If you want to be a fisherman, you should know your own worth. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I'll send you off. Bloodshadow pointed at Li Qingshan, his face pale with anger. He had suffered a double loss. He had truly lost all face. Wings of wind fluttering, Li Qingshan stepped in front of Bloodshadow and cut him in half with a single slash. Then he swept his leg across, and the power of vibration followed, kicking Bloodshadow's upper body into a mass of flesh and blood. Go! Li Qingshan returned with his saber. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sense of foreboding. A white light suddenly shone from the east, accompanied by a noble aura. It soared into the sky. Looking over, it actually came from a thin old man with a face full of wrinkles. His rigid face was full of righteousness, and his sword came from the east, like a red sun rising from the east. Could not be stopped. He was the head scholar of Pine Suff Academy, Wen Zhengming. He had always been paying attention to the changes in the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, in particular the murderer of Jiang Shancheng. As soon as Li Qingshan appeared, He received the news and rushed over, but he was restricted by the rules. He could not show himself, but when he saw how arrogant the wretched demon was, he could no longer hold himself back. When Zhengming's words boomed in Li Qingshan's ears like thunder, "Die, wretched demon!" The edge of the sword was sharp, piercing his eyes. Li Qingshan thought of the soaring dragon elder again, and his heart sank. A golden core cultivator, he bellowed out, "Spirit turtle's profound shell." Hexagonal, faint blue screens of light layered before Li Qingshan. A cry for help rang out from within. Helicoverpa did not even look back. With a flick of her finger, the bronze cauldron suddenly fell from the air, no longer emitting any more sounds. This time Li Qingshan held his breath and stared. Only then did he see it clearly. The crystalline thread that was even thinner than a strand of hair had pierced through the cauldron, returning to the Spider Queen's hand. It had already been dyed red. A Foundation establishment cultivator had been casually slain by Helicoverpa like she was swatting a fly. When Zhengming was rather far away, so he was unable to respond in time, he became furious. "Wretched demon! Come!" Helicoverpa spread her slender arms behind her back. She wore a scarlet dress that resembled an evening gown, revealing half of her chest. She was extremely bewitching. She seemed like she wanted to embrace Wen Zhengming's sword. Her smile was gorgeous and vicious. It was indescribable. Li Qingshan understood that once this battle began, the Clear River Prefecture would no longer be a game of chess. From the corner of his eye, Yi Liusu had already taken advantage of the explosion just now to retreat far away with Yi Liubo. Only then did he relax slightly. Although he was unconscious, he was still alive. When Zhengming's robes ruffled as his righteous aura surged, a great battle was about to erupt. Helicoverpa's smile suddenly froze. A voice that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with rang out from the sky. "Aluo, long time no see again." In the blink of an eye, a figure landed between Helicoverpa and Wen Zhengming. Her clothes were even whiter than snow, and she seemed like an immortal. She held a jade folding fan and smiled as freely as the wind. It was Gu Yining. The spectators hidden behind the curtains finally could not help but leap onto the stage one by one. Gu Yining glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Originally, she wanted to teach this disobedient kid a lesson 3 years ago, but she became distracted by something else. By the time she returned to her senses, he had already entered secluded cultivation. He had been in seclusion for 3 years, and the moment he emerged, he caused a huge ruckus as if he was trying to make up for the time he had wasted. Gu Yining abandoned the 2 experts of human Dao and demon Dao. She smiled and said to Li Qingshan, "You're amazing to be able to make the head of Wen Academy use the 3-talent sword." "I'm flattered." Li Qingshan's mind was now clear. He increasingly felt that Gu Yining must have sensed something. When was it? 3 years ago when he joined the 100 schools of thought, or she had already known about it. She had countless opportunities to subdue him, so why did she not do so? Was it because they were both transvestites? Or was it because she was afraid that Brother Nyo, who had killed the flying dragon elder, wanted to observe carefully? "Gu Yining, get out of my way," Helicoverpa said through gritted teeth. "Commander Gu, the demons are so insolent. I uphold the righteous path and can no longer sit idly by. If you are willing to help me slay the demons, please do it. If not, please step aside and don't stop me." Both of their auras focused on Gu Yining, wanting to force her to leave. Gu Yining tapped her forehead with her folding fan with a distressed expression. She sighed, "It's really difficult for me to accept both of you." Her eyes turned and the corners of her lips curled up. "I can only act according to my heart." Li Qingshan had a nagging feeling that this was for him to hear. He actually felt a hint of sorrow. Whether it was the human path or the demon path, no matter which side he chose, he would never be able to obtain true peace. All he could do was carve out his own path, but it would also be a lonely path that no one could understand. In the eyes of either side, he would be a despicable traitor. Li Qingshan's heart moved. Looking at her elegant demeanor and peerless beauty, his heartstrings were slightly moved. He could not help but ask himself, has the love in the past changed? I have the responsibility to ensure that this war continues without interference. However, both of you can't be persuaded with words. Gu Yining's smile disappeared. With a swoosh, she opened her folding fan. Whoever is dissatisfied with my arbitration, come at me. Helicoverpa Rosa snorted softly and clasped her jade-like fingers. Li Qingshan took a step forward and said in a low voice, Madam Spider Queen, we have already gained the upper hand in this war. Helicoverpa Rosa looked back. What do you mean? Quit while you're ahead. Li Qingshan shrugged. If he broke the chess game now, he would immediately be pursued by Wen Zhengming. He might as well take this opportunity to gain enough benefits from this chess game. One day he would be able to jump out of the chessboard and cut off all the hands that dared to bully him. Helicoverpa Rosa pondered for a moment. She seemed to also feel that it was a waste to destroy the great situation that Li Qingshan had created. Since the war was inevitable, there was no hurry. She kept her demonic aura and turned to leave. Gu Yining said thank you. However, she looked at Li Qingshan and turned to Wen Zhengming. Dean Wen, there's no need to fight one of our own, right? You heard what Fu Qingjin said. Do you have no confidence in the sword collection palace? She saw Li Qingshan and asked weakly, Master, are you fine? I'm obviously fine. Li Qingshan's heart softened. He dispersed the spirit turtle's profound shell with a smile and placed a healing pill in her mouth. He picked her up. Let's go. Yi Liubo was rather flattered before becoming overjoyed. She wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and pressed her head against his chest. She seemed sweet. The group returned to the underground dwelling. Li Qingshan placed Yi Liubo on the stone pedestal. Rest up. Afterwards, he took out all the 100 treasures pouches he had obtained from the battle and began to reward them according to their contributions. Liusu, you do the counting. Yi Liusu stepped forward under his orders and opened the 100 treasures pouches one by one, tallying them up. They had killed 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators and countless Qi practitioners in this battle, so the spoils were extremely plentiful. There were 17 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, over 100 high-grade spiritual artifacts, and almost 1,000 other spiritual artifacts in total. As they took out the items one by one, the eyes of every night roamer lit up. The various pills were a dazzling sight as well. There were countless of them. By the time Yi Liusu had taken out the talismans, formations, and various puppets, they had basically filled the entire cavern. It had become a huge treasury. My share first. Li Qingshan picked out the pills that were useful to him first. Just the virtue accumulation pills amounted to 4. Coupled with the other high-grade pills, it was enough for him to cultivate the ox demon to the 4th layer. Afterwards there were a few scarlet talismans. Although they were all inferior low-grade talismans, they were quite powerful. Most importantly, they did not have any distinctive characteristics. Even if he used them as a human, no one would be able to track him down. He only chose the commander's tally for controlling corpse soldiers as a spiritual artifact. He planned on giving it to Little and along with the other corpses as a gift. As for the other spiritual artifacts, they were both useless and difficult to sell, so he did not take any of them. However, the most important items, the blood-red blade and the bronze cauldron, were already in his possession. The blood-red blade was obviously for his demon body to use. The main reason he had defeated Fu Qingjin this time was because he had taken advantage of the fact that he did not understand the mysteries of his abilities. It was no wonder that Fu Qingjin refused to accept it, and was even bold enough to swear an oath like that. If he wanted to win again in the future, he would have to rely on the real thing. With the blood-red blade in hand, he would not suffer too much of a loss at the very least. As for the bronze cauldron, he could place it in the Immortal's cave to refine artifacts. With his foundation-building cultivation, he should be able to refine it and use it. Although he could not even be considered a beginner in artifact refining, with such a powerful artifact in hand, as long as he spent some time learning, he should be able to refine a decent spiritual artifact. After he was done choosing, Li Qingshan looked back and said, Liubo, choose 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Yi Liubo looked at Li Qingshan expectantly. Biting her lip, she said, "But master, can I change my reward?" "Don't mess around. Hurry up and go." Li Qingshan's gaze became even more gentle. After all, this was the first time he had received such loyalty in his life. Although Yi Liubo was unwilling under his gaze, she felt even more unable to refuse. Risking her life this time was not in vain. Under everyone's envious gazes, Yi Liubo picked and chose 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts: a protective shield, a small bow that flickered with silver light, and a golden bangle on her wrist in the end. This damned girl sure has gained power. If I had known earlier, I would have treated her better in the past. Yi Mingzhu thought. Not only has Yi Liubo obtained 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts all at once, but she even has priority in choosing them. They happen to be the best out of all the supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Liusu has taken 2 too. It's all thanks to your plan that we won this battle so easily. Thank you, master. Yi Liusu also bowed and went up to take 2. She knew this had a lot to do with her not running away at a critical moment. However, she wondered inside, if it were not for the mission of revitalizing the night roamers, would I be like Yi Liubo? Li Qingshan turned around and said unkindly, "It's your turn now." His hand slid past the glimmering supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. There are 12 remaining. Originally, the 6 clans were supposed to take 2 each. The spoils of battle have been halved for desertion. Do you have any objections? Under Li Qingshan's gaze, the matriarchs all lowered their heads. None of them dared to object. Although they felt pained inside, they instead felt relieved when Li Qingshan had lost his temper. They each went up to take one. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "Liusu, you can distribute the rest." Yi Liusu accepted the order and split the remaining spiritual artifacts, talismans, pills, and so on into half. She split the rest into 7 equal portions. The extra portion obviously went to the personal guards. It was equivalent to declaring the establishment of a new clan. Only by wielding authority could she carry out her ideals. The matriarchs looked at one another and exchanged glances. They were filled with doubt. The personal guards were overjoyed. Being able to get an extra portion was obviously a good thing. It did not matter who they were under. As long as there were benefits, it was fine. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. After a series of rewards, he stowed away the tremendous amount of resources. He considered the pros and cons of the battle, and left behind his mirror clone to deal with the situation. His main body returned to the dwelling in the Chain Mountains. The sky lit up. In the Chain Mountains in front of Qingzhao's dwelling, Little An sensed something. She walked out of the dwelling and gazed into the distance. All she saw was a white cloud with a long tail as it streaked across the horizon. She smiled at ease. "I'm back." Li Qingshan scooped up Little An and whispered into her ear. "The battle was very satisfying. I taught that bastard Fu Qingjin a vicious lesson. Here's a gift." As he said that, he shoved 100 treasures pouch into Little An's hands. Before the battle, Li Qingshan had ordered the night roamers to collect the corpses. The 100 treasures pouch contained the corpses he had obtained from the battle. The corpses of the 9 Foundation establishment cultivators were all in there. Just like that, it was possible for the skull prayer beads to increase in power, and he could begin the next step of his plan. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes narrowed, and he saw Qian Rongji fly over. Qian Rongji landed on the platform gracefully. She bent down and placed the 100 treasures pouch into Li Qingshan's hand. She smiled. "This is what you wanted." She straightened up and opened her hand towards Li Qingshan. "Now it's time for us to settle our debts." Li Qingshan accepted the 100 treasures pouch and opened it. After a slight calculation, he took out 2 true spirit pills. "Is that enough?" Qian Rongji's eyes lit up. She smiled from ear to ear. "It's enough. You're just as considerate as before." Suddenly, she straightened up. "Now let's talk about serious matters. The 100 schools of thought are urgently calling for all Foundation establishment cultivators to return for a discussion." Li Qingshan thought, sure enough. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Qian Rongji asked carelessly. She thought, he seems to have just returned. "What happened?" Li Qingshan asked calmly. "The Demon Slayer. 11 Foundation establishment cultivators were killed, and 7 sects were destroyed. Among them, the rock demon killed 2, and the demon who killed the 3 elders 3 years ago and destroyed the Green Vine Mountain took action again. He led several dozen Foundation establishment night roamers and killed 9 people. He's now known as the Moon Demon. That's the current situation. What do you all think? In the 100 Schools of Thought, Lu Chongqing was solemn. He used the simplest of words to explain everything that had happened last night. A group of cultivators gathered before him. There were actually around 30 or 40 of them. There were quite a few unfamiliar faces that Li Qingshan had never seen before. They had all reached Foundation establishment, but they did not assume the position of school leader. Instead, they had carved out dwellings and cultivated in seclusion. They also belonged to the academy, or in other words the empire. None of them could remain aloof from the war, so they had all been mobilized. Chapter 446. Bright sunlight shone into the hall through the window, and dust floated in the pillar of light. The cries of birds came from outside the window, and the dragon snake lake was sparkling. This should have been an extremely peaceful morning, but the atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. If there were mortals here, they would definitely overturn the calm and composed image of cultivators in their hearts. Shock and contemplation were deeply engraved on everyone's faces. Although they were not on the same side as the demon slayer, and there were even many conflicts between them, but so many cultivators of the same status as them had died all at once. What they experienced was no longer just sympathy, but real threat and even fear. Li Qingshan frowned and pondered, as if he was lamenting the tragedy of the war. Ru Xian stared at his face, as if she found it very interesting. However, after Qian Rongji's reminder, Li Qingshan was determined to improve his self-cultivation as an actor. Especially in front of these people, he could not show the slightest flaw. Therefore, no matter how Ru Xian looked at him, he looked like a stone statue named the Thinker. Ru Xian soon felt bored and yawned lazily. She supported her cheek and looked at the sparkling dragon snake lake outside the window. Memories surged in her mind like a tide. The dancing sparkles turned into clusters of flames, burning the sky red. Fiery figures flew and danced in the flames like splashing sparks. Their fiery hair burned fiercely, and their roars were like volcanic eruptions. Raging flames spewed out of their mouths and scattered all over the sky like a meteor shower. The seawater overflowed the dam, destroyed the forest, and submerged the mountains. Thousands of merpeople with fishtails swam in it. They sang in unison. If one had never heard it, they would not be able to imagine that the feminine and tactful merpeople could sing such a soul-stirring war song. The song flew into the sky like invisible ropes, pulling the sparks into the sea and extinguishing them. However, they were also hit by the fiery meteors and turned into charcoal. Whenever this happened, the singing of the mermaids at the side would become more and more resounding and sorrowful. There would even be crystalline tears flowing out of their eyes, turning into crystalline pearls and sinking into the bottomless sea. After the cultivators recovered from their shock, they started a heated discussion. Is the Moon Devil really that powerful? What kind of monster is he? I don't think he's that powerful. Instead, the night roamers were just too despicable. So much for having people in their name. How could he help the wicked? We should have killed all of these mutants long ago, and not left a single one alive. He's not powerful? I've heard that even Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace took action, but he was injured and left in defeat. It's just bullying with numbers. Bullying with numbers? I think you've been in secluded cultivation for too long, so you're out of touch. 3 years ago, he faced off against 3 of them alone, killing 2 of the 3 elders. It frightened the Green Vine Elder so much that he dared not return to the mountain. In the end, he only dared to go back after obtaining a yin and yang dust formation, but he was still killed. Li Qingshan heard it. In the end, he even closed his eyes. He did not want to expose the smile in his eyes. However, he found it boring if he listened too much. He opened his eyes and broke free from the state of the thinker. He glanced around and saw Ru Xian's face. His heart skipped a beat. A layer of mist clouded Ru Xian's eyes as if she was looking at an extremely distant place. Sunlight fell on her smooth, delicate face. Before he knew it, all of her expressions had vanished. She was like a beauty carved from white jade, so beautiful that she was lifeless. For some reason, Li Qingshan's heart sank. He said to her secretly, "Ruexan, are you thinking about a man?" Ruexan returned to her senses and replied secretly, "I'm not thinking about you. What's wrong with me? Am I not worth your consideration? I'd be better off thinking about the moon devil than you. I heard he's a handsome man." The teasing expression that Li Qingshan found familiar returned to Ruexan's face. She glanced at Li Qingshan from the corner of her eyes, as if to say, "Go take a piss and look at yourself." Li Qingshan smiled. "Then continue thinking about it." This slightly surprised Ruexan. Han Tie saw the two of them flirting with each other. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Hua Sengzan said with a smile, "These two are really relaxed. It's worth emulating them." Lu Zhangqing raised his hand and gestured. When the hall quietened down, he said, "Many of the fellow Taoists here have been cultivating in seclusion and might not know much about this demon. Commander Wang, why don't you introduce him?" Wang Puxi's serious face turned even colder. He got up and went to the stage. He hung up the painting that Chu Danqing had painted in the past. "This is the Moon Devil. His original name is North Moon. As for his strength, according to the information I've received, he once defeated the Rock Demon and Blood Demon and was appointed as the commander of the Night Roamers by the Spider Queen. He's been in secluded cultivation for the past 3 years. In the battle last night, he demonstrated extremely great dominance. This is something that the Demon Slayer, or even us, can't match up to." With the two human organizations suddenly impeded each other. Neither of them dared to unleash their full strength. A great battle against the demons would only harm them and benefit the other party. Wang Puxi continued, "If you still don't have a clear understanding of his strength, then this morning, fellow Fu of the Sword Collection Palace went to Bronze Cauldron Mountain to provide reinforcements. He fell into an ambush and lost quite a lot of spiritual energy. After that, fellow Taoist Fu trapped the Moon Devil in the Green Ruins illusion. In order to wait for reinforcements, the Moon Devil did not attack immediately. When fellow Taoist Fu's spiritual energy was almost fully recovered, they fought, and fellow Taoist Fu was defeated. The hall immediately fell silent. Over the past 3 years, the strength and terror of the Rock Demon and Blood Demon had been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Among the humans, Fu Qingjin's reputation was the greatest. He even seemed to surpass a few veteran late Foundation establishment cultivators. The Moon Devil had actually defeated the 3 of them one after another. However, Li Qingshan could tell what he was implying. Originally, Old Wang was extremely displeased with Fu Qingjin, but now, he kept referring to him as fellow Fu. Wang Puxi exhaled heavily. From today onwards, we've gained another terrifying enemy. The situation is extremely grim. A few days ago, fellow Fu brought the culprit of the Vermilion Clothes sect who murdered Hawkwolf guards to the Clear River Prefecture. Looks like he's interested in forming an alliance. Originally, I thought this was between the two, so I didn't want to say anything more. Now, I'm forced to invite everyone to discuss it. Li Qingshan had never expected Fu Qingjin to have already begun taking action in secret. If he had not struck first, probably Fu Qingjin would have led the cultivators in a large-scale attack. But speaking of which, he was also the greatest impetus for the two organizations to work together. External pressure would always lead to internal peace. The hall fell silent before becoming noisy again. However, they mainly discussed how to form an alliance. There were very few voices of objection. Li Qingshan obviously would not stand out. Wang Puxi saw how he remained silent, so he called out, "Kid, tell us, what should we do?" Li Qingshan stood up. "Old Wang, I think we should form an alliance. As the ancients said, without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. If the Demon Slayer dies, the pressure on us will definitely increase drastically. However, the war was instigated by the Demon Slayer. Now that their strength has plummeted, we should use this to seize even more power and become the leaders of this alliance. We can't be ordered around by outsiders." Chapter 447. Everyone immediately agreed with Li Qingshan's words. Since the alliance was already set in stone, the most important thing was how to obtain as many benefits as possible from the alliance. The best outcome would be for the demon slayer to perish together with the demons they wanted to slay, and everyone could continue cultivating in peace. However, they obviously could not say something like that out loud. Wang Puxi snorted. He was rather displeased by the two words Old Wang. He knew this was a response to this kid. However, this bastard's words were very much to his liking, and he had some right now, so he did not mind addressing him like that. After another round of discussion, they finally decided to use Lu Chongqing as the leader. Together with the other school leaders, they planned on negotiating with Fu Qingjin. However, they had no idea whether the meeting that was originally scheduled to take place would still go ahead now that Fu Qingjin was injured and the demon slayer was heavily injured. Li Qingshan did not pay too much attention to the meeting. He only felt that Fu Qingjin had chosen a very good location. As a sect, their school should have belonged to the demon slayer, but they had taken root in the Clear River Prefecture and had always mingled with the academy. They happened to be situated in an ambiguous region between the two. Begonia could be regarded as someone who was smooth and slick with people, so she could deal with them. When the meeting dispersed, Li Qingshan and Ru Xian bickered secretly as they made their way out. In the crowd, Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Li Qingshan. He wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan sensed something and turned around. Lu Chuanfeng's heart shrank like a mouse that had seen a cat. He lowered his head and left, which left Li Qingshan rather confused. Chu Danqing suddenly blocked his way. He bowed towards Li Qingshan first before saying to Ru Xen's senior sister, "Can you please visit my master? Danqing, you've reached Foundation Establishment too. What's wrong with your master?" Li Qingshan saw that he had also cultivated to the Zhuji realm. His face was less immature, no longer as dull as when he first came out of the mountain. Instead, his face was full of anxiety, and it was clearly not because of the demonic race. "My master isn't feeling well." Chu Danqing forced a smile and looked at Ru Xian. Ru Xian asked curiously, "Isn't Grandmaster Chu's body being nurtured by my master?" Senior Huaxi said, "You can't cure an undying disease. Buddha will help those who are fated. Fellow Taoist's life force is at its end, and there's no cure for it. Thus he won't come again." Chu Danqing's face was full of worry. Li Qingshan shook his head. That dark-skinned old man's words were really cold and direct. At the very least, he should have said a few words to comfort him. He did not know if Ru Xian had become like this because of him. "Since my master said so, then I'm afraid." "All right, I'll go take a look." Ru Xian was about to refuse, but when she saw the pitiful look on Chu Danqing's face, she changed her mind and agreed. Chu Danqing thanked her profusely and hurriedly led the way. Li Qingshan knew that he was just doing his best. He was grateful for his filial piety and could not help but sigh a little. A thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind, and he followed suit as well. Ru Xian said, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan said, "To visit, of course. Grandmaster Chu and I have some fate." He paused. "I have a few pieces of calligraphy that I would like Grandmaster Chu to appraise." He thought of the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy in his hands. The alliance was imminent and war was about to break out. Improving his strength as a human was a top priority. If he could restore the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy, he might be able to bring out a powerful magic artifact. In the past, he was afraid of getting into trouble because of his treasures, but now he had no such worries. Painting and calligraphy were inseparable, so he could not count on Lu Chuanfeng. This matter still depended on the school of painting. Chu Danqing's worried expression eased slightly. He said with a smile, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother. My master is also very fond of calligraphy. Perhaps he will feel better after appreciating a few masterpieces." After several years of construction, the school of painting was already quite impressive. There were carved beams and painted walls, small bridges and flowing water. The scenery was pleasant, although they were always at war. But the school of painting's ability was mainly focused on painting. It was not practical combat. Therefore, they usually did not carry out dangerous missions. They were mostly responsible for painting on the island and handing them over to the 100 schools of thought to ensure the safety of the other disciples. Therefore, they did not lose many disciples and were very popular. They were all dressed in white, but it was different from the pure white of the School of Medicine. They were painted with flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and people. The murmuring of the stream and the swimming of fish were full of life. Under Chu Danqing's lead, Li Qingshan and Ru Xian arrived in front of a house covered by pine and cypress trees. The flowers in front of the door were not afraid of the cold and were in full bloom. Butterflies fluttered among the flowers. It was a beautiful sight. Grandmaster Chu's painting skills are indeed marvelous. Li Qingshan held a butterfly in his palm and carefully sensed it with his divine sense. He felt that these butterflies and flowers were not real. Chu Danqing scratched his head in embarrassment. These are all my paintings. Senior apprentice brother, you flatter me. They are not as good as the School of Fiction's wonderful method of deriving all things. Senior apprentice brother, can you wait outside for a while? The School of Fiction is good, but it has high requirements for the external environment. It is not like the School of Painting, which can be done in isolation. All right, go ahead. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. He had almost forgotten about his identity as the top disciple of the School of Fiction. However, when he looked inside his body, he found that the divine talisman of great creation had unknowingly accumulated a lot of power of wish. He could not help but feel slightly delighted. This is the benefit of the School of Fiction. Even if I cast it to the back of my mind, it is still accumulating power endlessly. Although Lu Chuanfeng was rather pessimistic, as the true leader of the Cloud Wisp Society, Sun Fubai had never stopped working hard. His persistence played a huge part in the accumulation of so much power of wish. If he used spiritual energy to refine the divine talisman of great creation again, he would be able to reach a whole new realm. He would not need to rely on the items in the books and could directly turn the false into the real, turning the illusory into the real. He would be a great help. Thinking of Lu Chuanfeng's appearance, it seemed that he should return to Cloud Wisp Island to take a look and plan his future plans. He had a vague premonition that this power would become extremely important at some point in the future. Since you're here, come in. Chu Shidao's old and weak voice came from within the abode. Even though Li Qingshan did not know medicine, he could tell that Chu Shidao's breathing was weak, as if he was about to die. Please. Chu Danqing could only offer his hand. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian stepped inside and saw that the abode was decorated very simply and elegantly. Chu Danqing followed closely behind, but his expression was slightly gloomy. This place was decorated exactly the same as the place where he learned painting in the mountains. That was the place where he had enjoyed the most warmth in his life. To a child beggar who lived on the streets in a precarious situation, it was like the legendary pure land of ultimate bliss. However, looking at it now, he felt even more dejected. Danqing, you're back. A mortal woman in a cotton dress came out from the back of the hall to welcome him. Chu Danqing greeted her respectfully. Mistress, this is senior sister Ru Xian and senior brother Li. Are you the Li Qingshan who won the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Blossoms painting? I've heard a lot about you. The woman bowed gracefully. She did not have any makeup on her face as she sized up Li Qingshan curiously. Li Qingshan was surprised. He had long heard that Chu Shidao took painting as his wife. Could it be this woman before him? However, she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the rumors made her out to be. At best, she could only be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Even now, he could not sense a trace of falsehood from her. That lively life force and those eyes that were filled with emotion were no different from a real person. This was truly a miraculous skill. This way please, said the woman. They arrived at the inner chamber together. Chu Shidao was lying on the couch. He propped himself up and cupped his hands. This old man is not feeling well. Please forgive me for not being able to come out to welcome you. His white hair was disheveled. Although he looked weak, he still retained his strength of character. The woman silently came to his back and combed his hair. She hummed an unknown tune softly with a relaxed expression. You're too kind, senior. Please allow me to take your pulse. Ru Xian went forward but Chu Shidao waved his hand. There's no need. Although I'm not a doctor, I can still calculate my own life and death. Danqing, you're doing something so useless again. Danqing is just being filial. You don't appreciate it. The woman patted Chu Shidao's head lightly. Chu Shidao flew into a rage. I'm teaching my disciple a lesson. There's no need for you to meddle. Get out. The woman walked towards the wall without saying a word. There was a blank, yellowed painting hanging there. She walked straight into it and turned into a painting. She looked at Chu Shidao with a calm expression. Li Qingshan thought, even someone with Chu Shidao's temperament can't control his temper at a moment of life and death. But it's no wonder. Even at such a time, this mistress still showed no signs of grief. She was just a painting after all. No matter how much she looked like a person, she would not be able to understand human emotions. Chu Shidao pointed at the painting and shouted, Danqing, roll up the painting. Don't let me see her. Chu Danqing looked like he was in a difficult position, but he did not dare to disobey his master's order. He bowed towards the painting and said, Mistress, master is not in a good mood. You. Before he could finish, the mistress turned around. Chu Danqing rolled up the painting and passed it to Chu Shidao. Chu Shidao let out a long breath. The anger on his face melted like snow. He smiled and said, I've made a fool of myself. Li Qingshan said, Senior's health is more important. Why are you angry over a painting? If you don't like it, you can just change it to something else. Chu Danqing frowned. She was not just a painting. She was a gentle lady who looked after him as he grew up. She was like his mother. Chu Shidao smiled and said, I don't have that much time. I won't be able to paint her again even if I have another 100 years. His gaze turned deep as he gently stroked the scroll. When I painted her, I was still a little Qi practitioner who had just joined the sect. Not to mention the lack of charm in the painting, I couldn't even draw her face well. I wanted to paint a peerless beauty, but the result was a little out of shape. She barely left the painting scroll, but there was no life in her. She spoke like a parrot and she was dumb. When I asked her to grind the ink for me, she would always knock over the inkstone. Later on, I don't know why, but I became more and more. Actually, I'm the same as Danqing. Although I like painting, I really don't plan on marrying a painting. Life is unpredictable. Chu Shidao sighed with a smile. He held the scroll as if he was holding a peerless treasure. He was filled with longing and reluctance. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian looked at each other speechless. What he had poured into the painting was not pen and ink, but the feelings of his entire life. He had turned this clumsy painting of an apprentice into a living being that understood joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. No pop-up window. Chapter 448. Chu Shidao then said to Ru Xian, It's good that you're here. I heard from Brother Hua that you're good at concocting strange medicines. You've even concocted the water of recollection that can help people recall memories. Ru Xian nodded. I still have a lot of water of memory. Chu Shidao shook his head. I have enough memories. Can you refine a medicine with the opposite effect? The opposite of the water of recollection. Wasn't it the water of forgetfulness? Li Qingshan said. Isn't that the soup of Mengpa? Not bad. Chu Shidao nodded with a smile as he stared at the scroll in his hand in a daze. Ru Xian suddenly understood. Senior, you want to give her. Chu Shidao's eyes were like water. The road to the Yellow Springs is long, and she won't be able to follow me to the Bridge of Helplessness. I can't possibly drink Granny Meng's soup alone. Master, how can this be? Chu Danqing's expression changed drastically. I have my own plans. Chu Shidao raised his hand and said to Ru Xian, I don't have much to give. Here's 3 tails of dusk cinnabar. You can use it as medicine. Consider it your reward. He took out a round metal paint box from his 100 treasures pouch and passed it to Ru Xian. Ru Xian opened the paint box, and a misty red overflowed from it. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun, with countless layers of color changes. Light red, blood red, and purple red dyed the whole house. It was as if the afterglow of the setting sun had been collected and sealed in this small box. Not only was it beautiful, but the spiritual energy it harnessed was also astonishing. Wuxia returned it with both hands and said, "This is too precious, I can't accept it. I will do my best to fulfill Senior's request, but I might not be able to fulfill it. Sometimes forgetting is harder than remembering." "That's right. Take it. Regardless of success or failure, it's yours." Chu Shidao chuckled and said, "Qingshan, I've actually been wanting to meet you for a long time. I really missed it. Painting. The 2 guests I've invited today are very much to my liking." "As long as Master is happy," Li Qingshan said. "Could it be that Senior still wants to take back the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Blossoms painting?" "Just a painting. It's not worth mentioning." Chu Shidao took out a painting album. In his hand was the divine brush Maoyang that Li Qingshan had used to defeat Chu Danqing in the past. "This is your masterpiece." Chu Danqing did not understand. He had also seen this album before. The painting was clumsy and not worth mentioning, but Chu Shidao flipped through it for a long time, as if he could not bear to put it down. "You flatter me, Senior." Li Qingshan was also somewhat baffled. "I had nothing to do on my sickbed, so I drew a few things according to this. They can't really be regarded as paintings. They're just for fun." As Chu Shidao said that, he passed a piece of paper to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took it and saw that it also had the words Magic Brush Maoyang written on it. Gradually, it melted into a blob of ink and turned into scenes of people running back and forth, speaking to each other. That was the plot of the story. The artist's painting skills. Drawing fish that could swim and birds that could chirp were all basic skills. Only by freeing the objects in the painting from the constraints of the paper could one be considered a beginner. To Chu Shidao, this could only be considered a game doodle. However, the liveliness and charm it displayed stunned even Li Qingshan, who had experienced many movies and animations. What was this? A master animator? Children would be so happy to see it. No, even adults would love it so much that they could not bear to part with it. Painting and calligraphy are inseparable. Novelists and artists are considered to be at the bottom of the list. However, if we can work together, there will be great development. It's you who reminded me that painting can also be used in this way. Master, you're right. Li Qingshan's mind was already spinning. With the artist's skills, even movies would not be a problem, let alone animations. Moreover, all of them would be shocking scenes that were more powerful than any special effects in his previous life. What was a 3D effect? This could even fly out of the screen when one was excited. The effects would be shocking. Moreover, it would eliminate the barrier of words, so the accumulation of wish power would be even faster. Chu Danqing frowned and said, Master, are you saying that I should also condense the divine talisman of great creation to gather wish power? Chu Shidao grabbed Chu Danqing and Li Qingshan's hands and said earnestly, the two of you both have the word Qing in your names. It's also fate. If we can work together sincerely, there's no need to worry about not accomplishing great things. Li Qingshan thought, Fu Qingjin and I both have the word Qing in our names. Master, I will. Chu Danqing naturally obeyed and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan patted Chu Danqing's shoulder and said, Senior, don't worry. I also admire Danqing's character. We will definitely work together to achieve great things. He would write the script and Chu Danqing would draw it. After touring around, they would split the profits, not the box office but the wish power. Wouldn't that be great? Chu Shidao revealed a satisfied smile. Wuxia teased. It's a pity that these two Qings are both men. Otherwise they could cultivate both yin and yang. Li Qingshan glared at her, and Chu Danqing coughed a few times. Chu Shidao smiled and said, You're wrong, my dear nephew. Congeniality makes them lovers. Like-minded makes them Dao companions. Isn't the latter far better than the former? Chu Danqing said, You only dare to say that because Master's wife isn't here? Chu Shidao caressed the scroll and said, she's my confidant. The word confidant doesn't matter about gender. Alright, let's change the topic. Li Qingshan said, Oh right, I have 3 scrolls here. I'd like to invite Senior to appraise them. Oh. Chu Shidao accepted the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy from Li Qingshan, and unfurled them one by one. His eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light as he stared at the 3 pieces of sword calligraphy, as if he wanted to engrave them into his heart. His expression was first shocked, then filled with endless regret. Li Qingshan hurriedly asked, "Senior, can you tell the origin of these 3 scrolls?" Chu Sherdao let out a long sigh and said, "The origin of these 3 scrolls is not simple at all. They're from a very long time ago, even before the Great Xia dynasty. Have you heard of the 9 states' 5 absolutes?" "May I know which 5 seniors?" Li Qingshan asked. How bold. There were so many extraordinary people in the world. Who would dare to use the word absolutes? After understanding how big the 9 states were, he expressed heartfelt respect for those who dared to use the word absolutes. These 5 people must be powerful figures that have surpassed the ancients and the contemporaries. Chu Sherdao shook his head and said, "The 9 states' 5 absolutes are not 5 people, but 1 person. 1 person. Who is it?" Li Qingshan and the other 2 were astonished. "I've only heard bits and pieces from my master. It's rumored that this person is also the reincarnation of a celestial. After awakening his innate wisdom, he possesses unbelievable wisdom and power. Because he's unparalleled in sword, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he's known as the 5 Absolutes Immortal, also known as the 9-5 Heavenly Lord. If I'm not wrong, these scrolls must be his handiwork." Li Qingshan was delighted. His cursive sword calligraphy's origin was indeed impressive. It was no wonder that he was praised by Brother Ox with a mere spirit artifact. If he could collect all of them, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas if they stood in his way? Ruexian said, "Senior, there are always many experts in the world. There should be many cultivators who are proficient in the way of the sword and calligraphy, right?" Chu Sherdao changed the topic and asked, "Danqing, have you figured it out?" "Yes, master." Chu Danqing picked up another scroll and looked at it carefully. Other than the way of the sword and calligraphy, there seems to be painting as well. Chu Sherdao nodded in satisfaction. "If you're not a painter, it'll be difficult to see this. Painting isn't widespread. I really can't think of a second person who is proficient in all 3 and can combine them." Li Qingshan said, "Should I praise you for cultivating quickly or slowly? If you reach the first layer, how does it compare to that blood shadow?" Little An said, "He definitely won't be able to escape. Even if he fights you, he might not necessarily lose." "Little girl, I'll show you my power right now." Li Qingshan lunged over with a smile. Little An dodged far away, leaving behind a tinkling smile. Before darkness descended, many sects in the Clear River Prefecture carried out the same task. They removed their formations and stowed away their mechanisms and puppets before glancing back reluctantly. Afterwards, they took to the air together, abandoning the sects that they had managed for many years and beginning a great migration. Due to Qi practitioners, the migrating groups did not move quickly. However, when they encountered other sects, they would group up and advance towards the same destination. The sky was about to turn dark. The setting sun dyed the surrounding clouds red. Wasungzan stood on his sword and gazed down from above. All he saw were specks of light like fireflies, of cultivators from various sects flying into the clouds. Then he gazed at the crescent moon in the distance and said to Han Tie beside him, "I never thought a single moon devil would be able to force Fu Qingjin and the entire demon slayer into such dire strait." Han Tie said, "I'd like to see him clash with me." Wasungzan said, "I hope you won't get the chance to do that." Before he had even finished speaking, a scarlet figure shot through the air and arrived above the rose cloud sect. His wings of wind were like a god's, and his scarlet hair drifted about. His ruby-like eyes locked onto Huan Tai. Wasungzan was alarmed. He smiled bitterly. "You sure are a jinx." Han Tie was stern, ready to strike. Li Qingshan left his main body in the mountains to take medicine and cultivate. He sent his doppelganger out to check on the demon slayer's movements. He was prepared to engage in a few more harassment battles. If there was a chance, he would eliminate a few more sections. This way, he would have more bargaining chips for the upcoming alliance. He would be able to suppress the Fu Qingjin demon slayer in all aspects. Then he encountered this great migration. He traced it all the way to this place. However, he encountered Hua and Tai, who had come to investigate. Seeing that they were on high alert, Li Qingshan smiled in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the Rose Cloud sect. Hua Sengzan relaxed. He pulled Han Tie, who was eager to fight, and quietly retreated. Since the other party had no intention of attacking, then it couldn't be any better. Not to mention that their chances of winning were slim. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Below them was the Demon Slayer's base camp. It wasn't their turn to attack. The Demon Slayer cultivators also sensed Li Qingshan's presence. Panic spread. The Qi practitioners sped up and flew towards the clouds. The Foundation establishment cultivators appeared one after another. At a time like this, whoever could not help but contact the other party first would be at a disadvantage. Hua Sengzan said, "Qinglu, has Zijian been well recently?" Hua Qinglu said rather helplessly, "I've tried to persuade her to cultivate more, but she's in a very bad mood. She doesn't want to remain in the 100 schools of thought. She wants to contribute to the outside world. I've already asked her father to persuade her." Over the past 3 years, Hua Sengzan had protected Yu Zijian even more than Hua Qinglu. After all, this involved the successor of the Violet Cloud's sword. If she died in battle, the Sword Collection Palace would definitely fly into a thunderous rage. The situation might be even worse than losing the war. He had even made arrangements for Yu Shuquang and the others. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed, but Yu Zijian was rather different. Hua Sengzan pondered for a while. "I agree with her going out to train. Let's give her some safe missions first." However, once she left the protection of the formations, were there any missions that were absolutely safe? This was a conflict of interest between two organizations, yet he had to use this kind-hearted girl as a bargaining chip. He did not feel good about it either, but at a time like this there was no other suitable method. As a member of the 100 schools of thought, he had to plan for the interests of the 100 schools of thought as a whole. It was just like how humans had to fight demons. Hua Qinglu hesitated. "Alright, but I want to carry out the missions with her." After Hua Qinglu left, Wang Puxi asked in confusion, "What does Yu Zijian have to do with this?" Hua Sengzan thought about it and decided to tell him the truth. Wang Puxi listened to him. "I see. I've always felt that you're a little overly concerned about Yu Zijian. I thought you'd finally fallen in love with someone else. This is a good move. However, we need to send a Foundation establishment cultivator to protect them secretly. They have to be trustworthy and they can't be too weak. They also have to be able to hide themselves." Hua Sengzan smiled. "I have a suitable candidate in mind. P.S. I'm currently in Zhengzhou, preparing to attend a gathering on Qidian. Although I've brought my computer, the updates might be a little unstable, so please forgive me. To be continued." Oh. Chapter 450. Li Qingshan received the message and hurried over to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. He pushed open the door and entered. "What's the matter? Kid, I have a mission for you." Wang Puxi looked at the nimble Li Qingshan and nodded in satisfaction inside. No matter how unruly he was still a trustworthy person. What mission? Li Qingshan thought to himself. Sure enough, he knew a little about the current predicament the 100 schools of thought faced. Fu Qingjin's actions instead erased his sense of guilt. He did not even care about the person who had started this, so what was there to feel guilty about when he was the one who faced the enemy head-on? Hua Sengzan paced around in deep thought, arriving beside Li Qingshan. "You know my younger sister and Yu Zijian, right?" Li Qingshan said, "Of course. What do you think of them? They're both good girls. What, you want to propose marriage for me and marry your younger sister to me?" Li Qingshan smiled. Hua Sengzan smiled as well. "You have the right. If you can get Qiongji and Qinglu to nod, I won't interfere. Your mission is to protect them secretly." The reason for this mission was inexplicable. It was rather strange. How could regular Foundation establishment cultivators have the patience to protect two Qi practitioners? That sliver of good will clearly become extremely important. I remember that. It's been 3 years since we last met. Qinglu has become even more beautiful. Let's stop joking around. Where am I supposed to protect them? Wang Puxi said nowhere. It's just a few simple missions. Li Qingshan was perplexed. You want a foundation establishment cultivator to protect 2 qi practitioners? You sure are thoughtful. Since there's danger, just get them to stay put. Can't you just get me to complete the mission? Hua Sengzan said apologetically. This is extremely important, so I can't explain it to you. And not only can you not let them know about this, but you can't let anyone else know either. I know it doesn't make sense. Apart from you, I don't trust anyone else. If you trust me, why aren't you telling me the truth? Alright, I won't trouble you. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a single hair on them. No, if it's not life-threatening, don't do anything. Just watch and that's enough. Just treat it as training for them. Interesting, you've really piqued my curiosity. He left the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan turned in the direction of the Cloud Wisp Association. He did not cast any spells. He walked slowly like a chariot. He blended into the crowd. Right now it was the end of the year. The entire Clear River Prefecture was bustling with activity and joy, as if it had not been affected by the war at all. On the contrary, due to the chaos of war, the prefectural city became the only peaceful place. Countless people moved their families there, which created a strange kind of prosperity. Most cultivators didn't have the concept of celebrating a new year. Li Qingshan had not seen such a scene in a long time. He felt a sense of familiarity as he followed the flow of people. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Wisp Association. The 3 words, Cloud Wisp Association, were written on the fiery red archway. It was decorated with lanterns and banners everywhere, giving off a joyous atmosphere. Performances were currently taking place inside. Operas, storytelling, and singing were all available, but the price was extremely cheap. It only cost a few copper coins, and you could spend an entire afternoon sitting in a theater in the dead of winter, drinking hot tea and eating snacks. You could forget about the troubles of the mortal world amidst one story after another. It had already become a trend in the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan walked past the archway and tossed a few taels of silver before entering the newly built theater. A gust of hot air greeted him. The theater was packed, numbering around 1,000 people. In the center was an old man who was telling a story loudly. He was telling the story of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The inscriptions on the ground amplified his voice several times over, reaching every corner clearly. In a room behind the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng sat opposite one another. Sun Fubai grumbled, "Junior brother, since you've seen Qingshan, why don't you get him to come over and discuss the next step of the plan?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "What's there to discuss? So chaotic outside. None of the plans can be carried out. It's just within the Clear River Prefecture. Just having us is enough. Speaking of these difficulties, we'll be scolded again." "Scolded by who?" "Long time no see, Uncle Fu. Your cultivation has improved again." Li Qingshan walked in with a smile. All he saw was Sun Fubai sitting on a round-backed chair. He wore thin, gray robes and his hair and beard were all white. However, he was in better spirits instead. His true qi surged through his various meridians. He was close to the peak of the 10th layer. Sun Fubai leapt to his feet and said in surprise, "Qingshan, you've finally come." He studied him and was greatly gratified. "I heard you've reached foundation establishment." Sure enough, sure enough. Very good, very good." Li Qingshan sat down and listened to Sun Fubai explain the development of the Cloud Wisp Association. Just like what Lu Chuanfeng had said, they had developed very well in the prefectural city. They had already opened up many branches, but their situation was extremely horrible in other places. Bandits were everywhere, and demons ran amok. Their lives were in constant danger, so who would be in the mood to listen to their stories? Lu Chuanfeng said, especially now that some moon devil has appeared, forcing the demon slayer to cower in fear. Perhaps before long, the Clear River Prefecture will become the world of demons. Sun Fubai frowned. "Junior brother, why are you saying something so depressing again? The situation will improve." The war won't last forever. We need to make preparations right now to win the hearts of the people. I visited the school of painting a while ago. Li Qingshan told him about Chu Shidao's idea. Sun Fubai's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Qingshan, if you don't have time, why don't you go visit the school of painting? Li Qingshan said. It's best if you don't go visit him for now. Master Chu's health isn't particularly good. Sun Fubai nodded, expressing his understanding. He smiled. Qingshan, with your return, our school of novels seems to have gained a pillar of support. Right now, the schools are replacing the old with the new. Junior brother, you can give up your position. Lu Chuanfeng became nervous. He was afraid of seeing Li Qingshan, and he was also afraid of mentioning this. He had just gotten a taste of being a schoolmaster, and he had a few disciples now, so he was very reluctant to give up his position. Fortunately, Li Qingshan declined immediately, which allowed Lu Chuanfeng to ease up. He poured him a cup of tea in a hurry. Sun Fubai suddenly asked Qingshan, do you practice the arts of the boundless ocean? That's right. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. However, this wasn't a secret in the 100 schools of thought, so it wasn't strange that Sun Fubai knew about it. Sun Fubai recalled. Back then, there was this cultivation method in my bookstore, but it was only the first half. Later, I gave it to a black burly man. Lu Chuanfeng said, it's still a cultivation method. Why did you give it to him? Sun Fubai said in annoyance, isn't it because of your book that made me lose face? Plus, that big man has a forthright personality. He even said that if he was lucky enough to find all the cultivation methods in the future, he would send this cultivation method to me. I didn't expect that you would be practicing this cultivation method. What a coincidence. Who knows where that burly man is now, and whether he's dead or alive. Why don't I let you take a look at this cultivation method? At least I've fulfilled one of my wishes. Li Qingshan smiled. He took out the jade scroll and gave it to Sun Fubai. The promise of the past had been fulfilled in this way. Life was truly unpredictable. P.S. The flight arrived in the afternoon, but he only arrived at the hotel after 11. He was so tired that he went to sleep. Chapter 451. How can I do that? Sun Fubai declined in a hurry. Just take a look. Li Qingshan shoved the jade slip into his hand without giving him any chance to explain. Sun Fubai thought, this boldness is rather similar to that person from the past. Regular people would treat a special cultivation method like a treasure when they obtained it. Why would they show it to others so easily? Sun Fubai roughly skimmed through the jade slip and then handed it over. This cultivation method is indeed shockingly powerful. What's even rarer is that it suits your temperament very well. It will definitely be able to bring glory to you. I believe that the school of novels will flourish in your hands too, Uncle Fu. Li Qingshan placed a true spirit pill in Sun Fubai's hand. This is far too valuable. I really can't accept it. It's all thanks to Uncle Fu's efforts in the past few years that I've been able to obtain so much power of belief. If the school of novels can gain another foundation establishment cultivator, what's there to worry about when the three of us work together? After chatting a little more, Li Qingshan left Clear River City and arrived at the shore of the Lake of Dragons and Snakes. Gazing at the rolling reeds, he thought about the time he spent here with Han Qiongji in the past. He thought, I wonder how Qiongji is doing. Has she reached foundation establishment yet? He sat down in the mist that was as thin as silk and took out the illusory water sword of invisibility. He stroked the sword gently, and ripples of light rippled out. Both he and the sword vanished without a trace. He withdrew his thoughts and sank them into his sea of qi. The water spiritual energy surged like the sea. In the sea, a divine talisman of great creation shone slightly dimly. Ever since he reached foundation establishment, he had been tied up with various matters. He mainly practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Now, he could finally settle down and reach the realm of the divine talisman of great creation. He also took a step forward. Waves surged in his sea of qi. Waves flew out of the surface of the sea, spiraling towards the divine talisman of great creation. They formed a ball of water, like a huge cocoon, gradually burrowing into the divine talisman of great creation. The sun was high in the sky. The mist gradually dispersed. The ball of water that had condensed in Li Qingshan's body shattered. The divine talisman of great creation shone brightly. The mural twisted and turned, becoming even more mysterious and complex. Amidst the surging brilliance, one could vaguely see the birth of all living things, flowers and trees. Birds and beasts were everywhere, and nothing was tolerated. Li Qingshan's figure appeared out of thin air. He twisted and turned for a moment before turning invisible again. A jackdaw appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. Li Qingshan stared at the jackdaw on his wrist. This was what he had created with the help of the divine talisman of great creation. Sure enough, it was vivid and lifelike. Zhang Xian infused a sliver of his spiritual perception into it before raising his hand. The jackdaws spread their wings and soared high into the sky. With the sound of flapping wings, countless jackdaws scattered into the sky, turning into black dots. Li Qingshan seemed to have the compound eyes of an insect. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. It was as if countless cameras had been set up around the entire lake of dragons and snakes, giving it an astonishing view. The amount of power of faith required to conjure these crows was not large. The divine talisman of great creation only consumed a little bit of its light before it was quickly replenished by the newly obtained power of faith. However, it greatly increased the range of his divine telekinesis. Although he could not examine it closely, he could see and hear it. In the 100 schools of thought, a group of young disciples made their way through the formation of dragons and snakes bit by bit, crossing the lake of dragons and snakes and arriving on the shore. A jackdaw descended from the sky, landing on a withered branch. Its pitch-black eyes reflected their figures. Li Qingshan saw Hua Chenglu with a single glance through the eyes. She had become even more beautiful. In her scarlet clothes she was like a fully bloomed rose, giving off an alluring fragrance that attracted butterflies, bees, and bees. The gazes of the male disciples in the surroundings were basically unable to shift away for even a moment. They fawned over her. She smiled at them in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She vaguely possessed the bearing of an elder brother. She no longer possessed any childishness. Time slipped away unknowingly. The young girl who pretended to be mature in the past had become the person she wanted to be. "Zijian, let's go," Hua Chenglu said gently. Only then did some true gentleness appear in her eyes. "Yeah, you," Zijian said gently. "How did she become like this?" Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Yu Zijian wore Taoist robes with her hair in a bun. She carried a sword on her back, which made her seem tall and slender, like a willow branch in the wind. However, she did not seem like her at all. She had lost her sunny appearance in his memories, becoming silent and quiet. There seemed to be an undispersible melancholy between her brows. She lowered her head like she was standing in the shadows. She was also a woman in her prime, but due to the lack of sunlight, she was like a wilting orchid nourished by rain and dew. "Junior sister Yu, this must be your first time out on a mission, right? It's unavoidable for you to be a little nervous. Don't worry, it's just a few demonic beasts. There won't be any danger." Sun Yi patted his chest. He was also a disciple of the school of Taoism. His cultivation was at the 8th layer, which was the highest among the group. Although he did not show it, he did look down on Yu Zijian slightly inside. All this time, even a genius like Chu Tian had to take risks and carry out missions like the other disciples. Who knew how many dangers he had taken on and how many of his seniors and juniors had died? However, Yu Zijian was completely protected. All she had to do was cultivate on Wuwei Island, but in the end she failed to achieve anything after 3 years, only reaching the 7th layer. She had failed to live up to her title as a genius. The second time, Yu Zijian's voice was very soft, such that Sun Yi did not hear it clearly. "What? The second mission?" Yu Zijian raised her voice slightly. "You're talking about that time?" Sun Yi and the other cultivators could not help but mock her. Sun Yi even felt rather disgusted and resentful. He never thought she would actually be shameless enough to mention the mission that had humiliated the entire school of Taoism. On Wuwei Island, The slovenly Taoist priest gazed into the distance and frowned. His Taoist robes were just like before, but his cultivation had become more and more profound. He had already been recognized as the person most likely to undergo the second heavenly tribulation in his mother's prefecture. He gazed in the direction that Yu Zijian had left in and patted the stone railing gently. Zijian, oh Zijian. 3 years ago, he had personally arranged for the experiential mission. Sengzan had objected, but he had scolded him back. The edge of a treasured sword was forged through sharpening. Experiential training like this was very important to cultivators. It could motivate them to work hard on cultivation. And it was only a simple investigation mission. However, the outcome was not what he had expected. Ever since she returned from the mission, she had become completely dejected. There were rumors in the 100 schools of thought that the genius of the school of Taoism had been frightened out of her wits, making a huge fool of herself. It was as if it had proven once again that no matter how great her talent was, it was pointless if she lacked a strong mind. As a result, he no longer forced her to carry out any more missions. She remained on Wuwei Island the entire time to cultivate, but her cultivation had stagnated until now. Hua Qinglu held Yu Zijian's hand. It was cold to the touch. I'm the leader of the mission this time, so you have to listen to my orders. The outside world isn't as safe as the 100 schools of thought. If you're afraid, it's best if you leave right now. Sunny studied Yu Zijian again inadvertently. The group flew off on their own artifacts. Soon after they had left, a jackdaw cried out and took off into the air. Li Qingshan leapt up and chased after it. The mist around her became even thicker. Just what had she gone through? This doubt even turned into anger. He had extremely special feelings for her. Hua Qinglu glanced back at Yu Zijian and felt even more guilty. She thought back to 3 years ago. A great plague had erupted in a small city 400 kilometers to the west of the Clear River Prefecture. Because there were traces of demon qi, they were suspected to be demonic beasts, which was why they had been sent to investigate. This was not a dangerous mission. Powerful demons would not act so sneakily, and Hua Qinglu had plenty of life-saving pills and talismans. As long as they did not run into demon generals at crucial moments, there would not be too many problems. Sirs, the patients are all here. Under the lead of a gray-robed old man, Yu Zijian stepped into the gloomy clinic with the afternoon sun on her back. With her sword on her back, she seemed valiant and invulnerable to evil. The clinic was deathly silent. There were no moans at all. Countless men and women lay on the ground haphazardly. Even when Yu Zijian walked past them, they did not react at all. It was as if they had already accepted their fates and were waiting for death, giving off an aura beforehand. Hua Qinglu hated this smell. She stood in the sunlight in the courtyard. The old man offered up some tea. Please have some tea, mum. Hua Qinglu accepted the tea. Just when she was about to drink it, she glanced at the old man. He was currently staring at the teacup in her hand. When he saw Hua Qinglu look over, he forced out a smile, wanting to express his kindness, but it only made him seem even more sinister. Hua Qinglu recalled Hua Sengzan's instructions. She took out a jade needle and placed it in the tea, but the needle did not react at all. She found her own carefulness to be rather funny. With so many sick people, it would be strange if she had a pleasant expression on her face. She then felt slightly proud of her own carefulness. She said to the old man, "Don't worry. We'll find the source of the plague." She drank the tea in a single gulp before glancing at the clinic again. All she saw was Yu Zijian frowning as she carefully examined every single patient. She admired her seriousness slightly. Yu Zijian then examined a sick man. She raised her head and said with certainty, "They give off a very faint demon qi." The moment she raised her head, a black speck swam past the whites of the eyes of the man on the ground. Then there's no need to examine them so closely. I have a demon searching compass, so all I need to do is find the demon and kill him. Hua Qinglu took out a spiritual artifact that resembled a compass from her 100 treasures pouch. Demons could hide their demon qi, but they would always leave behind faint traces. However, the demon searching compass could sniff out these traces. Like a hunting dog, it could find where the demon was. It was extremely agile. The needle on the compass spun rapidly, which made Hua Qinglu frown. The surroundings were filled with demon qi, which interfered with the operation of the compass slightly. However, as the needle began to move, it finally stabilized and pointed towards the entrance of the clinic. Hua Qinglu turned around and said to the old man, "Move aside." The old man retreated to one side with his head lowered. Hua Qinglu said, "Thank you. Zijian, let's go." She carried the teacup and made her way out of the courtyard. But the moment she brushed past the old man, the needle spun with her, pointing towards the old man firmly. Hua Qinglu's expression changed. She tossed aside the teacup and reached towards the blade on her waist. She called out, "Zijian, be careful. The demon is right here." The teacup shattered on the ground, and the tea spilled all over the ground. There were black specks even smaller than the tip of a needle on the tea leaves. In the clinic, the old man's face gradually twisted, turning into a vicious smile that did not belong to humans. His teeth protruded from his lips, giving off a demon qi. All the patients in the clinic crawled to their feet like zombies. Chapter 452. Just when Hua Qinglu was about to strike, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The true qi she had just mobilized immediately dispersed. Her eyes widened. "There's poison in the tea." The old man shrouded in demon qi lunged over with unbelievable speed. In that moment, the danger of death enveloped Hua Qinglu. No matter how many powerful talismans she possessed, it seemed like she could not use them in time. A streak of white light illuminated the entire clinic. Yu Zijian's eyes narrowed. She flew up, and the nine-yong sword pierced through several patients, blocking her way like a streak of white light, piercing the old man. Black smoke sprayed out from the wound, rushing towards Hua Qinglu. The jade pendant on Hua Qinglu's waist shone with a ring of green light. The black smoke collided with the green light, but it was unable to pass through. It turned around and flew towards the wall. Although the protective spiritual jade had saved her life, Hua Qinglu still collapsed. Yu Zijian caught her in her arms. At this moment, miserable cries and groans suddenly rang out from behind. Yu Zijian looked back. Wherever the nine-yong sword passed by, blood sprayed everywhere. It was a dazzling bright red color. The patients who had been pierced seemed to awaken from a nightmare, wailing on the ground. Strands of black smoke sprayed out from their gaping mouths, merging with the black smoke on the wall. They were not zombies or puppets but living people. Yu Zijian was stunned. "I killed them with my own hands. Zijian, it hurts so much. There's poison in the tea." Before Yu Zijian could accept this reality, Hua Qinglu was already in utter pain. Her body temperature fluctuated, scorching hot in one moment and cold like a corpse in the next. "Qinglu, use your cultivation to purge the poison." "It's not poison. It's my children." The black smoke buzzed strangely. Yu Zijian gathered her true qi in her eyes and saw a startling sight. The black smoke was not real smoke but countless tiny black insects that had died. She lowered her head and looked at Hua Qinglu again. She was already covered in cold sweat. She shoved a recovery pill into her mouth in a hurry. "It's useless. Before long, she'll die from crippling all her organs." "It's your turn now." The black smoke buzzed. The eyes of the people controlled by the black insects widened as they pushed their way out of the clinic. It let out an inhuman roar. Yu Zijian no longer dared to use her sword so easily. She picked up Hua Qinglu and flew towards the top of the wall. Her sword whistled out and stabbed towards the black smoke. The black smoke churned and dispersed before condensing in the distance. Yu Zijian saw the wall, and her expression changed drastically. When she first arrived, the whole city was dead silent, and there were not many people on the streets. At this moment, countless men and women filled the streets and alleys as if they were attending some grand ceremony. They all raised their heads blankly and looked at her with their white eyes. They were like puppets made of clay or wood. "I've already let my children swim into every well. I originally wanted to slowly enjoy this city full of blood and flesh, but you actually dared to disturb me. Die." The sea of people suddenly came to life and roared in unison. The terrifying sound waves rushed to the horizon. It contained the buzzing of the black insects. The crowd surged like a great tide, lunging towards Yu Zijian. With a rumble, dust was kicked into the air. The walls directly collapsed from the pressure. Yu Zijian leapt up with Hua Qinglu in her arms. She looked down at the black mass of people below. She had no idea whether it was several thousand or several tens of thousands. Her body and heart sank together. As she stared at the countless pairs of hollow eyes, she became rather dazed. Hua Qinglu whispered into her ear with difficulty, "Zijian, go." Yu Zijian immediately returned to her senses. Before she had even landed on the ground, the nine-yong sword thrummed out and hovered over 3 meters in the air, flying over the sea of people and out of the city. Countless hands extended out, like a scene from Avicii. A middle-aged woman suddenly leapt up. Even though she was under the control of a demon, this had completely exceeded her mobility. With a crack, her legs snapped, but her hands managed to touch Yu Zijian's clothes. The other humans under the control leapt up as well, lunging over. Yu Zijian pursed her lips and stared ahead. She pushed the sword manipulation technique she had learnt in the school of Taoism to the limit. The nine-yong sword turned into a twisted white streak of light, sweeping through the sea of people. Demon Qi directly rushed over from behind. Looking back, the black smoke composed of countless tiny insects surged in pursuit. However, the nine-yong sword truly was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact personally bestowed to her by the leader of the school of Taoism. Although Yu Zijian was unable to unleash its full power, she was still startlingly fast. She gradually shook off the black smoke and shot over the city walls. The black smoke circled around the city walls a few times, producing a reluctant hiss, but it was afraid to pursue. However, it understood its own strength very well. It was not suited for open battles. The humans had some powerful techniques, so it would be terrible if it was heavily injured. It was better off using the several tens of thousands of food to nurture itself a little stronger first. If 2 came, it would just kill 1. That would be enough. The demon Qi gradually grew further away. Yu Zijian came to a halt, and the nine-yong sword beneath her suddenly shifted over a dozen feet before coming to a forceful halt. When she looked back and saw that the demon did not pursue her, a deep sense of lingering fear immediately filled her heart. Her back became covered in a layer of cold sweat. Demons like that were extremely rare. They were actually an amalgamation of countless black insects, yet they possessed such great intelligence. If this continued, the entire city would be massacred. Yu Zijian had always been a kind-hearted person. When she saw the horrific situation, she immediately became filled with sorrow. She even forgot about her fear. She was tempted to kill the demon right there and then. However, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head. "Qinglu, we've escaped. We're going back right now. Hold on." Hua Qinglu forced a smile. Just when she opened her mouth to say something, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face was completely pale as she said feebly, "Zijian, I can't hold on much longer." Her cultivation as a qi practitioner was already impressive, but the organs were the weakest parts of a person. Countless black insects wreaked havoc in there. If her control over true qi was as meticulous as Li Qingshan's, she could still kill the black insects. However, that was impossible for her right now. When she said that, Yu Zijian's heart ached as much as it could be. Tears streamed down her face. "Qinglu, don't talk nonsense. You wouldn't. I never thought I'd die on my first mission. How embarrassing. Tell my elder brother don't say it. I won't listen." Yu Zijian covered her ears. The black mist let out a sharp hum and sneered, "Children, eat her heart and liver." Hua Qinglu said, "It hurts. It hurts." Yu Zijian was filled with despair. She raised her head instinctively, wanting to find someone to help her. No matter who it was, a tall, sturdy figure would appear in her mind instinctively. However, there was only desolation around her. Only her best friend moaned painfully in her arms, on the brink of death. Under such circumstances, there would be people who would wail, and there would be people who would be at a loss for what to do. However, her gaze gradually became firm and determined under the unendurable pressure. "Qinglu, hold on. I won't let you die. I will definitely kill the demon and save you, save everyone." Yu Zijian placed Hua Qinglu on the ground and removed her 100 treasures pouch. She leapt onto the nine-yong sword and flew towards the city resolutely. Hua Qinglu extended her hand, but she was unable to say anything. All she could do was watch the violet figure vanish from her vision before completely fainting from the pain. After who knew how long, rain began to fall from the gloomy sky. Droplets of rain fell from the clouds high above, forming thin strands that landed on Hua Qinglu's face. Her expression that had been twisted from pain had settled down before she knew it. Hua Qinglu felt the hint of coldness on her face and slowly opened her eyes. The pain in her body had already vanished. The black insects had calmed down for some reason. They no longer tore at her madly. Instead, they lurked silently like regular insects. Even their demon qi had become extremely faint, almost vanishing. Did Zijian succeed? Yu Zijian was filled with joy from surviving a disaster. She immediately circulated her true qi and purged the insects that had lost their intelligence and only acted on instinct from her body. She looked in the direction of the city gates and frowned again. She propped herself up and made her way towards the city. The rain became even heavier, forming a curtain of rain in front of the city gates. Hua Qinglu lifted the curtain and entered. She passed through the pitch-black gate and entered the city that had almost claimed her life once again. The sight in the city surprised her. A large swathe of structures before her had been flattened as if they had been scorched by fire. This was the power of the supreme grade talisman that Wasungzan had given her for protection. She could vaguely make out countless grayish-black figures on the ground before being diluted by the rain. As she walked forward, corpses after corpses appeared in front of her. They had either been turned into charred wood by the lightning-guiding talismans or frozen into ice shards by the cold ice talismans. However, most of them had been pierced through, cut in half or killed by swords. Zijian, Zijian! Hua Qinglu panicked inside. She called out her name loudly. Her voice imbued with true qi echoed through the quiet city, but there was no response at all. The sky grew darker and darker. It was probably dusk already. Finally, Hua Qinglu found her in front of an old ancestral hall that had not been destroyed. She hugged the nine-yang sword and sat on the blue stone steps with her head lowered. The rainwater caused her messy hair to stick to her cheeks, and then slid down her smooth cheeks, suddenly turning blood red. Her entire body was bathed in blood, and under the washing of the rainwater, blood began to spread. Only the nine-yang sword shone like snow. She stared at the stone steps before her. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared on the stone steps, and a gentle call rang out from above. Zijian, Zijian, are you fine? I've won. But I've only saved you. Yu Zijian seemed to wake up. She raised her head slowly and smiled with difficulty. Her face was moist, perhaps from the rain or her tears. Hua Qinglu looked at her smiling face and felt a stabbing pain in her heart. It was even more painful than having black insects gnawing at her insides. She was unable to say anything. Several streaks of light shot through the sky. One of them was Wasungzan's flash. Afterwards, Hua Qinglu heard from the knowledgeable Wasungzan that the demons they had encountered were extremely rare. They were called miasma demons. Among carapace demons, there were some that were far too simple and tiny, lacking even the slightest bit of intelligence. They were not even as great as ants. It was basically impossible for them to become demons. However, if they gathered in spiritual veins and spiritual lands over time, there was an extremely small chance that they would develop intelligence, turning into something similar to miasma. Destroying them was very easy. All she had to do was kill most of them. If she had been a little later, she would have died. Fortunately, Yu Zijian had found a way in time which saved her. However, there were certain times when Hua Qinglu would rather not be saved, such as right now. P.S. I'm finally back. I'll start updating tomorrow. __. To be continued. Chapter 453. Li Qingshan controlled the illusory water sword of invisibility, and flew through the air, tailing them from afar. The group of Qi practitioners was far too slow in his eyes. He was tempted to go down and take them with him. If it were not for him, other Foundation establishment cultivators would never be in the mood to carry out a mission like this. Towards the end, he just laid down on the sword and closed his eyes, beginning to practice the arts of the boundless ocean. After reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, he could connect with the water spiritual qi in the surroundings as easily as eating or drinking. The endless spiritual qi gathered in his dantian, stirring up waves in his sea of qi. For hours later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The true energy in his sea of qi had become even more abundant, constantly surging like an ocean. The effects of cultivation were startling. Just like the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his cultivation of the arts of the boundless ocean just happened to be at the fourth layer, which was equivalent to early foundation establishment. As long as he continued cultivating like this, breaking through to the fifth layer would only be a matter of time. This was obviously not just because of the spirit turtle's demon core. Humans had always cultivated much faster than demons. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation for demons might not even be able to match a talented human who could cultivate for a century or two. It was not just an exaggeration to say that all creatures were intelligent. However, any random lesser demon could live for several centuries. Even human foundation establishment cultivators paled in comparison. This was an advantage that they could only envy. Li Qingshan practiced both at the same time, so he could sense the difference even more clearly. He no longer dared to underestimate the cultivation of humans at all. If it were not for the large quantities of pills he ingested, his cultivation as a human would probably have completely surpassed demons already. And in the future it would definitely become more and more difficult to obtain pills. Even if Li Qingshan became very powerful by then, allowing him to go on a killing spree for spoils of battle, the pills he ingested would definitely become rarer and rarer. Perhaps by then, demons would be the ones who would have to rely on humans. At this moment, Yu Zijian and the others on the ground finally arrived at the small city where they were carrying out their mission. Li Qingshan immediately sensed a tiny demonic beast hiding there. To regular people, it was an extremely vicious monster. To them, it posed no threat at all. People moved about in the city, so it could be regarded as bustling. Clearly, a single demonic beast was not enough to completely disrupt their lives. Demons wanted to eat people, but they still had to live their lives. Such a lively scene. To Yu Zijian, this was something she had not experienced in a very long time. However, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword as she stared at the emptiness before her. Li Qingshan stood there and for a moment, he thought that she had discovered something. However, he quickly realized that she was just in a daze. As he stared at her obviously thin face, he could not help but feel a sense of pity for her. Zijian. Oh Zijian, what's wrong with you exactly? Hua Qinglu took out the demon-searching disc and determined the location of the demonic beast very soon. However, the demonic beast was crafty as well. It had already dug a tunnel for escape. As soon as it smelled their scent, it immediately burrowed underground. However, the few of them seemed to be prepared for this situation. Most of the monsters came from the underground. Which one of them didn't have the ability to dig holes? What demon slang? Hua Qinglu patted her 100 treasures pouch, and a few mechanical snakes flew out. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they flickered with a metallic luster. They arched their bodies before bouncing off violently like springs, chasing after the demons. The school of Moism's ideology had always been love with impartiality, not aggression, but in war, they pushed the art of engineering to the limit, creating powerful mechanical puppets that could deal with various situations. Because they did not have high requirements for the user, and they could adapt to various cultivations, they were extremely popular throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture. When war machines were created in the workshops of the school of Moism, all ideologies became worthless. Only survival and victory were meaningful. Before long, the mechanical snakes wrapped around the demonic beast that had been strangled to death and returned to the surface. They had lost 2 of them and the mission was complete. Fate was unpredictable. Sometimes they thought they were facing imminent disaster, only to have a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, turning misfortune into fortune. Sometimes it felt like everything was going smoothly, only to have a treacherous situation that would capsize the boat. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began discussing how to split up the demonic beast's skin, flesh, and bones. None of these items were cheap. The bones could be ground into powder for alchemy, while the fur could be used to forge artifacts. Even the flesh of demonic beasts could bring countless benefits to the body if consumed regularly. The cheers of the people in the city rang out in the surroundings, viewing them as heroes. Only Yuzijian continued to hold her sword, lowering her head and frowning. However, all she heard were countless wails. The people she had killed with her sword she rolled around and died. At this moment, a crisp cry jerked her back to her senses. A blue bird landed on her shoulder, chirping happily as if it was completely fearless of people. It was lively and filled with intelligence. As soon as Yuzijian extended her hand, the blue bird pecked the tip of her finger gently with its vermilion beak. She could not help but smile. It doesn't fly when it sees people. Don't tell me it's a demon. Sunny said cautiously. How can it be? It doesn't have any demon chi. I was worried about whose pet it was, so it ran out. It seems like it likes you very much, Zijian. It was rare for Hua Qinglu to see her smile, so she rejoiced inside. Li Qingshan stood nearby, smiling faintly. They did not run into any more accidents. After contacting the 100 schools of thought, a new mission arrived very soon. It was already late now, so they decided to rest for the night. They carried out the necessary daily cultivation before setting off the next day. In the dead of night, Hua Qinglu sat with her legs crossed. After completing her cultivation, she saw Yuzijian sitting in front of the window, holding her cheek and playing with the blue bird. Hua Qinglu was interested. Zijian, why aren't you cultivating? There's no hurry. Let's talk about it later. Seems to really like me. Yuzijian stroked the blue bird's feathers. The moonlight shone on the window sill as she smiled faintly. Hua Qinglu faltered. In the end, she made up her mind and said, Zijian, let's go back. Why? Yuzijian asked in confusion. Do you know why my brother suddenly allowed you to carry out missions? It's all because he wants to use you to force the sword collection palace. If this continues, you'll be in danger. Hua Qinglu finally could not hold back her guilt anymore. She cast down a formation in the room and told her the truth. However, the blue bird continued to flap its wings, perching on Yuzijian's hand. After Hua Qinglu's close inspection, she confirmed that it was just a regular bird. There was nothing special about it. Li Qingshan sat on the eaves as he thought of something. Why was Zijian still connected to that bastard Fu Qingjin? How was she supposed to force him? Using me? Yuzijian had almost forgotten about the man who fished with a sword. In a daze, she remembered that he had once wanted her to go to the Sword Collection Palace. The Sword Collection Palace seems to believe that you're the successor of the Violet Cloud Sword of the 10 renowned swords, while the Violet Cloud Sword and the Green Ruin Sword are the twin swords of Yin and Yang. Once they appear together, forming a deep bond. Even if hundreds of thousands of people die, Fu Qingjin might not care. But as long as you're in danger, you can force him to take action and end this stalemate, allowing the 100 schools of thought to benefit even more from their conflict with the Demon Slayer, Hua Qinglu said in a single breath. On the eaves, Li Qingshan was already filled with shock. He never thought Yuzijian would actually have such a deep bond with the Sword Collection Palace. If that was the case, his mission could be explained. Oh right, and what bullshit twin swords of Yin and Yang. With that, Li Qingshan suddenly felt displeased. Was that bastard Fu Qingjin worthy of her? What deep bond? Watch as I break this bond apart. However, upon further thought, he found it rather strange. Fu Qingjin had come to the Clear River Prefecture a long time ago. So why did he not take her to the Sword Collection Palace sooner? Why did he waste his time here? Even an idiot would know that cultivating in the Sword Collection Palace was much better. Yuzijian smiled. I see. Qinglu, thank you for telling me. Thank you for coming with me. Hua Qinglu said, you're not allowed to thank me. You've even saved my life before. Why don't we leave right now? I'll go talk to my brother. If that doesn't work, you might as well go find Fu Qingjin. Stop thinking about that Niu Juxia or whatever. Didn't your father say he's fine? You can't just wait here for him forever. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. As it turned out, she had actually stayed behind because of him. His heart surged as warmth filled him. He was tempted to jump down right now and tell her his identity so that she no longer had to worry. However, after some thought, he held back. It was not just for the mission, nor was it for hiding his identity. If she really settled down, Wouldn't she have to return to the Sword Collection Palace with Fu Qingjin? Yu Zijian smiled with some of her past radiance. Qinglu, aren't you afraid of your brother Qingzan the most? Since when have I ever been afraid of him? If I tell him to go east, he won't go west. It's all his fault this time, coming up with such a bad idea. I'll get him to apologize to you when we get back. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Hua Qinglu reddened as she said in disdain. Yu Zijian shook her head firmly and turned her down. Qinglu, you should go back. You shouldn't have come with me. I don't blame your brother. Instead, I feel a little grateful to him. If I had a use like that, why wouldn't I be useful? Hua Qinglu grabbed Yu Zijian's hand. What nonsense are you saying? Because of me you've already… If you're injured again, I really don't know what I'll do. Yu Zijian said sternly. Niu Juxia told me to make a proper choice. I can't be as hesitant as my mother, or I'll regret it. I've never regretted saving you. Even if I had to choose again, it would be the same. Right now, this is my choice as well. Li Qingshan sighed slightly. She really had grown up, and she even treated his words so seriously. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner and looked at the moon. The choice was easy, but just how many people could bear the burden of their own choices? Hua Qinglu felt rather relieved inside. She returned to the bed and sat down. All right, I can't win against you. You actually believe that big dark-skinned man. However, don't make me leave either. This is also my choice. If we really run into danger, we'll just die on the same day of the same month. Then she grumbled, what, Fu Qingjin? In my opinion, it's better if we work together. That's more suitable. Yu Zijian smiled. Then why don't we become sisters? Hua Qinglu's eyes lit up. All right, but you have to let me be the elder sister. I've had enough of being the younger sister already. On the windowsill, the blue bird let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings into the night sky. Chapter 454. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or here. Li Qingshan leaned against the roof and took out a gourd of alcohol with a smile. He tilted his head back and took a sip, watching the moonlight flow like water as the blue bird flew off into the horizon. Zijian, be careful. Hua Qinglu cried out. All she saw was a wild boar demon as tall as several people rushing towards Yu Zijian with two long snow-white tusks protruding from its mouth. It was like a mad elephant. They faced a true demon during the mission this time. It was far more dangerous than the previous ones. Sunny and the others unleashed techniques that shone with light. But when they landed on the wild boar demon, they only managed to leave behind some shallow marks. Wherever the wild boar demon passed by, the buildings collapsed loudly and collapsed, opening up a path. The aura made everyone's expressions change drastically. Yu Zijian, who bore the brunt of the attack, remained extremely composed. The nine-yang sword in her hand turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the wild boar demon. The streak of light stabbed into the wild boar demon's blood-red right eye. The wild boar demon let out a wild howl and shook its huge head violently. Its tusk stabbed towards Yu Zijian's ribs. It was even willing to die with her. Even at a time like this, Yu Zijian showed no fear at all. Instead, there was a sense of calmness and relief. She had already experienced something even more terrifying than this. This was her choice. No matter what the outcome of her choice was, all she could do was accept it. The wild boar demon's swinging tail suddenly straightened. But no one noticed this detail due to its colossal body. All they saw was the wild boar demon suddenly come to a halt. The nine-yang sword pierced through its eye and head, reducing the wild boar demon's head to mush. Yu Zijian used this opportunity to leap up and leap over the wild boar demon. The colossal corpse fell to the ground loudly. Due to the great inertia, it flew another several dozen meters away, knocking down a small building before coming to a stop. Zijian, are you fine? That strike earlier was far too risky. Hua Qinglu rushed over as soon as Yu Zijian landed on the ground. She was both concerned and grumbling. If we still don't subdue it, who knows how many buildings will be destroyed and how many people will die. It's worth taking a little risk, Yu Zijian said. She felt rather confused. Just now was a moment of life and death. No one could sense the wild boar demon's paws more clearly than her. That feeling. It didn't look like the wild boar spirit had lost its balance after being heavily injured. Instead, it looked like it was affected by an external force. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood not far away with a smile. Just now, he had only casually pulled the wild boar's tail. Zijian, well done. Sun Yi and the others gathered over as well. After working together for a few missions, their opinion of Yu Zijian had changed drastically. He felt that she was not as timid as the rumors made her out to be. Instead, she had a kind of extraordinary courage. In many cases, even they had to admit their inferiority. But don't take this kind of risk again in the future. It's not something mortals can compare to. Sun Yi frowned. As usual, after killing the monsters, the people were like frightened mice and rabbits. They came out of their hiding places and looked at the scene from afar with timid expressions. I don't see any difference between them and us. It's not that I'm looking down on them. I was born a mortal too. It's just that only by staying alive can we kill even more demons and save even more people, Sun Yi said righteously. Senior brother is right. Zijian understands. Yu Zijian lowered her head. She did not argue with him, but she did not show any signs of regret either. It was just like saying, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Oftentimes she really was looking down on them. To cultivators, treating mortals like ants seemed to be a form of talent. Even the weakest chi practitioners could achieve that easily. However, she could not. This was far too difficult for her. She would feel sad when she saw others cry. This was her weakness as well as her choice. At this moment, a familiar cry rang out from the sky. A blue bird circled around as it descended, landing on the mountainous corpse of the wild boar demon. Yu Zijian smiled. You've come again. The blue bird seemed to be able to bring her luck. Looking at the sky, she felt like a guardian god was silently watching over her. The people in the city calmed down from their fear and gathered over. Their gazes towards her seemed like that of a god. The 100 schools of thought sent a message for them to return and rest. They all eased up inside. After being out for so long, they could finally set off on their return journey. Li Qingshan wondered, has Fu Qingjin already responded? During this period of cultivation, he had pushed forward the arts of the boundless ocean by quite a lot. After reaching foundation establishment, the effects of the body gradually diminished. The effects of meridians and acupoints had become almost non-existent. What was even more important was the connection and comprehension of the spiritual qi of the world, as well as a person's temperament. Yu Zijian waved her hand at the cheering people. She sat on the 9-yang sword and sped off in the direction of the 100 schools of thought. She said to the blue bird on her shoulder seriously, "Don't poop." She recovered some of her radiance and cheerfulness. Although a person's heart was weak, it would become stronger through constant tempering. After returning to the 100 schools of thought, they all returned to their own homes. Yu Zijian and Sun Yi returned to Wei Island. Halfway along the mountain path, they saw the slovenly Taoist priest standing in a pavilion on the mountainside. Yu Zijian said in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" Sun Yi clasped his hands. "Greetings, Master." The slovenly Taoist priest waved his hand and dismissed Sun Yi. He chuckled at Yu Zijian. "I'm obviously waiting for you. How's it going? Are you in a good mood? You don't look too bad." He studied Yu Zijian and smiled in satisfaction. Sun Yi felt indescribable admiration or even jealousy. As the person most likely to break through to Golden Core, the slovenly Taoist priest Zhou Tong was one of the most powerful figures in the entire Clear River Prefecture right now. Normally, he only cultivated in seclusion for the sake of breaking through. Even the leaders of the various schools could not see him whenever they wanted. Now, he had specially waited for her on the mountainside. What an honor! It's just a pure Yang constitution. This world sure is unfair. Sun Yi's heart ached. If he knew that a foundation establishment cultivator had been protecting her the entire time, and it had nothing to do with her talent or cultivation, his feelings would probably become even more mixed. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint Master this time. Yu Zijian pursed her lips. You've never disappointed me, even during that mission. Others think you're weak, but that's exactly where you're strong. You don't hold on to anything, and you're like a fly for personal gain, so you obviously won't understand. What I'm afraid of the most is that the matter will ruin your temperament. The slovenly Taoist priest shook his head gently as he looked at the lake of dragons and snakes. Divine swords can only be forged after repeated tempering. Something like fate isn't a good blacksmith. Sometimes a single strike from the hammer can turn a treasured sword into a piece of scrap metal. I don't have to worry now that I've seen you like this. Girl, work hard. You're not an ordinary piece of metal. Once I undergo another heavenly tribulation, I'll formally accept you as my disciple. There were countless disciples in the school of Taoism, but aside from Juchenzi, only she had received such a promise from him. Li Qingshan returned to the Chain Mountains. The skeleton demons were like monkeys, running around and playing around in the large cavern. These skeleton demons were extremely interesting. They were like clones of Little and that he could control at any time, but they also possessed their own intelligence and even intelligence. After being taught a few lessons by Little and, they no longer dared to provoke Li Qingshan when they saw him again. They moved to one side obediently. Little and waved her hand, and the skeleton demons all turned into prayer beads, returning to her slender white wrist. There were exactly 17 of them. She only needed one more, and she would be able to assemble the 18 skull prayer beads into a formation. Meanwhile, the bones beneath her flesh and blood became even more translucent. They shone with a hidden Buddhist nature. She had also reached the juncture of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Li Qingshan smiled. Looks like this game of chess is about to come to an end. Even though no one had realized this. Once the time was right, the two of them would work together to defeat Strong Stone, kill Blood Shadow, destroy the Demon Slayer, and kill Fu Qingjin, putting an end to this war. Afterwards, he could reunite with Han Qiongji and spend more time with Little Anne. He could write some novels and accumulate some power of will. Right, he had to learn how to forge artifacts as well. It was rare for him to obtain such an arcane artifact, the Copper Cauldron. There was no need for him to be so busy. Just as he was picturing the beautiful future, Little Anne interrupted his beautiful dream. Yesterday afternoon, Chu Danqing came to find you. He said that what you wanted was done. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He picked up Little Anne and kissed her. He smiled. My good stuff is here. In the 100 schools of thought, in the school of painting, Chu Sherdao could no longer get off his bed. Not only was his face haggard, but even his eyes were starting to turn turbid. He stared at the liquid in the small bottle. As his arms were trembling, the golden liquid was also trembling. Feeling a little excited, he asked Ruexine this. Ruexine said, that's right. It's the water of oblivion that you wanted, senior. I've tried it and it's quite effective. That's great. Miss Ruexine, you're indeed a master of medicine refinement. No wonder that old man Huaxiai is full of praises for you. Cough, cough, cough. Before Chu Sherdao could finish, he started coughing, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Master. Chu Danqing looked worried. He sat by the bed and caressed Chu Sherdao's back. He injected spiritual qi into Chu Sherdao to calm his breathing. Chapter 455. In a daze he saw a person brandishing a sword and stabbing at him. A gleam of light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes, and the spirit turtle suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, suppressing the sword intent. Meanwhile, the sword-wielding figure turned into ink and dispersed. Only then was he able to see clearly that the brush strokes on the scroll were jagged. Each sword stroke was a stroke and each stroke was a sword stroke. In an instant 100 swords flew out at the same time, brandishing a set of world-shaking and peerless swordplay. However, there were still flaws, and he was unable to see everything clearly. However, with just these few strokes, it was as if one could see the true power of the Qilin dragon's claws. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This was a real magic tool. Although it's only an inferior arcane artifact, its power is likely not inferior to that of an ordinary low-grade arcane artifact. The more I repair it, the more I understand the 5 Absolutes Immortals' unparalleled talent. Qingshan, your strength will definitely increase greatly once you obtain it. Chu Sherdao sighed emotionally. Thank you, senior. Li Qingshan put away the cursive sword calligraphy and bowed deeply. Chu Sherdao waved his hand with a smile. There's no need to thank me. I'm a little tired. You two can leave first. After Li Qingshan and Ru Xian had left, Chu Sherdao said, Dan Qing, from what I can see, this child Qingshan is chivalrous, bold and unconstrained. He places great importance on gratitude and grudges. His future is limitless. With this karma, you can ask him for help if you encounter any difficulties. He won't refuse. Master. Chu Danqing's heart warmed. He was speechless. So all of this was for him. Those senior brothers and sisters of yours are not kind people. You have to deal with them calmly. Don't be in a hurry to search for the painting tomb. These words, which seemed to be his last words, immediately made Chu Danqing's eyes red. Chu Sherdao smiled. Silly child, don't be sad. Life and death are all fated. Go out, I want to talk to your mistress. After leaving the school of painting, Li Qingshan said to Ru Xian, I didn't think I would really refine it for you. Why have you been ignoring me? Ru Xian looked back and asked curiously, Who are you? Li Qingshan was stunned. He stepped forward and pulled her sleeve. What do you mean? I don't even know you. Please don't pester me. Ru Xian unhappily shook off his hand. He flew away on his flying artifact. Li Qingshan's figure flashed and he chased after her, keeping pace with her. He pointed at his own nose and said, I am Li Qingshan, don't tell me you don't recognize me. Seeing Ru Xian's unfamiliar face, he said in surprise, Don't tell me. You drank the water of oblivion. Perhaps. I forgot. However, since I've forgotten, there's nothing to remember. No matter what disputes we had in the past, let's write it off. Goodbye, fellow Taoist Qingshan. Ru Xian cupped her hands after she finished speaking. Then she decisively sped up and flew away. Li Qingshan stared blankly at her receding figure for a while. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and cursed, Write it off my ass. Bastard woman. How many spirit herbs did you take from me? Spit them all out. The faraway Ru Xian's lips curled into a smile. This guy was getting smarter and smarter. It really wasn't easy to fool him even once. Li Qingshan spent a Herculean effort and almost attacked Ru Xian's mountain gate. Only then did he complete his journey to demand payment. However, Ru Xian kept saying, I don't know who you are. But since you insist on saying that these things are yours, I'll give them to you. In the end, Li Qingshan even wondered if she really drank the water of oblivion. She had forgotten about him. After obtaining these medicinal pills, Li Qingshan went into seclusion in his cave for 3 to 5 days to convert them into cultivation. Since he had nothing to do, he studied the sword intent in the cursive sword calligraphy with Little and Yu Zijian's group set off once again. As a babysitter, Li Qingshan could only set off again. The missions this time were clearly much more difficult than the last. The group encountered danger again and again. If it were not for Li Qingshan's secret protection, there probably would have been casualties already. Li Qingshan knew that Hua Sengzan was forcing Fu Qingjin to back down. He had probably even factored in Hua Qinglu's confession and Yu Zijian's reaction into it, forcing Fu Qingjin to back down and admit defeat. Winter had already passed and spring had arrived. The ground warmed up. Yu Zijian flew above the clear river. The two banks were verdant. Junior sister Yu, Jiaping City is up ahead, Sunny said. Yep. Yu Zijian nodded. After the trials of life-threatening danger again and again, she had become more and more composed. Her cultivation that had remained stagnant for so long had finally broken through once more. Now she had reached the 8th layer. With her supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the Nine-Yang sword, she seemed to be the leader of the group. No one dared to treat her carelessly anymore. Gazing at the city vaguely in the distance, Li Qingshan felt something. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to return here. The river flowed and suddenly curved. The scenery on the two banks turned into small bridges, flowing water and people. After 3 years of war, Jiaping City was no longer as prosperous as before. However, the city was still standing, and its scale remained. The iron hawk on the mountain continued to glare angrily at them, ready to soar. However, the other structures on the mountain were heavily damaged. The Hawkwolf Guard here had already been disbanded. Without the protection of powerful formations and powerful cultivators stationed here, even dealing with regular demons would be rather difficult. They would just be sitting ducks if they stayed behind. Li Qingshan landed on a building and gazed at the entire city. He thought of some matters of the past and sighed inside. However, this only lasted for a moment. He dismissed his thoughts and expanded his senses, but he did not sense the existence of demon qi in the city. As it seemed, the demons that had caused trouble had already left. There was no need for him to keep such a close watch on them this time. However, he could sense the existence of qi practitioners in the city. He leapt off the building and glided to a garden. The surrounding scenery was rather familiar. With a thought, he realized this was the government office. Li Qingshan arrived in the garden silently and saw a person sitting beside a pond, cultivating. As a result, he revealed himself and smiled. Sir Zhou, long time no see. Zhou Wenbin looked back in surprise and saw a tall man standing nearby. They were so close, yet he had actually failed to sense him at all. That's far too unfair. I really want to scratch their faces and see if they can still smile. A middle-aged woman in a brothel ground her teeth in jealousy. Vicious thoughts sprang up one by one. Old Li next door borrowed money from me, and he still hasn't returned it. That's far too despicable. Bastards like him are better off dead. An old man carrying a birdcage suddenly thought. Don't hit me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. A child who had been pressed against the bench by his mother and spanked viciously suddenly let out a furious roar. He began to struggle desperately as his eyes became bloodshot. With a flash of thought, killing intent sprang up. At that moment, everyone's gazes were filled with malice and killing intent. Hua Qinglu only looked at the disc in her hand. It spun rapidly like it was spasming, becoming faster and faster. Her face changed. Be careful, everyone. There's demon qi approaching. It's tremendous and very dangerous. Rumble. The ground shook gently. Wild laughter rang out from underground. Ha ha ha, kill. Kill. Kill to your heart's content. Chapter 456. The ground cracked open, and a huge boulder burst out. An invisible, terrifying power swept through the entire city in a single instant. In everyone's eyes, the sky turned blood red. What was dyed red was not the sky, but their eyes. Whether they were men or women, young or old, their eyes all shone with red light from their bloodshot eyes. In the bustling city, everyone went berserk, roaring as they lunged at the people around them. Their eyes bulged as they gritted their teeth, as if they were facing a great enemy that they could not reconcile with. Oh no, it's the rock demons. Sun Yi's expression changed drastically. He swung his sword and killed a few people who lunged at him. It was rumored that wherever the rock demons went, people would go on a rampage. The rock demons did not even need to do anything to slaughter an entire city. Let's go. Hua Qinglu also felt restless. She swallowed a pill that set her mind at ease and said anxiously. Before she had even finished speaking, a voice rang out from below. Where are we going? The ground rippled like water, and strong stone emerged. He stared at them with a vicious smile, as if he was looking at a group of dolls. He showed no intentions of fighting at all. Killing them was very easy, but Strong Stone wanted to incite their killing intent and baleful aura before killing them and turning them into food. Sun Yi was filled with fear, but under Strong Stone's gaze, his fear turned into hysterical hatred and killing intent very quickly. He charged at Strong Stone. Strong Stone swung his fist gently, and with a bang Sun Yi's head shattered like a watermelon. Red and white dyed Strong Stone's body. He laughed aloud. The remaining two Qi practitioners could not endure it any longer and charged over as well. They were ripped apart by Strong Stone like a doll. Their slippery organs scattered across the ground. Strong Stone licked the blood on his hand and admired the slaughter that could be seen everywhere. They were admiring the slaughter that could be seen everywhere. In just an instant, tens of thousands of people had killed each other. Immediately, Jiaping City turned into a bloody hell. Baleful aura surged into the sky. Strong Stone sucked in a deep breath and absorbed the baleful aura into his body, merging it with his demon chi. The rock of slaughter became even more powerful. Strong Stone suddenly sensed something. He looked in the direction of the government office. There were other chi practitioners. His arm rapidly enlarged and stabbed into the ground. A crack extended into the distance. How could Li Qingshan not recognize this familiar demonic chi? He said to Zhou Wenbin, "Quickly run." His body flashed as he flew in the direction of the demonic chi. Just as he flew for a short distance, a crack appeared from afar. Deep in the county office, there was a huge hand made of earth and stone that was several feet long. It suddenly emerged from the ground. He grabbed hold of Zhou Wenbin, who was about to escape. Between his fingers, he called out to Li Qingshan, "Save." But before he could finish speaking, the giant hand closed and squeezed lightly, crushing Zhou Wenbin into dust. The attack was a success, and the giant earthen hand collapsed and shattered, leaving behind only a pile of blood and flesh. Li Qingshan felt that this was a thorny problem. It wasn't that they were afraid of Strong Stone's power. Protecting two chi practitioners was easier said than done. Even if he revealed his demon form, it would not be easy, especially under such circumstances. However, he could not think too much about it. The buildings on the street receded rapidly, and they arrived in the busy city in the blink of an eye. The busy city was no longer noisy. Instead, it was deathly silent. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were strewn across the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Only when he saw that Yu Zijian and Hua Qinglu were still alive did Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. He hid his presence even more carefully and approached them slowly. Hua Qinglu used the power of the Pill of Tranquility to endure arduously, fending off the invasion of the killing intent. However, she knew that she was probably done for this time. Who knew how many times she had heard about the infamy of the rock demon? Even Foundation establishment cultivators might not necessarily be able to survive if they ran into him. Zijian, looks like we're really going to die on the same day, month and year. When he looked at Yu Zijian again, she seemed to be scared silly by the sight before her. She stood there like a statue. Strong Stone let out a gentle interjection of surprise and looked at Yu Zijian's face. She had not been infected by the power of the Rock of Slaughter, turning into a murderous madwoman. She did not give off any murderousness or malice at all. Why? Yu Zijian's voice was hoarse. Her memories from 3 years ago flooded over. The sight before her seemed to be a replica of that moment. Countless living people had died horrible deaths right before her. Indescribable pain filled her chest, drowning out her hatred and fury. When she said that, her face was already covered in tears. It was like she was talking to Strong Stone, but it also seemed like she was questioning herself. There's no reason. Do you hate me? If you hate me, then come and kill me. Strong Stone was rather confused. She was a mere chi practitioner, yet she was completely unaffected by the Rock of Slaughter. He extended his hand and aimed it at Yu Zijian. He withdrew all of his power and released it at Yu Zijian. Her heart beat violently, urging her master to go on a killing spree. Yu Zijian moved, but she did not charge over madly like Sun Yi and the others. Instead, she stood up, wiped away her tears, and drew the nine-yong sword. The midday sunlight flowed over the blade like water. The tip of the sword was aimed at an enemy she could not defeat. Her gaze was pained and determined, without the slightest hint of madness or fear. Very interesting. It'll be even more interesting when I kill you. Strong Stone laughed aloud. There was a flash of white light, and the nine-yong sword slashed towards Strong Stone's indestructible body. Hua Qinglu widened her eyes. She could already foresee the fate of her sword breaking and her death. Strong Boulder just opened his arms. He paid no attention to the attack at all. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm as if he wanted to block it, but it was already too late. The nine-yong sword landed on him. His huge body spun like a spinning top as he flew out, crashing into dozens of houses in a row with a rumble. Even Yu Zijian was taken aback by how powerful her attack was. However, Hua Qinglu clearly saw a tall, large figure flash by. Before they could even return to their senses, they felt their waists tighten, and the scenery around them rapidly receded. Then he used the invisibility technique to hide Yu Zijian and Hua Qinglu, suppressing their auras as well. In a single moment, they had already fled several thousand meters away. Listening to the tremors in the distance, Hua Qinglu eased up. The rock demon was terrifying, but this man was extraordinarily powerful. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly stopped and summoned a cloud with a wave of his hand. He placed them on it before turning around. Hua Qinglu asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to kill the rock demon, of course," Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. A chance encounter was not as good as an invitation. Who cared if the time was right or not? Meeting him was fate. "Just you?" Hua Qinglu said. The horror of the rock demon was deeply rooted in her heart. Even the mid-foundation establishment one thought master had fallen to its hands in the past, yet Li Qingshan was only at early foundation establishment. Going there this time was basically suicide. Of course not, Li Qingshan pointed out, and a streak of green light streaked across the horizon. Fu Qingjin finally could not help but take action. Li Qingshan could smell something called opportunity from this, so he returned to the side of the pit. Strong stone leapt out of the pit and directly lunged at Li Qingshan. Suddenly he felt a sense of danger. A streak of green light stabbed towards the back of his head. "Fu Qingjin!" Strong stone bellowed out furiously. He was extremely familiar with the sword qi. Even without using his eyes, he knew who it was. He dared not treat the green ruined sword like a regular weapon. Suddenly, an armor of earth and stone appeared on the surface of his body. The sword qi penetrated 3 inches before dispersing. Strong stone's murderous, beady eyes only stared at Li Qingshan. He had decided to kill this person who had launched a sneak attack against him regardless of the consequences. P.S. I'm really not feeling well today. Perhaps it's because I've returned to the north so suddenly, so I'm not too used to it. I feel like I've caught a cold. Chapter 457. Os. In the Chain Mountains, Qingzhao's dwelling. Search reading nest. The final prayer bead was forged. The 18 prayer beads revolved above little Anne's head, forming a wondrous formation. Suddenly, they all turned into skulls at the same time, spitting flames at little Anne. The flames peeled off the flesh on Shaoan's body bit by bit, revealing the sparkling white bones inside. Under the burning of the flames, the bones became more and more transparent, as if they were carved out of white jade. But they had more Buddhist light and spirituality than jade. Little Anne brought her palms together like a Buddhist disciple receiving a precept. However, she did not kneel. Instead, she gazed at the sky. The roaring flames in her eye sockets seemed to be able to pierce through the thick rock, gazing at the halls of the Buddhas in the Western paradise. Regular skeletons would give off a terrifying feeling, but when she stood there, she seemed dignified and righteous. Little Anne lowered her head slowly. The flames draped over her, making her seem like a colorful kasaya. She murmured inside. She thought to herself, right now, I swear that I have not come here to destroy the Buddhas, nor to slaughter all life. I only wish to help him ascend to the 9 heavens and accompany him. With this vow, the flames vanished. The 18 skulls turned back into 18 skull prayer beads, returning to her slender white wrist. The first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty success. The entrance to Qingzhao's dwelling swung open loudly. With a flash, little Anne took off into the air, flying towards Li Qingshan's location. Faced with strong stone's frenzied attacks, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. The moment the fist landed, he turned into water and scattered. Strong stone's vicious smile froze slightly. Only then did he realize he had been tricked again. This was a water element technique. although the effects of this clone were incomparable to his innate ability mirror image. However, it was no problem for him to attract some firepower. Li Qingshan used the illusory water sword of invisibility again, and concealed himself, retreating to a safe distance. Fu Qingjin glanced in his direction. The green ruins sword thundered and produced a green ruins illusion, enveloping Strong Stone. Strong Stone roared, "Fu Qing, don't you have any other tricks? Just this move alone won't be able to injure this elder." Baleful energy surged crazily, as if it had substance. The green ruins illusion immediately began to distort. At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly received a message from little Anne. He knew that she had refined 18 prayer beads. Having reached the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, he was overjoyed, and his eyes immediately filled with confidence. The time has come. His strongest helper has finally arrived. Li Qingshan sent a message to Little Anne to hide first and wait for an opportunity. Little Anne nodded slightly. He turned around and threw himself to the ground. The white bone sword danced like a sword wheel and pierced through the ground. Then he looked at the green ruins illusion. Fu Qingjin and Strong Stone's intense battle seemed like neither of them could do anything to the other. Strong Stone was clad in stone armor, so the sword chi of the green ruins sword could no longer do anything to him. Even if it could pierce through the stone armor, it could not harm him. The only thing he feared was the green ruins sword itself. However, if it landed on his body, it would only leave behind a mark. As long as it was not a fatal wound, he would immediately recover with a surge of demon chi. Even with Fu Qingjin's supreme swordsmanship, he was rather helpless against him. Meanwhile, Fu Qingjin was in the green ruins illusion. He was basically undefeatable. No matter how many times his body was struck, it would only disperse as green light before reassembling once more. He was indifferent. Clearly, even the power of the Rock of Slaughter was unable to affect the will of the green ruins sword. By isolating Strong Stone from absorbing the spiritual chi of the world, he might have been able to emerge victorious if he just kept dragging things out. However, under the assault of Strong Stone's murderous aura, the green ruins illusion gradually began to distort and shatter. Holes would appear from time to time. If Strong Stone wanted to flee, probably no one would be able to stop him. Fu Qingjin used his fingers like a sword and stroked the green ruins sword. He chanted myriad sword technique. Thousands of green ruins swords shot through the air. The blades thrummed as sword chi surged. Strong Stone's beady eyes shone brightly. He was unable to absorb the spiritual chi of the world here, so he probably would be at a disadvantage if he continued fighting. He laughed madly. "I'll play with you next time." Black murderous aura condensed on his fist, and he threw it to the right. The palace twisted like a backdrop, creating a huge hole, revealing the scenery outside the green ruins illusion. However, the first person Strong Stone saw was not anyone else but Li Qingshan. "You think you can stop me?" Strong Stone leapt out and threw a punch at Li Qingshan. With just his cultivation at early foundation establishment, Li Qingshan did not have the right to stop Strong Stone. Whether it was the illusory water sword of invisibility or the arts of the boundless ocean, it was very difficult for him to harm Strong Stone, let alone kill him. Li Qingshan shook his hand, and the cursive sword calligraphy unfurled in the wind. Thousands of ink strokes intertwined together, and a sword as black as ink burst out of the paper. The stone fist and the ink sword collided. There was no sound at all, and the ink sword dispersed silently. Strong Stone's all-annihilating aura had been forcefully severed by the sword intent. At the same time, he felt an extremely sharp sword chi pierce through his tough stone skin, directly entering his body. It pierced through the layers of demon chi and directly shot towards his demon core. He was alarmed. Li Qingshan slowly raised his hand. The rising tide form, the sea of chi in his dantian was like a great tide, surging endlessly. The cloud parting form. The tide turned into a tsunami, connecting the sky and earth. It soared into the sky and parted the clouds. It was unstoppable. He slammed his palm against Strong Stone's chest, and blue light rippled out like waves. It was a dazzling array of colors. Strong Stone was forcefully slammed back into the green ruins illusion. Fu Qingjin glanced at Li Qingshan in admiration. He did not waste this opportunity. The hole that Strong Stone had created immediately closed up. Strong Stone was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out some rock fragments, forcefully forcing out the sword qi, but he also suffered some internal injuries. When he turned around again, he could no longer find any trace of Li Qingshan. All he could see were countless green ruined swords arranged around Strong Stone, surrounding him from all directions. "Pardon," Fu Qingjin ordered, and the swords fell like rain. The swords spun around like serrated blades, tearing apart Strong Stone's stone armor layer by layer. After slamming Strong Stone back with a palm strike, Li Qingshan immediately swallowed a qi recovery pill and sat down to recover his spiritual qi. The palm strike was powerful, but it was extremely taxing on his spiritual qi. Coupled with the arcane artifact, the cursive sword calligraphy, he had directly used up 30% of his spiritual qi. If they actually fought, he was not Strong Stone's opponent at all. It was impossible for him to defeat Strong Stone as an early Foundation establishment cultivator. However, it was not difficult for him to do some odd jobs and support him from the side. If he wanted to reap the benefits, he needed to keep Strong Stone here and keep dragging it out with Fu Qingjin. However, after this experiment, he was very satisfied with the power of the cursive sword calligraphy. Even with Strong Stone's defenses, he was still injured. If a regular Foundation establishment cultivator had received this attack, they would be dead already. Strong Stone's vicious smile vanished. His armor had been cut to pieces, and he was covered in even more sword wounds. Without the replenishment of the spiritual qi of the world, his demon qi was nowhere near as powerful as before, so the rate at which his wounds healed was obviously much slower. Strong Boulder let out a furious roar, and his arms extended to 10 times their original size, like 2 huge stone pillars. They began to dance about madly, shattering the surrounding green ruined swords and sending them flying. He circulated his baleful aura and threw a punch downwards. As long as he made contact with the ground, he would be able to escape. The reason why he could massacre countless cities, earn the name of the Rock Demon, and survive countless battles without anyone being able to stop him was because of this innate ability. When their strength was similar, it was very difficult to stop his opponent from escaping. Fu Qingjin was powerless as well. The green ruins illusion burst open once again, but what Strong Boulder saw was not the ground that he was looking for. Instead, it was surging water. The place where Fu Qingjin had cast the green ruins illusion was close to the clear river. In order to prevent Strong Stone from escaping, Li Qingshan had just dug a huge hole in the ground beneath the green ruins illusion before drawing in the water. Li Qingshan floated in the water, holding the unfurled cursive sword calligraphy in his hand. The ink sword shot out. Strong Stone was unwilling to take it head-on, but the ink sword was as fast as lightning, and Li Qingshan had been caught off guard. At such a close distance in such a narrow space, how was he supposed to dodge it? Strong Boulder was infuriated. He completely ignored the ink sword that shot towards his chest. His body swelled up, crushing down on Li Qingshan like a mountain. His 2 stone arms reached for Li Qingshan's shoulders. As long as he could kill him or force him back underground, he could obviously force out the sword qi with ease and recover from his injuries. Vortex form. Li Qingshan pushed out with his hands. The water surged and spun rapidly, turning into 2 huge vortexes that wrapped around Strong Stone's arms. He used softness to overcome toughness, nullifying Strong Stone's terrifying strength layer by layer. Strong Stone's arms swelled up once again, and the terrifying strength directly tore apart the vortexes. Before absolute strength, all techniques were powerless. Just when he was a hair's breadth away from Li Qingshan's shoulders, Strong Stone sneered. When the time comes, all he has to do is rip. Of course, with his demon form, Li Qingshan obviously would not die on the spot, but Fu Qingjin would notice something. At this moment, the divine talisman of great creation suddenly lit up. A third hand extended from Li Qingshan's chest, rapidly growing and extending like a vine. At first glance, this hand seemed a little similar to Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements, but it was much smaller. It was even slightly smaller than Li Qingshan's own arm. And it did not just have 5 colors either. Instead, it was a riot of colors. However, it was exactly this tiny hand that pressed against Strong Stone's chest. Strong Boulder's indestructible gray stone skin actually caved in slightly. Afterwards, Strong Stone was slapped back into the green ruins illusion once more, filled with reluctance. The door to escape closed once more. This is the power of belief. Fu Qingjin was taken aback before returning to his senses. Only then did he remember Li Qingshan's identity as a disciple of the School of Novels. He smiled. I see. With his assistance, perhaps I really do have a chance to kill Strong Stone here. This was the most primitive way to use the power of belief. It did not need to conjure anything. It could be directly used to attack or defend. He could only use it after refining the divine talisman of great creation again. Its effects were even better than Li Qingshan had anticipated. However, it consumed quite a lot of power of belief as well, which made him feel rather pained. There was nothing he could do about it. This was how it felt to use a one-time use power like this. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Fu, that's all I can help you with. The rest will be up to you." "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 458. Fu Qingjin nodded slightly. This was indeed an unprecedented opportunity to kill Strong Stone. A mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was actually able to forcefully block Strong Stone twice. This was truly astonishing. That arcane artifact seemed to be no ordinary item. Without waiting for Strong Stone to force out the sword chi, Fu Qingjin became one with his sword and charged forward, clashing with Strong Stone. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He closed the cursive sword calligraphy and sat down to meditate to recover his chi. Although the cursive sword calligraphy was powerful, it also consumed a shocking amount of spiritual chi. If it wasn't for the fact that the arts of the boundless ocean provided a large amount of spiritual chi and an extremely fast recovery rate, a normal cultivation technique might not be able to support it. Even now, he couldn't use it consecutively. He had to recover his chi every time he used it. However, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Within his body, a sword as black as ink floated above his sea of chi. After Li Qingshan had obtained the cursive sword calligraphy from Chu Sherdao, he had refined it again. Now he could also store the sword chi within the cursive sword calligraphy into his sea of chi, ready for use. However, it was no longer a messy 100 strands of sword chi. Instead, it had fused into a single black sword. Li Qingshan had yet to test its might, but he believed that it would be able to give any enemy a pleasant surprise when paired with the illusory water sword of invisibility. At this moment, Strong Stone suddenly let out a wild roar, piercing through the green ruins illusion and reaching the horizon. A moment later, the earth began to shake. Looking down from the sky, one could see huge bumps bulging out of Jiaping City. Earth and stone cracked, buildings were destroyed, and waves of demonic chi spread out. The place where Li Qingshan was meditating was also pushed up. With a rumble, the earth split open, and a blood-red tongue stretched out towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Strong Stone finally couldn't help but summon his subordinates. These 7 or 8 waves of demonic chi were all powerful demon generals. He used the wave-treading form to avoid the long tongue. Using the illusory water sword of invisibility, he turned invisible and retracted his aura. Each of them was a giant creature that was more than 100 feet tall. All of them drilled out of the ground in their true bodies, some resembling toads. Some of them resembled wolves, while others had strange forms. It was impossible to tell what kind of wild beasts they had originally been. All of them opened their bloody mouths wide and roared at Strong Stone in the green ruins illusion. As if responding to these roars, Strong Stone's body also began to grow. In the blink of an eye, he grew to more than 10 feet tall, turning into a huge stone giant. His small eyes shone brightly as he looked down at Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin remained unmoved. As Strong Stone grew larger, the green ruins illusory realm grew larger as well. However, under the onslaught of the demonic chi and malevolent chi, it grew weaker as well. Fu Qingjin, I didn't come here to kill you. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then leave your life behind. Strong Stone's voice was extremely gloomy. It was as if a huge rock was rolling in his stomach. As he spoke, he slammed his palm down at Fu Qingjin. Strong Boulder ordered, "Little ones, don't worry. Kill the human next to him." Li Qingshan exhaled. Plans really couldn't keep up with the changes. It wouldn't be so easy to continue watching from the sidelines. Demons had extremely strong senses, let alone a demon that had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't intentional, he might be able to avoid their senses. The reinforcements from the Demon Slayer and the Sword Collection Palace had arrived. Don't tell me I really have to fight him again like we agreed on? Li Qingshan felt some pity, but upon further thought, it was fine if he did not take the gamble. As his cultivation deepened, his chances at victory would only increase, not decrease. If he killed Fu Qingjin here, he would be the checkmate, and the game of chess with the Clear River Prefecture would come to a complete end. There were two possibilities. One was that both sides recognized the cruelty of war and decided to continue abiding by the Treaty of Kings and maintain peace. However, the possibility of this was almost non-existent. The greater possibility was that war would engulf the entire Green Province. They had already had their appetizers anyway. The powerful figures could roll up their sleeves and prepare for a feast. A small fry like him probably could not even be considered a dish, so he was better off waiting. Fu Qingjin was not angered by Li Qingshan's arrogance. Instead, he said sincerely, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow." He admired Li Qingshan's performance in the battle very much. Not only was his swordsmanship extraordinary, but his thoughts were clear in battle as well, allowing him to avoid danger. The rarest part of it all was that he had broken through to foundation establishment at such a young age. Even in the Sword Collection Palace, he could be regarded as a prodigy. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, Li Qingshan failed to attack Fu Qingjin. Instead, he gained quite a good impression from him. A person who was not afraid of falling off a tightrope would naturally be daring enough to dance on it in a carefree manner. Instead, it would lead to waves of exclamations from those who did not know what was going on. Fu Qingjin finished speaking to the Demon Slayer cultivators. He then stared deeply at Wasungzan, implying a hint of warning. He then clasped his hands towards Li Qingshan with a smile. If the people of the 100 Schools can be like fellow Qingshan, both wise and courageous, letting bygones be bygones, there would be no need to worry about not being able to accomplish great things and not wiping out the demons. The Demon Slayer cultivators looked at each other in surprise. It was very rare for Fu Qingjin to be so polite to someone. Deep underground, the stone demon shook off his goblin general's subordinates and used the earth movement technique to burrow into a rock cave extremely deep underground. After confirming that no one was pursuing him, he relaxed. His face was filled with misfortune as he gnashed his teeth together. "Fu Qingjin, and that brat, I'll definitely make you die a horrible death." He had been heavily injured this time. Fu Qingjin had become one with his sword and pierced through his chest to his back. This was not just a piercing wound. The powerful sword chi and sword intent contained in that strike was enough to destroy his internal organs. If it was an ordinary goblin general, he would definitely have died on the spot. Only a stone demon like him, who had no so-called vital points on his body, could tenaciously survive. Just as he was about to force this sword chi out and return to his territory to heal his injuries, thump, 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 in the darkness, a sparkling and translucent snow-white pearl bounced over. The bouncing sound was extremely loud in the silent underground. Strong Stone felt that the situation was a bit strange. His pair of small eyes followed the pearl up and down until it was right in front of him. He grabbed the pearl and thought to himself, "What is this?" Seems to be a bone. He could not feel any aura from it. When he casually squeezed it, the pearl actually did not move at all. He was even more surprised. There were not many things in this world that could withstand his squeeze and not break. With a crackle, over a dozen beads bounced over like pearls landing on a jade plate. They arrived beside Strong Boulder's feet and leapt about like living creatures. Who is playing tricks over there? Get the hell out here! Strong Stone shouted loudly. His perception was extremely sharp, but no matter how he probed, he could not feel any aura from the darkness. He felt a little uneasy, but he had a fearless nature. He was confident that no matter how bad the situation was, he would be able to escape with the earth escape. Those beads were jumping around, making him anxious. He jumped up and kicked them. The beads that he kicked actually stuck to his foot. He looked down and found that the pearl on his hand was also stuck to his hand. Looking at it carefully, it turned into a small skeleton that tightly hugged his finger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a baby and hugged Strong Stone's entire wrist. His teeth chattered as he let out a strange cackle. The 18 prayer beads turned into 18 skeletons. Like 18 monkeys, they hugged Strong Stone's hands, feet, back, neck, and entire body. I thought it was something special. It's just so. Strong Stone laughed viciously, but his smile suddenly froze. Those slender skeletal arms exerted astonishing strength and tightened around his entire body, immobilizing him. When Little N refined the skull prayer beads from 14 to 18, the strength of all the skeleton demons increased as well. Every single one of them could deal with a normal demon general. When the 18 of them worked together, even Strong Stone was helpless against them, not to mention that he had just gone through a great battle and was still in a weakened state. Petty tricks. Strong Stone abruptly enlarged his body. The 18 skeleton demons above his head grew as well. Their bodies became abnormally thick, and their strength increased as well. They pressed down on Strong Stone as if he was carrying a small mountain on his back. Strong Stone knelt on the ground loudly. When he opened his eyes, a dignified little skeleton was standing in front of him at some point in time. Strong Stone's Stone of Slaughter could influence the minds of all living beings and stimulate their killing intent. However, at this moment the other party had influenced his mind. His killing intent had been cleansed, turning into an intent of death. Beauty and white bones had become emptiness. This tiny skeleton was like a soul-reaping emissary from the underworld. It had come to tell him the inevitable truth of the transition between life and death. No one could escape it, no one could change it. All struggles were futile. What are you? Strong Stone violently broke free from this thought. With a wild roar, he unleashed what little demon chi he had left, filling the entire cavern. The cavern suddenly began to squirm, like the stomach of a monster. Stalagmites bit down at Little N like long sharp fangs. They also seemed like the fangs of a monster. Strong Stone was filled with confidence. No matter what it was, only death awaited it if it dared to provoke him underground. It would definitely be crushed to death by this ability of his. Little N took a step forward and swung the white bone sword, plunging it into the hole in Strong Stone's chest. Due to Strong Stone's growth, the hole left behind by the green ruined sword had become extremely large as well. It was basically enough for a person to pass through. As a result, Little Anne's white bone sword only stabbed into empty space, while Strong Stone smiled viciously. Little Anne possessed the ability to turn flesh, blood, and bones into flames, but Strong Stone was transformed from a strange rock. He had no flesh, blood, or bones. Whether it was the blood flames of corpse incineration or the pale flames of bone smelting, they were all useless against Strong Stone. She could restrain Blood Shadow, but Strong Stone seemed to restrain her instead. The flickering flames in Little Anne's eye sockets suddenly turned icy blue. Ice blue flames suddenly surged out of the white bone sword, filling up the hole in Strong Stone's chest. The 18 skeleton demons opened their ghastly mouths together and sprayed out icy blue flames, enveloping Strong Stone. Strong Stone laughed madly. He possessed a natural resistance to various techniques. The one he feared the least was fire. Even scorching magma could not melt him. His laughter suddenly came to a halt. He felt a deep chill. This feeling did not come from his body, but from the depths of his soul. For the first time in his life he shivered. So cold. Ice flames of soul smelting. Little enchanted inside. After reaching the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, she had finally completely grasped these three flames: corpse incineration, bone smelting, and soul smelting. When the three were combined, they would be completely obliterated. I'm going to take you down with me. Strongstone felt colder and colder. He knew that if this continued, only death would await him. He wanted to blow up his demon core in a frenzy. However, he discovered that the demon core that was closely related to him was no longer under his control. Before he knew it, the cavern had already stopped shaking. Strongstone's demon chi had dispersed. And it was not just his demon core. He could not even move a finger. He had been frozen by the bone-chilling coldness. Not only had his thoughts been severed, but even his fear had become intermittent, as if he had become the senseless rock of the past once more. Don't. No. Little Anne reached out with her bone claw and extracted the frozen soul from Strongstone's body. Strongstone collapsed loudly, landing before Little Anne as a strange rock. It flickered with light senselessly, giving off a powerful aura of malice. The ice flames of soul smelting returned to Little Anne's body like a receding tide, merging with the other two flames and turning into an almost transparent, faint white flame that flickered in her eye sockets. This was the foundation of the path of white bone and great beauty, the Samadhi flames of white bone. All living beings with souls and flesh in the world would be incinerated and frozen as soon as they came into contact with this fire. They would go from life to death, doomed beyond redemption. P.S. I've finally made up for the time it took to update. May I ask for a monthly vote? Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.